Outside the military fighting arena, more and more people came. The news that a true god who practiced at the 4th level and challenged the God King to the 2nd level starry sky monster spread at an astonishing speed. The speed of light is not as fast as the speed of news transmission, and it can be spread more than once. Especially when it was learned that this challenger was still number 1 in the potential list of the Vermilion Bird starfield, the news became even more explosive. The scene was a bit chaotic for a while, but luckily the practitioners reacted quickly enough to quickly maintain order spontaneously. A large number of practitioners mixed together and began to talk about it. I heard that he was reported for making military achievements, and had to challenge the Starry Sky Behemoth to prove his innocence. It's almost true. I think the military is dealing with people who make military achievements. They are so stunned that they are dealing with wind and rain. Really, it's too much to force people to die without evidence. Actually, the military is right to do this. It may kill other practitioners by making military achievements. We can't heal the scars of September 27th and forget the pain. Forget everything that happened? But this time the military also showed sincerity. As long as he can prove his innocence, the military will award him the honorary title. Actually, the military is not at a loss. If he really made military achievements, his death would be for nothing. If he didn't make military achievements, he really has such a strong combat power. Giving him the title of glory is equivalent to attracting a top genius. Discussions continued to spread into Meng Gang's ears. Some practitioners are quite critical of the military's approach. Indeed, over the years, the military has indeed made a lot of efforts to stop the occurrence of military exploits. There are some things that are really out of line, and even provoked some big families, and caused a lot of conflicts inside and outside. But generally speaking, the matter of making military achievements has also been contained, and the overall trend is good. It can be heard from the voices of the crowd that most people still believe in them and feel that they are doing the right thing. Those who make military achievements should indeed be severely punished. But the previous methods were too strong, and most of them directly beat the disabled. Maybe in the future, you can be a little more gentle and change the punishment method. After Meng Gang decided this incident, he made a suggestion to his superiors whether he could change his approach. At this time, there was a burst of exclamation from the crowd. The Emperor Qian is here. He breaks through the God King. It's amazing. It is said that he is only 200 years old. A 200-year-old God King is terrifying. There are successors to the Qian family. If Emperor Qian's momentum continues, I'm afraid he will be able to reach God before the age of 500. Meng Gang heard the reputation and looked over, and saw Qian Ho, who was coming from Yekong. Emperor Qian did not hide his information. The information of the first rank of God King is very dazzling. Meng Gang could tell that Emperor Qian had just broken through to the God King, and his aura hadn't completely gathered, and the laws on his body were still oscillating around his body like ocean waves. The young master of the Qian family, who was the 2nd star of Suzaka God's domain, a leader of the generation. The Qian family is a family of gods, and there are many gods in the family. In the Vermilion Bird starfield, the forces are extremely huge. My family has a good reputation. People are righteous, not just bullying others. The Qian family's prestige in the Vermilion Bird star region is very high, not even much worse than that of the master of the Vermilion Sky region. Some people even said that if Zhu Tian's domain master can be promoted smoothly, then the Qian family is very likely to be the next domain master. Qian Huang is the eldest son of the Qian family, the leader of the younger generation, and is very likely to be the successor of the Qian family in the future. At the same time, Qian Huang himself is a great genius. He reached super gods in his 70s, breaking away from the category of ordinary people. Then at the age of 120, he reached the true god. Now less than 200 years old, he has become a God King. Moreover, Emperor Qian has been on the battlefield for many years and has helped many people. He is very popular here. Many people took the initiative to make way for Emperor Qian, so that Emperor Qian came to the forefront. Qian Huang saw Lin Moyu in the arena through the fighting arena, and said softly, "It's really him." Someone from the side asked curiously, "Senior brother Qian recognizes him?" Qian Huang nodded, "He is kind to me." Wow! Some people nearby were stunned. Qian Huang is a god king, and even said that Lin Moyu was kind to him. Even if it was the previous kindness, it was written down by Emperor Qian when he was at the peak of the true god. A fourth-order true god, reaching the peak of a true god? This alone can already explain Lin Moyu's strength from the side. Emperor Qian quickly understood what had happened, glanced at Meng Gang indifferently, and said softly, "It's a bit over." His words resonated with many people, and indeed some people felt that the military was going too far. If there is evidence, it is easy to say. But just guessing is a bit too much. Emperor Qian looked at Lin Moyu in the battlefield, with a calm face. Qian Huang thought of his brief encounter with Lin Moyu. Afterwards, he thought about it and found that he didn't see Lin Moyu's strength at all. Lin Moyu's strength is far from being as simple as it seems on the surface. At that time, Lin Moyu was able to block Yu Qingrou's attack, and it was definitely not because of his good looks. Yu Qing rubbed his hand for mercy 0. Later he also saw the potential list and saw Lin Moyu's first name. "Brother Qian, do you think Lin Moyu will win?" Someone asked from the side. Qian Huang pondered for a while. Junior brother Lin's strength is unfathomable. Unfathomable, the 4 words express Qian Huang's thoughts. It shows that he is optimistic about Lin Moyu and thinks that Lin Moyu will not lose. But it is still a bit unbelievable that the 4th-level true god is against the starry sky giant beast of the 2nd-level god king. At this time, a shocking roar resounded through the starry sky. The surrounding images suddenly changed, and the formations in the fighting arena suddenly moved and expanded instantly. The world has changed, and everyone feels like they are in the starry sky. The fighting arena is gone, but it's not that it's gone, it's that the fighting arena simulates the real starry sky. The starry sky is vast, tens of thousands of kilometers long. Lin Moyu stood among them. Opposite to him, the gigantic starry sky behemoth of the sun was slowly unfolding. This is a lion-like giant beast in the starry sky, with a body size of more than 10,000 meters. There is a chain hanging on its body. When it moves forward, the chain collides and makes a clanging sound. The chains are like a cage, locking it up. But at the same time, the chain is also its weapon, enough to shatter the stars. Lin Moyu is like an ant in front of him. Even a hair on his body is bigger than Lin Moyu. "Prisoner lion!" Someone exclaimed and recognized the starry sky behemoth. Qian Huang's tone was low. The prisoner lion of the 2nd rank of the God King can burst out the combat power of the 3rd rank of the God King in a short time. 1.7 At this time, he is not so sure about Lin Moyu. Indeed, the opponent is too strong. Everyone is holding their breath. The battle will start at any moment. Maybe this will be a very cruel battle. If Lin Moyu is really capable, maybe he can last for a long time. But when? Most people didn't think about it, didn't think Lin Moyu could win. After Lin Moyu entered the fighting arena, he cut off contact with the outside world. He can't even see what's going on outside. After waiting in the fighting arena for a few minutes, the fighting arena had a new change and turned into a starry sky. Then the prisoner lion appeared opposite. In the roar, it seemed that there was an invisible wind blowing towards his face, and the coercion of the God King realm enveloped him with cruelty. There was no fear in Lin Moyu's eyes, but a little excitement. "Just right, let me try the sword with you." Since sublimating the 2 original spells of Strengthening Soldiers and Julie to star level, Lin Moyu has not had a chance to try their power. Especially the physical body has also reached the peak of the true god, which can carry more powerful power. The 2 original spells have extremely high requirements for both the soul and the body. The stronger the body and soul, the stronger the power that can be exerted. Needless to say, the soul of Lin Moyu, the soul of the peak of the 4th rank, the Jade Soul is purple. The physical body has reached the peak of the true god, stronger than many gods. In this state, Lin Moyu also wants to know what level he can achieve. At that time, when he met the second clone of the Abyssal Dragon Demon, Lin Moyu wanted to try it out. However, he was worried that the Abyssal Dragon Demon would discover his original spell, so he didn't use it immediately. Zhu Qiwu seemed to see his worries, so he solved the Abyss Dragon Demon for himself. But here, Lin Moyu believes that no one can understand. Even ordinary gods may not be able to see what kind of spells they are using. Zhu Qiwu said that the original technique is too high-end, and very few people have seen it. Unless he owns the original 02 source spell, then he has a chance to recognize it. Let's start. Lin Moyu whispered something in his heart, and when the wind blows, the skeleton throne flashes. It just flashed for a moment, and the skeleton throne disappeared in an instant, like a dream bubble. Lin Moyu summoned the Skeleton King and retracted it instantly. Its purpose is not to use the Skeleton King to fight, but to inherit the Skeleton King's technique, God Slaying. The original spell, Gather. Cohesion, Fusion 110% consume the power of the soul and enter the state of concentration. In the power-gathering state, it will inherit the power and spells of all summoned objects, break through the original level, and burst out with power beyond the limit. The power-gathering state will continue to consume soul power. As the soul power weakens, the power-gathering state will continue to weaken. During this period, you can kill creatures to obtain their power to maintain the power-gathering state. The power-gathering state puts great pressure on the body and soul, and if it is overloaded, it may explode and die. Lin Moyu drove the star-level original spell for the first time, inherited all the power of the Skeleton King, and then began to gather all the power of the undead army on himself. Huge power grew in his body. Lin Moyu felt such a powerful power for the first time. His aura rapidly increased, the 5th level of the true God, the 7th level of the true God, the peak of the true God. The speed of breathing is getting faster and faster, and it has reached the limit of the true God state in a blink of an eye. After reaching the peak of the true God realm, Lin Moyu still didn't feel any pressure. Whether it is the body or the soul, it can continue to carry even greater power. Accompanied by a light shout, he suddenly broke through the boundary of the true God and reached the realm of the God King. God King 1st rank, 2nd rank. The momentum is like a broken bamboo. All the way to the 5th level of God King, Lin Moyu finally felt the swelling. The bulging feeling comes from the soul. Although it has not reached the limit, it can continue, but Lin Moyu knows that it is not necessary. The quality of the soul is high enough. After all, the level is still low. Of course, he can also continue to break through to a higher level. Even if the soul is blown out, one doesn't matter. With talent, he can be resurrected instantly. But Lin Moyu didn't continue. He knew that the 5th level of God King was enough. I didn't expect that the soul reached the limit first, and the body has not yet reached the limit. Think about it, those gods, their physical bodies are just true gods. The body of a true god is enough to carry the power of a god. No wonder most practitioners only cultivate the soul and ignore the body. The gathering of strength is completed, and the next step should be to strengthen the army. Original technique, strong soldiers. Strengthened soldiers, 110% fusion rate consume soul power and enter the state of strong soldiers. In the state of strong soldiers, the damage caused by all summoned objects is increased by 10 times. The state of strong soldiers will continue to consume soul power, and you can replenish the consumed soul power by killing enemies. In the state of strong soldiers, part of the obtained soul power can be absorbed and retained as one's own power. However, the foreign soul power has impurities, so it is best to refine and purify it before absorbing it. With the 5th level combat power of the God King, and then use the strong soldier state, it can exert 10 times the damage. Moreover, killing an enemy can also absorb the enemy's soul, and retain part of it to become one's own nourishment. This original technique, it sounds a little perverted. It is a real technique that uses war to support war, and the more you fight, the stronger you become. This technique is born for war, born for killing. All the changes of Lin Moyu can't be seen or felt by anyone outside the fighting arena. Only the imprisoned lions in the arena felt the change in Lin Moyu. A second ago, he was still an ant-like guy in front of his eyes, but suddenly he overtook himself. This made him a little confused, but also frightened. Instead, he flinched, the hairs all over his body stood on end, and the chains made a violent roar. This scene fell in the eyes of outsiders, and they all felt strange. Why is the prisoner lion scared? He is really scared. He seems to be a little afraid of Lin Moyu, a second-level God King monster in the starry sky, and a fourth-level true god. Is that plausible? Is this really a starry sky behemoth? It can't be fake. Discuss again from people. Meng Gang heard it in his ears, and cursed in his heart, fake fart, if you have the guts, go in and try it yourself. At this time, a sword appeared in Lin Moyu's hand, a sword made of the law of immortality. His soul power is being consumed rapidly, and the two original spells are activated at the same time. With his soul power, he can only last for a few tens of seconds, and he must fight quickly. In the fighting arena, magic weapons cannot be used. So he used the law to condense it into a sword. God must use a sword, no matter what kind of sword, it is a sword. Although my realm has improved, the degree of control of the law has not improved. According to this calculation, in fact, I am not as good as the 5th-level God King in 803. But, strong soldiers, made up for the deficiency, and I should be stronger than the God King in the same realm. While Lin Moyu was thinking, his soul locked on the prisoner lion. Across nearly 10,000 kilometers, the sword was swung lightly. Spell, Kill God. The technique that belongs to Skeletor is perfectly reproduced in the hands of Lin Moyu. And it is more powerful than Skeleton King. The prison lion uttered its final scream, and it had a premonition of death. But it was already too late, a bright sword light appeared on it. After swinging the sword, Lin Moyu scattered the sword of law on the spot, because it was unnecessary, and he knew that the prisoner lion would definitely die. The huge body of the prisoner lion was torn apart and cracked in the sword light. Lin Moyu felt a majestic soul force returning to his own soul, and the talent giant tree was the first to act to catch all this force. Then the first pass of purification was carried out. After its purification was completed, it was handed over to the 9-colored dragon soul crystal for a second refinement. In the end, less than 1/10 of the soul power originally transmitted was left, and all impurities and dross were removed, leaving only the pure essence. These essences were absorbed by Lin Moyu, and his soul grew stronger. Lin Moyu felt that he was stronger again, the strength of the soul, and the field of law was also deepened. It is indeed a good way to practice. The battle is over and the starry sky disappears. The fighting arena returned to its original state, and the formation stopped functioning. All the people present widened their eyes in disbelief. Is this the end? What about the war that was agreed? Is it life or death? True God level 4, one sword instantly kills the second-level God King. Just kidding. Why do I feel unreal? Am I dreaming? 11. Dreams dare not do this. Some true gods have been completely messed up, and they seem to have seen a miracle. And the creator of this miracle has returned to Meng Gang. Now, is there any problem? Lin Moyu was smiling, and his voice was calm. But Meng Gang couldn't help shivering, and quickly responded, "No, I'll report it right away." He began to report the situation of the fighting arena to his superiors, his heart trembling constantly. Lin Moyu can instantly kill the prisoner lion of the second level of the King of Gods with one sword, so he can also kill himself with one sword. This is no longer as simple as simply fighting across borders, it is simply crushing. Lin Moyu's strength has completely surpassed the normal range. Even those top evildoers in the City of God probably don't have this kind of combat power. Meng Gang actually knew that his superior must have been watching the fight just now, and he probably knew the result without his reporting. Lin Moyu's honorary title has been taken away. As for whether there will be any other rewards, it depends on the higher-ups. In Fort Number 1, there is a Legion commander and 5 elders. All affairs in the fortress are basically decided by them. Normally, the head of the army seldom appears, and the 5 elders always control the operation of the entire fortress. The 5 elders are all gods, powerful and powerful. The other fortresses are similar, and there is also a legion commander, plus a few elders. Then the 10 fortresses were combined to form the battlefield army of the Vermilion Bird Starfield, all under the command of Zhu Qiwu. Zhu Qiwu is not the army commander of any fortress, he is guarding the battlefield, known as Zhu Zhenshou, and is the supreme commander of the human family of the Suzaku battlefield. Meng Gang felt that the elders in Fortress Number 10 could no longer make a decision about Lin Moyu. I'm afraid it will take the head of the Legion to make a decision. After Meng Gang finished speaking, he could only get a simple answer from the elder, telling him to wait. Meng Gang turned towards Lin Moyu with a little embarrassment. Junior brother Lin, the elders may need some time, we need to wait a little longer. Now his tone to Lin Moyu is completely different from before. Although he still maintains the serious tone unique to soldiers, it has become gentle. There must be enough respect for the strong. This principle applies no matter where it is placed. Lin Moyu has shown enough strength to deserve respect. Lin Moyu chuckled, "Don't worry, we'll wait." Meng Gang hummed, since Lin Moyu has to wait, he can only accompany him until the result is released. Fortunately, Lin Moyu was in a good mood at this time and didn't make any trouble for himself. Lin Moyu's experiment was successful, and he was really in a good mood. At this moment, Qian Huang flew down and said loudly to Lin Moyu, "Junior brother Lin, we meet again." Lin Moyu saw Qian Huang a long time ago, and said with a smile, "Congratulations, senior brother Qian, you have successfully promoted to God King." Qian Huang smiled heartily, "Thanks to junior brother Lin for helping me block Nyoda, otherwise my life might be in danger." Emperor Qian wanted to be promoted to God King at that time. If he was disturbed by Nyo King, the promotion would fail at least, and his life would be lost at worst. Either way, it would be a fatal blow to Emperor Qian. So in Qian Huang's eyes, Lin Moyu saved his life. Lin Moyu shook his head and smiled, "Senior brother Qian saved me." Emperor Qian looked a little embarrassed. "If I had known that junior brother Lin had such strength, I wouldn't have made a fool of myself." "You can't say that. Brother Qian saved me out of his heart, and it has nothing to do with strength. If my human race can have more people like senior brother Qian, the human race will definitely be more united and stronger." The two chatted about some things that happened after that day. Emperor Qian heard that Zhu was actually forced by Lin Moyu to make a great world oath, where he was looking for a century-old best fire for Lin Moyu, which felt a little funny. Originally, he still wanted to be promoted to the Queen of God, and go back to find Nyoda to settle the score. Now that Nyoda has become Lin Moyu's servant, he will not cause any trouble. About half an hour later, a person came from the sky and landed in front of Meng Gang without a sound. Meng Gang's body trembled violently. He clenched his fist with one hand, put it on his chest, and saluted respectfully towards the person who came. "I've seen the army commander." 27. "I've met the regiment commander." Several of Meng Gang's subordinates also saluted him. The movement is uniform and looks well trained. The Legion leader was wearing a black robe. The robe was not made of ordinary cloth, but a special material similar to soft armor. There was a faint light on the robe, and it seemed to be shining with stars. Lin Moyu guessed that this robe should be a very powerful magic weapon. He stood there and nodded slightly. It could be seen that he was very majestic. Meng Gang and others looked at him with fanaticism. Obviously Fang Wei was serious. The head of the army looked at Lin Moyu. "I am the head of the number 10 fortress, Kuyuanjun." He spoke very directly and simply, revealing the unique temperament of a soldier. Legion commander, at least the 5th rank of God Venerable. Much stronger than the elders. And in terms of military rank, at least he is also a big shot at the general level. Lin Moyu followed the appearance of Meng Gang and others, and also saluted Kuyuanjun. Lin Moyu had seen the army commander. He is not a soldier, so he didn't have to give a military salute. But Kuyuanjun's temperament infected him, reminding him of the army in the small world. At this time, Lin Moyu also exuded the unique temperament of a soldier, pure and strong, even comparable to Kuyuanjun, and completely overwhelmed Meng Gang and others. Qian Huang on the side was slightly startled, his eyes flickering. He knew that if he hadn't joined the army, he couldn't have such a temperament. But Lin Moyu has never joined the army. In the big world, one day is a soldier, and one day is a soldier. There is no such thing as retirement. Even if they are disabled, they are still soldiers. Since you don't join the army in the big world, you can only join the army in the small world. Kuyuan Jun raised his eyebrows. Brother Lin, have you ever joined the army? Lin Moyu nodded. I have served in the army in the small world. Are you in a high position? Kuyuan Jun asked. Lin Moyu didn't answer directly. So be it. Of course, Kuyuan Jun could tell that Lin Moyu was just being modest. Anyone who can come out of the small world, Zhao Zhao, is not a genius. This kind of genius is definitely a top figure in the small world, and in the army, he is definitely a leader. Even if it is to lead a world, it is not surprising. Although the things in the small world are no longer counted after entering the big world. No matter how strong your small world is, you are still not as good as cannon fodder after entering the big world. But this is not the case in the eyes of soldiers. Soldiers who have been on the battlefield are different from ordinary practitioners. Kuyuan Jun's eyes changed slightly. Before, Lin Moyu was just a great genius in his eyes. But now, there is another layer of identity. Originally, he had some hesitation about awarding Lin Moyu the honorary title, but at this moment the hesitation was gone. Kuyuan Jun asked, "Are you interested in formally joining the army?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "Not for now." Kuyuan Jun hummed, "A genius like this has his own path requirements." He didn't force it. "It's okay. Anyway, if you get the honorary title, you can count as joining the army. Maybe we can fight side by side in the future. There are no grand ceremonies, and the army keeps things simple." Even the matter of awarding Lin Moyu the honorary title was just done by the appearance of the regiment leader Kuyuan Jun. After giving Lin Moyu the honorary title, Kuyuan Jun didn't stay for long, and left after chatting for a few words. He left an impression on Lin Moyu that he was vigorous and decisive. After receiving the title of Glory, Lin Moyu's military title was changed to a 4th-tier Glory Warrior. When his military achievements are improved in the future, he will be able to serve as an honorary non-commissioned officer, honorary lieutenant, and even an honorary general. Although he has not formally joined the army, he has the same rights as soldiers. In a simple restaurant, Emperor Qian invited Lin Moyu to dinner. Qian Huang was very polite, and ordered a table full of dishes. There were more than 30 plates. Every dish is exquisite, and the private room is full of fragrance. This table of dishes cost hundreds of military merits at least. Qian Huang really spent a lot of money. Qian Huang introduced, "The dishes I ordered are all good ones I have eaten in recent years. Some of the ingredients come from starry sky behemoths, and the other part comes from vegetables or edible animals in the alien territory. Human races generally do not eat other intelligent races. That kind of respect for life is also one of the bottom lines of Terran D80. Prison lions like those used by Lin Moyu today were originally used as ingredients. According to Emperor Qian, this prison lion killed many human races, and he preyed on human beings. Then it was captured by the God King of the human race and sent over as food. Lin Moyu is also welcome. It tastes really good after a few sips." Qian Huang laughed and said, "Not bad. After leaving the battlefield, it will be difficult to eat these things again." Although Lin Moyu has not been to restaurants a few times, he also knows that these grains generally do not flow into the clan world. At most, there will be a chance to eat it in the interior of some big families. Lin Moyu said, "Actually, senior brother Qian doesn't need to be so polite." Emperor Qian waved his hand. "What is this? How can I say it politely? This time I was able to be promoted to the God King smoothly, thanks to my younger brother's blessing. Brother Lin, I envy you as a brother. You can get the honorary title of the military." Lin Moyu's heart moved. He only knew some superficial things about the title of Glory, and he didn't understand the deeper things. It happened that Emperor Qian was here, so he should know better than himself, and asked immediately, "Senior brother Qian, can you tell me what is the use of this honorary title?" Qian Huang said, "Honorary titles are good things. You should read some information on the surface. For example, you can buy some supplies that can only be purchased by real soldiers, and you can use some military-specific facilities. Lin Moyu nodded. I've seen it. Qian Huang said, this alone is good enough. At least you don't need to pay high prices to buy those military items from soldiers. In the battlefield, many good things need to be purchased with military merit, and these things are better than those in the trading center. But there are still some better and more top-quality items that can only be purchased by real soldiers, and that is the privilege of soldiers. Those things are called military items. Ordinary people can't buy it even if they have enough military achievements. But what if they don't want to join the army? So someone used points to buy those items from real soldiers. Points are not useless, although the things you buy are not as good as military merits, but the quantity is large, and it is also useful. The military does not restrict such operations. Some soldiers specialize in buying military items, such as some powerful elixir, and then resell them to others at a high price. Qian Huang bought it several times and spent a lot of points. Emperor Qian sighed, things for the army are really good. Those pills can save lives. There are also those disposable weapons, which are surprisingly powerful. As long as you have enough military merits, you can buy whatever you want. It's so cool. Lin Moyu was eating the food, thinking about Qian Huang's words. From this point of view, just for this role, the value of the honorary title is already inestimable. He can even make use of the honorary title to earn the price difference and get rich in a short period of time. Of course, the premise is that there must be enough military merit. Aside from that, is there a deeper role? Lin Moyu believes that the title of honor is not just for you to resell, it must have a deeper use. Emperor Qian gulped his food, and continued, of course there are, and that is the real big use, the honorary title, which can be used to form a private army. Lin Moyu was taken aback and formed a private army? His heart beat violently for several times. The news was so shocking that he couldn't help being a little shocked as he was as calm as he was. Lin Moyu fell silent. When he was still a first-level authority, in order to understand the big world, he read a lot of materials. One of the messages was extremely impressive. In the big world, it is absolutely not allowed to form a private house. No matter how strong your family is, even if it is the family of gods, there are even existences in the family that surpass gods. There is an iron law that does not allow the formation of private armies. Power can make people lost, private armies can form regional monopolies, and even cause civil strife, which is a big deal for the entire human race. Therefore, forming a private army is completely prohibited. But now Emperor Qian told him that he could form a private army. The heart is turbulent, but the surface is calm. Lin Moyu asked in a low voice, can you really form a private army? Qian Huang stared at Lin Moyu, wanting to see his shocked appearance, but he didn't see anything, slightly disappointed. Emperor Qian hummed, really, those who have the honorary title can form their own private army. But there are also restrictions. The private army can only serve those with the title of glory, not the family. If it is discovered that those who abuse the private army will be directly deprived of the honorary title. Lin Moyu thought about it for a while and seemed to understand the intention of this move. Those who can get the honorary title of the military are either top geniuses like themselves, or they have made great contributions to the human race. These two types of people are all aliens want to get rid of. These people set up a private army, and the security can be greatly increased. What's more, in the event of a war, these private rooms are also a force. With the promotion of the title of glory, the scale of forming a private army will also grow accordingly. As long as the use of the private army is restricted, it will not have a big impact on the balance of the human race. After thinking about this, Lin Moyu suddenly realized. Qian Huang laughed and said, think about it. Lin Moyu hummed, I almost understand. Emperor Qian said, actually, our Qian family also has a private army, but that army is controlled by our ancestors. Although the private army cannot directly work for the Qian family, the ancestors brought the private army to various secret places, coming and going. It also brought a lot of resources to the Qian family. There are other functions. When you form a private army in the future, you will naturally understand. Qian Huang didn't go into details. After all, he didn't personally set up a private army, and some things were his own understanding. If it is wrong, it may mislead Lin Moyu. But he didn't know that Lin Moyu never thought of forming any private army. No matter how good a private army is, can it compare to your own undead army? His tens of millions of undead army are more useful than any private army. Lin Moyu still had some questions in his mind and was about to speak. The whole fortress was buzzing, and the starry sky outside the window turned reddish. The two walked to the window and looked out. Qian Huang said softly, "It's light red, it shouldn't be a big deal." This is the first time Lin Moyu has seen such a situation. The 100,000-kilometer starry sky within the range of Fortress Number 10 is completely shrouded in reddish light. This kind of red is a little lighter than fresh blood, and it looks a little weird. Qian Huang said, "Junior brother Lin is seeing it for the first time. After seeing it a lot, you will get used to it. Every time there is an abnormal phenomenon on the battlefield, this kind of light will appear. If I'm not mistaken, a mission will be released soon, and everyone in Fortress Number 10 will receive an urgent mission. This kind of task is a special task. Generally speaking, the reward is good, but the risk is relatively high. Brother Lin can judge it by himself according to the task content. But this time it is only light red, the danger should not be great, and the reward is probably not too good. If it is dark red." Before he finished speaking, there was another soft humming sound to deliver the confession. The starry sky, which was originally light red, suddenly turned bright red. Immediately afterwards, the bright red color only lasted for a while, and then quickly turned into a dark red color. Lin Moyu felt an inexplicable smell of blood pervading the fortress. Qian Huang's face also became unattractive, and he said in a deep voice, "The change is so fast, it seems that this mission is very dangerous, and I am afraid that some gods will be trapped in it." Lin Moyu asked strangely, "If even the gods are trapped in it, then let's go, don't we die?" Emperor Qian shook his head. "Not necessarily. The battlefield is different from the human race world. The human race world can be regarded as a world with stable rules. While the rules of the battlefield are very unstable, it can also be said to be chaotic. Anything can happen here, such as the Xingxing Jinghua group that junior brother Lin just visited. In the Starfire group, the strength of the entrance will be suppressed. Even if the gods enter it, they will be suppressed to the peak of the true god." Lin Moyu nodded. "It is indeed so. This kind of suppression comes from the laws of the great world. Except for some special means, it is difficult to break through that kind of suppression." Qian Huang said, "The basic stellar fine fire group itself has nothing to do with the law of the great world. No one knows where the restrictions of the law of the great world come from. It seems that someone has specially arranged it. Anyway, I have this feeling. I don't know if junior brother Lin feels it." Lin Moyu nodded silently in his heart. That feeling has been there since he just entered the Starfire group. At that time, I felt that there seemed to be an invisible big hand playing with all these things like playing a game. But that was just a feeling, not evidence. Seeing that Lin Moyu was silent, Emperor Qian continued, "So, the degree of danger of the task has nothing to do with the realm of cultivation. It is possible that a secret realm will appear, and if a god enters it, his cultivation will be suppressed to the level of a god king, or even a true god. In this way, even if you fall into it, it's normal. The color of the light is almost like this. It is light red that can kill the true god, which is the safest. The one that can kill the king of gods is big red, which is relatively dangerous. If even a god can be killed, it will be crimson like it is now. But even if it's crimson, a deity will die if he enters it, but a real god may not necessarily die if he enters it. It depends on the task." After Qian Huang's explanation, Lin Moyu finally figured it out. Lin Moyu said softly, "Whether he can go or whether he wants to go depends on the task." Qian Huang hummed, "Although the Crimson mission is very dangerous, the rewards are very generous. If the mission is suitable, it is still worth going." Since the red light rose, the two of them had no intention of eating anymore. A table of delicacies has become a decoration. Originally, practitioners don't have much food needs, and food is just a kind of adjustment. Except for some special foods, that's generally true. After waiting for about 10 minutes, both of them received a message from Renhuang Network at the same time. Suzaku Battlefield, Area 6-01, a mysterious manor appears. The mysterious manor contains strange laws that will suppress the strength of the entrant. All entrants will be suppressed to the 7th level of True God. There is danger in the manor, and gods have fallen in it. According to observation, the manor will disappear in 300 days, and the task is released now. Special mission: explore the mysterious manor. Explore all the information in the mysterious manor. The more comprehensive the information you get, the higher the evaluation you will get. Completion conditions: survive in the manor for more than 3 days, and successfully return or bring 10 valid information or items. Basic rewards: 50,000 points, 500 military merits. Additional rewards: according to the harvested information and the items obtained, it will be evaluated separately. Restrictions: cultivators whose cultivation level is greater than or equal to the 4th level of the True God and who have more than 1,000 years of work can accept this task. 0. Asking for flowers. Precautions: the interior of this manor is extremely dangerous. Apart from this family, other races have entered it, and the danger has increased again. Please weigh your own strength and decide whether to accept the task. After seeing the complete mission information, Lin Moyu and Qian Huang glanced at each other. Lin Moyu hoped to get some useful information from Qian Huang. No matter what Qian Huang said, he has also worked hard on the battlefield for so many years, and he knows more or less about the things on the battlefield. Sure enough, Lin Moyu was not disappointed. Emperor Qian did know some useful information. Emperor Qian pondered for a few seconds, as if he was trying to organize his words, and said slowly with his eyes downcast, "The rules in the battlefield sometimes become chaotic. Whenever there is confusion about the rules, something bizarre happens. 0. For example, some inexplicable things appear. A very ancient fortress once appeared in the legend, and the human fortress you see now is said to be imitated from the fortress that once appeared. About 40 years ago, there was a star that inexplicably appeared on the battlefield. At that time, the starry sky in Fortress Number 10 was red to black. At least 10 gods are folded inside." When Emperor Qian spoke, memories flashed in his eyes, revealing a little fear. It seems that the memory given to him at that time is very bad. Lin Moyu asked, "Brother Qian went too?" Qian Huang shook his head. His voice became even deeper. "I didn't go, but an elder in the clan went. I just watched from a distance. I saw that elder with my own eyes. His body turned into bones, and his death was miserable. That elder is a god, and he was very kind to me on weekdays. At that time, I wanted to save him, but he sent a message not to allow me to approach. Danger often also represents opportunity. At least 10 gods have been folded into the human race, so I am afraid that other races will not be missing." Lin Moyu asked, "What happened in the end?" Qian Huang said, "In the end, that star existed for 238 days, and suddenly disappeared. It appeared very suddenly, and it disappeared very abruptly. There were still many people on the stars at that time, and they disappeared with the stars." Lin Moyu was slightly startled. He wanted to analyze something from it, but the information was a bit sparse, and what he could analyze was really limited. Fortunately, Qian Huang still knows a lot. After Qian Huang's narration, Lin Moyu gradually analyzed some information. Over the years, Emperor Qian has heard that the rules have been confused several times. Among them, I personally experienced once, when an ocean suddenly appeared in the vast starry sky. That's right, the ocean. The ocean has no boundaries, and its range is slightly smaller than that of ordinary stars, so it floats in the starry sky. Under it, there seems to be an invisible giant hand, dragging it, presenting a flat shape. In the center of the ocean, there is a mountain that exudes divine light. Many people went there, including Qian Ho. There was a tinge of excitement in Qian Huang's voice. "That sea is very strange. No matter where you go, no matter which direction you go in, you will always appear on the edge of the sea. The laws there are chaotic and impossible to distinguish. Inside, everyone's strength is suppressed to the first level of the true God. We can't fly in it, we can only go through it. But on the way, you will encounter the tsunami 670, wind waves, and whirlpools. All the losers are sent out of the ocean and cannot enter again. I finally climbed the mountain, but only to the foot of the mountain. From the foot of the mountain, I picked up a spar. That spar allowed me to directly upgrade my cultivation base from the 5th level of the true God to the 6th level of the true God without any sequelae. Qian Huang described his experience in detail. Combining what Qian Huang heard and what he experienced personally, Lin Moyu formed his own understanding of such events. When such events occur, the rules will be confused, and various laws will be distorted together, making it impossible to distinguish. No one knows where the things that suddenly appeared came from. Some said they came from the undiscovered world deep in the great world, and others said they came from another world. At present, it is certain that this type of incident can be divided into several levels. The one experienced by Emperor Qian was not dangerous, no one died, it was more like a test, and the losers were eliminated. In such a non-dangerous situation, the task will only be notified, and no light will appear. Other than that, it is light red, bright red, deep red, and red. The 4 different colors represent different dangers. Light red means that the true God has died, bright red means that the God King has died, dark red means that the God has died inside. As for black and red have not appeared a few times in total, which means there is no solution. At the same time, danger also represents opportunity. The darker the color, the greater the opportunity. Except for the unsolvable difficulty, other difficulties have successfully returned alive, and even reached the sky in one step. At this time, Emperor Qian poured all the wine in his mouth into his mouth, and sighed. As the master of the battlefield, the military actually has more detailed information, but these information will not be announced to us. Even inside the military, if you haven't reached a certain position, you can't see it either. After finishing speaking, Emperor Qian cast his gaze over and asked, "Junior brother Lin, are you going to go?" Looking at the crimson starry sky outside the window is not incomprehensible difficulty, but even the gods died inside, which shows that the danger is extremely high. But the greater the risk, the higher the profit, and it is even possible to reach the sky in one step. To go or not to go has become a problem before Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu can't make up his mind. After all, he hasn't seen it with his own eyes, so it's hard to say. After pondering for a while, Lin Moyu said, "Go and see first, whether to go or not. We will talk about it when the time comes." Emperor Qian chuckled, "Okay, let's go and have a look first." The two left the restaurant, accompanied by the crimson light, went to the Chuan Suo Array. Since the appearance of the red light and the release of the mission of the Human Emperor Network, almost all the practitioners in the entire fortress have been discussing this matter. It can be seen that many people are eager to try. Although it is dangerous, it also has opportunities. Most of those who dare to come to the battlefield are very confident in themselves, while a small number are hopeless to break through and come to seek opportunities. Now that the opportunity is right in front of us, it would be a lie to say that we don't want to go. With the opening of the mission, the teleportation opens a special mode. Anyone who accepts the mission can use the teleportation array for free to go to Fortress number 6. Fortress number 6 is far away, and advancing along the edge of the battlefield requires several transfers, with a total distance of more than 40,000 light-years. Both of them accepted the mission and went to Fort number 6. This is also Qian Huang's opinion. The task will be accepted first, and we will decide whether to go or not. Anyway, if you take the task and don't do it, there will be no punishment. This is a special mission, which is different from ordinary battlefield missions. You can think of accepting a mission as a free transfer ticket. In less than a minute, the two had arrived at Fort number 6. The teleportation array continues to open, from Fort number 6 to Area 01. It is also an outpost, where the human race stationed an army. Compared with the usual quietness, today's outpost is extremely lively. Several teleportation arrays kept flickering, and people kept coming out of them. After leaving the teleportation array, many people quickly identified their direction and headed towards the direction where the manor appeared. Just what Lin Moyu saw, there were no less than 1,000 people. I believe that before them, and after them, there will be many people coming. Perhaps some people who were originally performing the task will temporarily interrupt the task and come over first. Qian Huang and Lin Moyu flew towards the task point together. Qian Huang sighed softly. This time, I don't know how many people will die. He seemed to be worried about others, and there was some unbearable look in his eyes. Lin Moyu is not as extravagant as Qian Huang. Everyone has their own choice. Time is fate, and if you want to get something, you have to pay. Emperor Qian sighed. That's the truth, but seeing so many people go to die, I can't bear it. Lin Moyu could understand Qian Huang's thoughts. He was a kind and good man, and he couldn't help joking. Senior brother Qian, you look a bit like those guys from the Buddhist clan. As expected, Emperor Qian was distracted and snorted. I don't want to get involved with those guys from the Buddha clan. Those guys are not good people. Lin Moyu raised his eyebrows. He heard some unusual aura from Qian Huang's words, and said tentatively, it seems that senior brother Qian doesn't like the Buddha family. Qian Huang looked around and lowered his voice. There are some things that I can't say, and I only saw a few words from the family's information. Anyway, junior brother Lin, remember, don't deal with the Buddhist clan, stay away from them. 11. Lin Moyu nodded. 1.4, I see. Dealing with each other, how can it be possible to deal with each other? It's almost as good as killing people. I killed a Buddha of the Buddhist family by myself. It is estimated that the Buddhists wish to die by themselves. If you meet a Buddhist, maybe you will have a good fight. Since the Buddhas dared to accept the reward offered by the demons to kill themselves, then Lin Moyu would not be polite and would kill one at a time. No matter in the small world or the big world, Lin Moyu's methods are simple and direct. He doesn't like too many twists and turns, and he doesn't like to compromise. As long as you can't kill me, you must be prepared to be killed by me. In the starry sky, the crowd became the best beacon. After flying with the crowd for a while, a green light appeared in front of my eyes. Then the green light gradually enlarged in sight, and a lush garden full of grass came into view. In the dark starry sky, a lush garden suddenly appeared. How strange it looked. The rules are really chaotic. The rules that should have been clear are now in a mess, like a twist of twist, with no clue at all. Emperor Qian also felt the chaos of the law. Where the law is chaotic, our strength will be affected. As Qian Huang said, the strength has indeed been affected to a certain extent, but it is not very big, and it is still within the tolerance range. It's just that this lush and green garden makes Lin Moyu feel a little weird. Moving on, the greenery expands and the garden is only part of it. Soon, they saw some buildings, which were combined with gardens and turned into a manor. The building should be some years old, revealing an ancient atmosphere. The building is shrouded in a layer of greenery, which is not clear. Behind the manor, there seemed to be a grove, and there was a small hill indistinctly. The manor is very large, with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers. Such a large manor is almost comparable to an ordinary living planet. 02. The most amazing thing is that no matter which angle you stand on, the picture you see is the same. There are gardens, buildings, and trees in front of you. Even if you go around to the back, the picture you see is the same. Qian Huang said, that's it, no matter from which angle you look at it, it's the same. This is just a superficial phenomenon. It's hard to say whether it's real or not. It's possible that what we see is a manor and what we enter is a sea of flames. Lin Moyu listened to Qian Huang's words, and the situation before him made him feel the danger. But for some reason, he has a sense of familiarity with the manor. There is no memory about the manor in the memory, Lin Moyu is sure, but the familiarity is very real. Lin Moyu said, don't worry, just wait and see. Emperor Qian hummed, there is really no need to worry. There are 300 days. Renhuang Network's calculations are very well prepared. As long as there is no accident, there will not be too much error. People from the military have already gone in, maybe there will be an answer later. When an abnormality is discovered, the first to enter must be the military personnel. Their actions are the fastest, and they will be the first to get it if they have the opportunity. Similarly, if there is danger, they will be the first to bear it. Danger and opportunity go hand in hand. After they conduct a rough exploration, the military will publish some information for more in-depth exploration. This information is not free, you need to spend military power to get it. Lin Moyu looked up into the deep space. There are alien races coming, let's retreat first. He sensed the breath of other races, and the high-level warning beads on Emperor Qian's body also lit up. There are other races appearing within 1,000,000 kilometers, and they are still hostile races. Emperor Qian was a little surprised by Lin Moyu's perception ability. Yuan Ran was able to spot the incoming person one step earlier than the high-level warning beads. Lin Moyu looked mysterious in his eyes. The two retreated quickly, back to the area where the human race gathered. Soon, they saw a team coming towards them. It's a team of old acquaintance demons, led by a demon of the god realm, followed by thousands of demons. There are demons of hell and abyss. The strength is also uneven, and the weakest ones are only the 5th and 6th ranks of the true gods. Strongly reach the peak of the God King. There is also a deity guarding the human side. This deity Lin Moyu is unknown, but he is known to be from the number 6 fortress, and he is an elder in the number 6 fortress. The elder led a few god kings to face the demon team far away, guarding for the human race. Emperor Qian whispered, "Don't worry, I won't do anything. There are unspoken rules here. When the rules are chaotic and strange events occur, all ethnic groups will choose a truce." This time the chaotic rules took place in the area under the jurisdiction of Fort Number 6, so the elder who came here was also the elder of Fort Number 6. His name is Li Yuan Bai, and he is a very powerful 4th-level deity. The main thing now is to explore the manor in front of me. As for race wars, there is plenty of time to fight, so it's not bad. The deity of the demon family is a demon from the hell system, and the black tiger demon is the main family of the demon family. He let out a growl. "First ones, go in." Following his voice, 100 demons from the true god realm and 10 demons from the god king realm came out, rushed into the manor and disappeared. Obviously, the demon race is not without rules, they also have their own set of methods. Qian Huang said, "Among the demons that went in just now, there are twin demons. Twin demons have twin births. They seem to be two people, but they are actually one, with only one soul. If a person dies inside, the soul will return to another body, and the information inside can be brought out." Lin Moyu was not surprised, and said with a slight smile, "A very magical demon. There are many races of demons, and there are all kinds of strange demons. It is not surprising that a demon like the twin demon appears." Qian Huang continued, "Moreover, the demons can use their clones to get in. No one knows whether the demons that entered just now are the main body or the clones. Actually, demons are stronger than us humans in this regard." Lin Moyu laughed. "There are advantages and disadvantages, at least we humans are better than demons." Ha ha. Qian Huang was amused by Lin Moyu, but he didn't expect Lin Moyu to make a joke suddenly. The previous worries were all diluted by this joke, and Emperor Qian laughed. "Indeed, at least our human race grows well, not like their weird shapes." While they were talking, some races came over. There are the enemies of the Flying Clan, and the Golden Eagle Clan is the leader of the Silver Clan. There are also human allies like the Butterfly Clan. Unspoken rules played a role, and conflicts did not arise between the various ethnic groups. When the laws were in chaos, all races exercised restraint and made a living by exploring. Lin Moyu made a rough estimate. Adding up all ethnic groups, there are at least 977,000 of people who have entered the manor. But so far, no one has returned. While waiting, 3 days passed. Emperor Qian said in a low voice, "It's almost time for a result." According to past experience, after the military personnel go in, they usually return in about 3 days and bring out first-hand information. For exploring the unknown, data becomes extremely important. The more comprehensive the information, the higher the security. Especially the manor in front of me, the danger level has reached the crimson, even the gods are folded in it, life and death are unknown. The importance of data is even more evident. Finally, on the fourth day, accompanied by a space distortion, a figure appeared outside the manor. Lin Moyu looked up, and it was the human race that came back. 2 people, no, 1.5 to be precise. One of them had only half of his body left. From the half of the body below the waist, there are only miserable bones, no flesh and blood. The wound on the waist was smooth and neat, and the meat intestines were clearly visible. Fortunately, this person is the king of gods, and his powerful force sealed his wounds, and he survived tenaciously. Li Yuanbai's figure flashed, and he had already come in front of the other party. He took out an elixir and stuffed it into the opponent's mouth, and at the same time crushed another elixir. The elixir turned into a majestic law of life and covered the wound. Li Yuanbai didn't waste any time. While treating his injuries, he began to inquire about the situation in the manor. The king of God was so severely injured inside that many people present took a breath of cold air. The God King personally demonstrated the danger inside to everyone. All the skin and flesh below the waist disappeared, leaving only the bones. What kind of situation, the regiment will cause such strange damage? Fortunately, physical injuries were nothing. No matter how serious the physical injury is, as long as it is not dead, it can be cured. But Lin Moyu felt that his injury was not simple. Even after leaving the manor, taking internal and external pills, and using 2 prongs, the injury did not improve. The physical body of the God King realm is at least at the super god level, with a strong self-healing ability. Even if there is no elixir, it can be regenerated naturally. It is nothing more than a matter of speeding up and slowing down. If it is said that the power is suppressed inside, making the wound unable to recover, it is hard to say. But after leaving the manor, the aura of God King realm is so obvious, and the wound is still the same, so it's hard to say. Lin Moyu looked more and more wrong. No. Qian Huang was slightly taken aback. Is there any question? His injury is deteriorating, Lin Moyu said. Ah. Qian Huang froze for a moment, didn't understand Lin Moyu's words, he didn't see it at all. And that God King is shrouded by the law of life at this time, so there shouldn't be any problems. How did Lin Moyu judge that the opponent's injury was deteriorating? Lin Moyu is extremely sensitive to the breath of life, and he feels that the breath of life of the other party is weakening at an extremely slow speed. The breath of life weakened, and the wound naturally deteriorated. If it goes on like this, I'm afraid that within a few days, the flesh and blood of the whole person will disappear, leaving only bones. At that time, the soul will lose the protection of the body, even the soul of the God King will be in danger. Without reaching the realm of deity, the soul cannot live independently from the body. It's okay to leave for a short time, but leaving for a long time is courting death. Lin Moyu didn't explain the reason, he just flew over. The arrival of Lin Moyu immediately caught Li Yuanbai's attention. Originally, he wanted to reprimand, but when he saw the sign in Lin Moyu's hand, his expression changed immediately. The honor token of the military, only those who have won the title of glory will have the glory token. Among the human race, there are only a handful of people who have won the honorary title. He thought of one person, Lin Moyu, who just got the honorary title a few days ago. It's him. Li Yuanbai recalled the situation at that time. He was shocked when he learned that the precious title of glory was going to be given to a boy who was only the 4th rank of a true god. At that time, there were only 2 words in his mind, outrageous. At that time, he asked the army commander of Fort No. 6 if this matter was a bit too exaggerated. A true god is only at the 4th level. Even if he is a genius, he will not get the honorary title. But at that time, the head of the legion told him not to care. Although he didn't understand it, he also felt that it might not be that simple behind the matter. If you want to give the honorary title, even the army commander of the fortress does not have this authority. It takes the entire battlefield, 10 fortresses, and 10 legion commanders to agree together. But such a silent boy. He immediately guessed that it might be the mysterious and powerful Lord Guardian. In fact, he is the undisputed figure in the entire Suzaku battlefield. But he didn't ask, and in his capacity, he shouldn't have asked. But no matter what, as the elder of the number 6 fortress and the strong man in the state of God, he still looks down on this little guy who takes advantage of his relationship in his heart. I looked down on it in my heart, but I was still polite on the surface. But Lin Moyu, Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Moyu saluted respectfully. Junior Lin Moyu, I have met Senior. Li Yuanbai was born in the army, and he also has a military temperament, and his words are straightforward. Old man number 6 Fort Elder, Li Yuanri, Xiaoyu Lin, don't need to be so polite. If you don't know what's going on, just be straightforward. Lin Moyu was not polite, and directly pointed out the situation of the God King in front of him. The law of life is useless to him, and his injury is still deteriorating. In fact, before Lin Moyu came, Li Yuanbai had already discovered this. The elixir didn't work as it should, but fortunately the injury didn't deteriorate quickly, and he planned to ask about the situation before sending him back for treatment. Unexpectedly, Lin Moyu could also find out, which shows that Lin Moyu is indeed outstanding. The impression of Lin Moyu changed a little. Li Yuanbai said bluntly, the law of life is invalid. After we find out about the situation in the manor, I will send him back for treatment. Lin Moyu's heart moved. Why don't you try it at night? Li Yuanbai raised his eyebrows. Even his elixirs were ineffective, so what use is there for Lin Moyu, who is only a 4th-level true god? But after thinking about it, he glanced at the glory token in Lin Moyu's hand intentionally or unintentionally, and decided to give it a try. Anyway, it's not so short of time. With Li Yuanbai's consent, Lin Moyu came before the God King. At this time, Shen Wangqi was lost, and his face was extremely pale. The strong persistence of the soldiers allowed him to persist until now, without even making a sound. The 2 elixirs worked both internally and externally. Although the injury was controlled in terms of performance, it did not make the injury better. At most, it is just to slow down the deterioration of the injury. Lin Moyu pointed out, and pressed on the waist of the God King, the place closest to the wound. The law of immortality got into the opponent's body and entered the opponent's wound. Lin Moyu immediately felt a strange force from the wound, constantly corroding the wound and devouring the vitality. Not only the vitality of the God King itself, but even the power of the law of life was swallowed, and the flesh and blood were also swallowed by this force. After devouring so much power, this power didn't become stronger because of it, it just remained the same. This force is not powerful, but it is very strange and difficult to get rid of. It is precisely because of this that the law of life has not played its due role. Grave accent: this power seems to be different from the power in the big world, and has its own independent laws. At the same time, it has the effects of corrosion and devouring, and it is not easy to deal with. But it's really not strong. It shouldn't be able to stop the law of immortality. When it comes to corrosive power, the power of death in the law of immortality is second, and no other law dares to be the first. With a movement in my heart, the law of immortality suddenly turned into the power of death, and the power of death quickly launched a fierce attack on that mysterious force, using the wound of the God King as the battlefield. The Divine King's expression changed drastically. His brows were tightly furrowed, revealing a look of pain. His body has become a battlefield. No pain is fake. But as a soldier, he didn't yell out, but held back. His reaction also caused a change in Li Yuanbai. Before he could make a sound, Lin Moyu said, "Be patient, it will be fine soon." Lin Moyu's words were full of confidence, and Li Yuanbai didn't say any more. The realm has reached the gods, so there is still some patience. That mysterious power was just as Lin Moyu thought, but it was weird and not powerful. Its corrosive power is not worth mentioning in front of the law of immortality. Its devouring ability cannot devour the law of undead. In less than a minute, this force was completely eliminated. The law of immortality was transformed into the power of life in an instant, and healed the God King. The 2-pronged elixir immediately erupted with a powerful healing effect, and the injury recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The broken limb was reborn, and after a few minutes, it had fully recovered. With excitement on his face, the Divine King thanked Lin Moyu. "Thank you for your help, little friend." Lin Moyu chuckled. "You're welcome, let's get dressed first." A long robe appeared on the God King's body in an instant, and he looked a little embarrassed. He had just been reborn with flesh and blood, so he ignored this point. Li Yuanbai laughed and said, "Little friend Lin, you have extraordinary means." Lin Moyu is extremely humble. Senior has praised me, and I am only doing my best. Li Yuanbai nodded. About the situation in the manor, I have just talked about half of it, but it is still not clear enough. Lieutenant Tang, please explain it in detail again without any omissions. Captain Tang, whose real name is Tang Jin, is the third rank of God King. He is a school lieutenant in the number 6 fortress, and he leads an army of 10,000 people under his command, with considerable power. Tang Jin was a little hesitant at first. After all, Lin Moyu is not a member of the military. Is it appropriate to tell him something? But seeing Li Yuanbai's wink, Tang Jin understood it and started talking immediately. The appearance of the manor happened to be in his jurisdiction, and he should have entered first. But the situation was a bit special at that time. An elder was patrolling nearby. So the elder first sent someone in, and after that person went in, he brought back some basic information. For example, whether the power will be suppressed, whether it can fly, whether it can use magic weapons, whether the rules are restricted, etc. This basic information does not take much time. The man entered and returned safely. The power has indeed been suppressed to the 5th level. According to 990's previous experience, the task is set as light red and easy level. There is a certain delay between the discovery of the message and the return of the message. After reporting layer by layer and summarizing, it has been 2 days since Fortress Number 1 emitted light. In the past 2 days, the Elder also went in. Chance, the Elders also like it. As for the power being suppressed, even if it is suppressed to the 5th level of the true God, the Elders of the godly realm can still exert power far beyond the 5th level of the true God, so they are not afraid at all. It was normal at first, but 1 day later, the Elders suddenly lost contact. At this time, someone came back again, saying that the Elder had been trapped in it, and he did not know whether he was alive or dead. As a result, the danger level of the manor was quickly raised, and it turned dark red. Tang Jin was next. As the person in charge of this area, he had no fear and led a team of 10 people into the manor. Actually, I was the 3rd batch to go in. The first batch of people who went in just collected basic information and formed tasks. The second group was Elder Wang. He brought 3 people in, 3 true gods. As a result, only 1 true god came back. The life and death of Elder Wang and the other 2 true gods is uncertain. I took 10 brothers in the real god realm to go in, and it was normal at first, but after walking 1,000 kilometers, the danger, Ace, came. We can't fly in the manor, we can only walk. First of all, a brother got stuck in the grass, like a swamp. We went to pull it, but we couldn't pull it back. The grass swallowed it too fast, and that brother just disappeared. Speaking of this, Tang Jin's eyes showed a trace of bitterness. Usually, he and his brothers are as close as brothers. He was naturally heartbroken when his brother died inside. After a pause, he continued, after that brother died, everything seemed to be back to normal, and the place that devoured him became the same as looking for grass. At the 2,000th kilometer, the sky suddenly thundered, and the lightning fell on the grass, turning the area we were in into a sea of flames. At the 3,000th kilometer, the grass on the ground suddenly turned into a sharp arrow. Tang Jin told a little bit about their team's experience. From his description, it seems that every 1,000 kilometers, there will be a crisis, and the team will be reduced. The first time, 1 person died. The second time, 2 people died. The third time, 3 people died. It can be seen that the closer to the manor, the higher the level of danger. By the 4th time, danger struck again. But this time, along with the danger, there is another passage. Tang Jin immediately ordered the team to enter the passage. After entering the passage, they entered a separate space. At that time, including Tang Jin, there were only 5 people left in their team. This space is like an independent secret room, surrounded by walls and without any exit. Tang Jin attacked the wall, trying to open the next gap, but to no avail. Then several huge heads appeared on the wall, burning raging flames, rushing over. The flames were terrifying as the sea of fire at the 2000th kilometer. The temperature was so high that they couldn't resist it at all. They were trying to escape, but unfortunately the secret room was too small, and some people were burned to death. When a person was burned to death, an exit suddenly appeared in the secret room. Tang Jin didn't even think about it, and immediately rushed into the exit with people. They entered the second secret room, but the flame head did not chase after them. There was no fire in this secret room, and water arrows shot from the surrounding walls. One team member did not react in time, and was shot by a water arrow on the spot, and his body rotted to death. After his death, the exit appeared again on the top of the Chamber of Secrets. At that time, Tang Jin and the others were already terrified. Under Tang Jin's order, they rushed to the exit again. The water arrows were too dense, and they tried all kinds of methods and magic weapons before they managed to rush in. During this process, Tang Jin, as the school lieutenant, was also the one with the highest level of cultivation. He stayed behind and let the two players escape first. Unfortunately, in the process, another one died. And Tang Jin was shot in the waist by the water arrow in the end, causing everything below the waist to rot, leaving only bones. In the third secret room, a strong wind blew like a knife. It was terrifying. But this time there was also an exit. Tang Jin had no choice but to drag half of his body and rushed into that exit. He was lucky, the exit was very close to him, so he could rush in safely. If the distance is too far, he is afraid that he will die in the third secret room. After passing through this exit, I came to a secret room. There is no more danger in this secret room, and a crystal is placed in the center. When Tang Jin picked up the crystal, another exit appeared in the secret room. After entering the exit, he left the manor and returned to the battlefield. In the end, the crystal Tang Jin obtained was the size of a fist, crystal clear, and no corresponding results could be obtained with the detection technique. Lin Moyu thought about the process of Tang Jin's narration. The whole process was dangerous and weird. His team has always been in a passive state, and in the end it was just luck. Because their strength is limited, they have almost no resistance when facing danger. It is certain that this manner is very dangerous, but it is not unsolvable. Otherwise, Tang Jin would not be able to come out alive in the end, and he would also bring out an unknown crystal. How do I feel? This manner is like a copy in the small world, a copy of the test type. If you pass the test, you will be rewarded. If you fail, you will stay in it. Li Yuanbai collected what Tang Jin said, and then sent the information back to Renhuang Network through special items. In the Renhuang Network, there are high-level people of the race, think tanks, and researchers of various abnormal phenomena. They will give corresponding analysis, so he doesn't need to worry about it. But Lin Moyu came back and repeated what Tang Jin said to Qian Huang. Lin Moyu did not add his own analysis, which would affect Qian Ho's judgment. No one can guarantee that their judgment is correct. Perhaps Emperor Qian will have a different opinion. After listening to Lin Moyu's narration, Emperor Qian fell into deep thought. Shaoqing, he said, from this point of view, this manor should belong to the test category. Actually, the Ocean God Mountain that I entered once also belongs to the test category. It's just that the threat difficulty is relatively small, and the death rate is low, but the death rate in this manor is extremely high. According to the information currently available, it can be roughly analyzed that on the grassland, every 1,000 kilometers will experience a test. Every test can be passed after someone dies. It can also be regarded as clearing the way with blood. And the difficulty of the test is getting higher and higher every time, and the danger is getting bigger and bigger. During the third test, there will be a safe passage to avoid the test. After entering the passage, you will enter another test. This test is also 3 times, and a safe passage will appear again on the third time. If you enter the safe passage twice, you will be rewarded. Qian Huang's analysis was clear and logical, and Lin Moyu also felt that what he said was quite reasonable, and most of them were the same as what he thought. After Qian Huang finished speaking, Lin Moyu pondered for a moment. Senior brother Qian made a lot of sense, but I also have some opinions of my own. Qian Huang showed a look of listening attentively. He did not underestimate Lin Moyu at all because Lin Moyu is a novice. Lin Moyu's previous performance has long proved that he is not only strong, but also smart enough. Lin Moyu said, I think that every test can be passed, and it is just a lack of strength. In the third test, if you choose to enter the safe passage, you have already realized that you have given up the trip to the manor. The test after entering the secret room is to see if you can get the consolation prize if you don't come. If you can't even get the consolation prize, then just die in it. I don't know if senior brother Qian has noticed the movement of the demon clan, the twin demon. I noticed that he showed some painful expressions not long ago. He should have died in the manor, and the group was wiped out. Their deity's face is very ugly. Then they sent 2 more teams into the manor, but the number was reduced, and each team had only 10 people. From this, I judge that the number of people entering the manor does not make much sense. On the contrary, it is possible that the more people there are, the more dangerous it will be, because danger will bring chaos, and chaos will cause great trouble. But it's just my guess, but it's easy to confirm. Just keep watching the demon race, and there are other races. If they send in fewer and fewer people, or even one by one, it can prove my truth guess. Hiss. Qian Huang gasped. He didn't expect that Lin Moyu didn't pay attention to the movements of the demon clan. His previous attention was all on the human race, and he didn't care about the demon race at all. Such a comparison makes a judgment. In terms of being careful, I am really not as good as Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu continued, I'm going to talk to Elderly about my guess. It's better not to let people go in and die. This manor is not suitable for true gods for the time being. The manor will suppress the strength of the entrant to the 5th level of the true god. But those who are lower than the 5th level of the true god can also enter. Therefore, when Renhuang Network released the mission, the level limit was set at the 4th level of true god. Because on the battlefield, many human races have the ability to leapfrog challenges, and the 4th level of the true god will not be weaker than the 5th level of the true god. This is also a customary practice. But this time, something seemed wrong. Lin Moyu has another guess that he didn't say. He thinks that the manor may have higher requirements on the realm of the physical body. He looks like Emperor Qian. His survivability in the secret realm is much better than his team members, not because he is a god king, but because of his physical body, which is much better than his team members. Lin Moyu told Li Yuanbai his guess. Now Li Yuanbai did not dare to ignore Lin Moyu's words, and immediately passed on the information Lin Moyu said. At the same time, he ordered everyone to suspend entering the manor, and wait for the results above. Time passed day by day, and it was 5 days in a blink of an eye. 5 days is just a blink of an eye for practitioners, and no one is impatient to wait. For 5 days, Lin Moyu has been observing the changes of other races. Sure enough, the number of new teams sent by various races is getting smaller and smaller. The demon clan no longer organized teams, but let the demons enter alone. This completely verified Lin Moyu's guess. It is meaningless for multiple people to enter. Even a multiplayer is not as good as a single person. If it is not done well, the test faced by a multiplayer will exceed that of a single person. 5 days later, the upper echelons of the human race finally responded. Li Yuanbai said to Lin Moyu, "Little friend Lin, it seems that you are right." He took out a formation plate and threw it towards the starry sky. The disk array rapidly enlarged, covering a large starry sky. "Everyone, enter the formation." Li Yuanbai shouted softly, his voice rolling like thunder. 0 seeking flowers 00. As a god, no one dares to disobey his orders. Li Yuanbai said, "Little friend Lin can also enter the formation. Renhuang Network has updated the task reminder and rewards." Lin Moyu nodded and entered the formation. Through the array disk, he completed the connection with Renhuang Network. This disk array is used to connect to the human Phoenix network in places where there is no human Emperor network. Sure enough, the task information was updated. Most of the sent messages have not been updated, and dangerous reminders have been added. Human Emperor Network recommends that only one person enter the manor, and it is not recommended to enter if it is lower than the God King realm. As the information obtained increases, the degree of danger increases dramatically. Although it has not reached the level of no solution, it is already the most difficult category under no solution. The reward has been increased from 50,000 points to 100,000 points, and the military merit has also been increased from 500 to 1,000. 0. Everyone knows that the richer the reward, the more dangerous it is. This time, many people retreated and decided to give up. Although chance is very attractive, fate is more important. If you have a life to earn, you have to have a life to spend. However, there are also some people who are full of confidence in themselves and decide to go in for a gamble. Many people rushed into the manor full of confidence. Lin Moyu looked at Emperor Qian. Brother Qian, are you planning to go in? Qian Huang shook his head. I originally planned to enter, but after listening to Junior Brother Lin's analysis, I decided not to enter. I just became a God King, and the physical state is still stronger than Tang Chi's state. Lin Moyu knew Qian Huang's character, so he was very stable. This is not bad. Only by saving your life can you have a future. Qian Huang asked, your brother is planning to go in, right? Lin Moyu hummed, I'm going to have a look. Emperor Qian didn't stop or persuade. He cupped his fists and said, I wish Junior Brother Lin good luck. Lin Moyu chuckled, thank you. As he said that, he turned around and flew towards the manor. With a gleam of light, Lin Moyu disappeared into the halo. After Lin Moyu entered, a black figure appeared in the starry sky. Zhu Qiwu appeared in the starry sky silently, and no one noticed his existence. He murmured, sure enough, I still went in. If it's what the brat said, with his body at the peak of the true God realm, there shouldn't be any danger. Let's see what happens in the end. The rules are chaotic, and what is the deepest reason is really unpredictable. As if passing through a layer of bubbles, a flower bloomed in front of my eyes, and the greenery instantly occupied the entire line of sight. Lin Moyu found that he was already in the garden, and that quaint and strange building was tens of thousands of kilometers away from him. On a piece of flat land, separated by tens of thousands of kilometers, it is impossible to see clearly. However, it can be seen here. The existence of the building is to point out the direction for the entrance, so as not to go the wrong way. Lin Moyu didn't act rashly, but sensed the changes in himself first. Strange laws are intertwined together, suppressing one's own strength. Not only the strength was suppressed, but also others. The soul is suppressed, and the ability to perceive danger is weakened. Before Tang Jin said, there will be a sense of heaviness here, as if carrying a heavy burden. Every move will be very laborious. Not only will the speed be slower, but the strength will be greatly reduced. But I don't have this feeling. It seems that my guess is right. Tang Jin and the others feel that way because their bodies are too weak. In addition, the perception becomes weaker, so I can't respond in time to the danger. Lin Moyu waved his fist and stretched his body. The physical body of the peak of the true God makes him feel like a fish in water here. But Lin Moyu didn't take it lightly. There were many people entering the manor, from all races. Some races are born with strong bodies and have advantages over human races. Lin Moyu was thinking in his heart, and walked forward quickly. The benefits of a strong physical body were clearly reflected. He galloped forward at a very fast speed. The astonishing speed brought up a strong wind, which crushed the green grass on the meadow and made them all bend over. Lin Moyu's footsteps are heavy and somewhat reckless. Behind him, there are broken chapters flying around. Lin Moyu is like a dragon, running thousands of kilometers in a blink of an eye. According to Tang Jin, the first level is the swamp. Just as the thought in my heart came up, there was a strange feeling on my feet. There is a sense of danger approaching. Lin Moyu didn't even think about it. He exerted force under his feet. His body jumped thousands of meters like a rocket, and after landing, he exerted force again and continued to leap forward. After several repetitions, the sense of danger disappeared. Lin Moyu thought to himself, not only the soul can sense danger, but the body can also sense danger as long as it is strong enough. It seems that I am right to choose the path of body and soul to practice together, otherwise the body may become a short board and form a barrel effect. The barrel effect, how much water a barrel can hold depends on the shortest board. Lin Moyu continued to run wildly without stopping. In a blink of an eye, we came to 2,000 kilometers, the second hurdle of the test. There was a roar in the air, and a bolt of lightning exploded directly beside Lin Moyu. The green grass turned into a gasoline barrel in an instant, and quickly turned into a sea of flames. With Lin Moyu's speed, it is completely possible to cross before the sea of flames forms. As long as he is fast enough, the sea cannot catch up with him. But at this moment, Lin Moyu stopped instead. He stood in place, motionless, letting the sea of fire envelop him. The flame quickly swept through the whole body, devouring itself. Lin Moyu turned into a burning man. The lightning from the sky disappeared, and no new lightning fell. The flames burned fiercely, and the surrounding space was distorted by the high temperature of the flames. Lin Moyu stood in the flames, motionless. After the flame continued to burn for a minute, it gradually extinguished. Lin Moyu looked happy, and it was exactly as I guessed. There is no law in the flame, it is pure heat. As long as the physical body reaches the fifth level of the true God, you don't have to be afraid of the flames. Even if it is the third level body of a true God, it will only be burned at most. When the realm of strength is suppressed, the cultivator enters it, and the only thing he can rely on is his physical body. Those who are not physically strong, unless they have a powerful magic weapon for protection, will face a very high mortality rate. But the powerful magic weapon for body protection is not so easy to obtain. The high-end goods that can be bought in the trading center alone are not enough. The main reason is that the strength has been suppressed to the fifth level of the true God, and it is difficult to use the magic weapon of the God King realm. Otherwise, with Tang Jin's identity, how could he not have a powerful magic weapon for protection? Lin Moyu continued to run forward with his guess. In a blink of an eye, he entered the range of 3,000 kilometers. Countless grasses rose from the ground, turned into sharp arrows, and shot towards Lin Moyu. If the physical body has reached the fifth level of the true God, you can dodge with the reaction of the physical body. Even if you take a few hard hits, it is not a big problem. If the physical body is not good enough, these arrow grasses will be fatal. While the arrow grass was shooting, Lin Mapu saw a gate emitting white light not far from him. The gate is what Tang Jin called a safe passage. As long as you enter the safe passage, you will gain temporary safety. It is said to be a safe passage, but it is actually a passage to give up. Just want to give up, still have to go through the test. Why do you have to go through the test when you give up? Lin Moyu guessed that it was because there were too many people. If there is only one person, the test of giving up may not be needed. In fact, getting here is considered to have passed 2 hurdles. There is a difference between more people and fewer people. The fewer people, the safer it is. It's like a single-player dungeon in a small world. And the arrow grass here is also similar to the green grassland in the small world. When seeing arrow grass, Lin Moyu thought of Qingqing grassland. The two are too similar. Arrow grass is fast and densely packed. Lin Moyu used his body's instinctive reaction to dodge quickly. Here the perception of the soul does not work at all, and the only thing that can be relied on is the physical body. So in this level, Tang Jin and the others reduced their staff by 4. He almost perfectly avoided all arrow weed's attacks, quickly left the area. Past the 3rd level. In the next level, there is no information, and he can only rely on himself. The scene in front of me has changed slightly. The originally pure grass has become no longer pure. Colors appeared in the green, and many flowers grew on the grass. I saw these flowers when I was outside the manor before. So that piece is a garden, not a grassland. In other words, the first 3,000 kilometers are pure green grasslands, and after 3,000 kilometers, it becomes a garden. The appearance of flowers brings different colors and vitality to this world. Lin Moyu can smell the fragrance of flowers and is very charming. At the same time, he could also feel that there was a unique aura in the space, dead air. It is the death energy. These flowers did not bring vitality at all, but brought a gloomy death. Lin Moyu has dealt with the undead army all day long, and he is very familiar with the breath of death, so he will never make a mistake. 1.3. What the eye see is completely different from the real world. Continue to move forward, the fragrance of flowers is getting stronger and stronger, and the dead air is also getting stronger. It's the fragrance of flowers, and the fragrance of flowers covers the perception of the soul. The sensitivity of the soul was suppressed again, more brutally than before. The soul's sensitivity to danger is completely abolished here. If you want to sense danger, you can only rely on your physical body. The difficulty has increased. Lin Moyu realized that the difficulty of the test had increased. The first 3 levels are just a novice trial, now is the real test. Lin Moyu is not a person who cherishes flowers and cherishes jade, and he does not know how many flowers were trampled to death by him along the way. Until the arrival of 4,000 kilometers, the 4th test begins. A gust of wind blows. The wind is like a knife, it can cut skin and flesh. The wind blew on Lin Moyu, making a metallic sound. The strong wind rolled up the flowers, exposing the ground, and there was a white bone lying on the ground. Green flowers, white bones. The picture looks very uncoordinated. In the eyes of ordinary people, they will only feel weird. But in Lin Moyu's eyes, it feels normal now. Such a huge breath of death would be abnormal if there were no white bones. This white bone was hidden under the flowers and plants, and its whole body was crystal clear, even paler than ordinary white bones. It looks like it's been a few years, and it's not a bone that was produced recently. The appearance of the bones is not human, but some kind of beast, but the head has disappeared, so it is difficult to distinguish. Except for the head, the outline of the white bones is still intact. There are 6 siblings in total. The 2 hind legs are thick and powerful, but somewhat short. In addition, the limbs are slightly thinner, but longer. Lin Moyu speculates that it should be a creature that walks on 2 legs and has 4 hands. No matter how you look at it, it looks a bit like a demon. Lin Moyu's confusion lasted less than 2 seconds, and the bones stood up abruptly in a gust of wind. If it were someone else, they would definitely be scared to death. The white bones that had been dead for so long suddenly moved. But Lin Moyu was unmoved at all, dealing with bones all day long, so little movement is nothing. As judged by Lin Moyu 02, the erected skeleton is indeed standing on 2 legs, and there must be 4 upper limbs. Then, countless flowers flew over, accompanied by the strong wind, covering the skeleton's body, as if putting on an armor for the skeleton. Immediately afterwards, the green grass also flew over, entangled and intertwined with each other, forming 4 long swords, which fell into the hands of the skeleton. Flowers are the armor, green grass is the sword. Except for the lack of a head, this skeleton looks no different from a living person. He stands 3 meters tall and wears flower armor, bringing a strong sense of oppression. Although there is no head, Lin Moyu feels that he is watching him. The perception ability of the soul was suppressed, and it was impossible to judge the opponent's strength, but Lin Moyu's body did not bring a sense of danger. It shows that the opponent's strength is not strong. It's just that this kind of lack of power is for him. After all, it is the test of the 4th level, and it may be fatal to others. Try it first. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and a skeleton war king appeared beside him. The skeleton warrior is nearly 4 meters tall, much taller than the headless man in front of him. The skeleton god warrior held a sharp giant axe in his hand, and looked even stronger than the opponent. Bone versus bone, Lin Moyu compared it, and what the warrior may lack is a piece of armor. If there is armor, the skeleton god warrior should be more majestic. Accompanied by the strong wind, the opponent roared towards Lin Moyu. The distance of hundreds of meters can be reached in the blink of an eye. Go! Lin Moyu gave the order, and the skeleton warrior swung his axe and went forward without hesitation. Boom! The 2 sides collided, and the skeleton god warrior did not dodge or evade, allowing the opponent's 4 sharp swords to slash on his body. The axe of the skeleton god warrior also fell on the opponent. Skeleton warriors have no fear of life and death, let alone what pain is. Even if it is dead, it can also be resurrected instantly. Lin Moyu used the skeleton god warrior to test the opponent's attack power. Surprisingly, the opponent's attack power was a bit weak and did not cause any damage to the skeleton god warrior. The tiny damage is distributed among all the skeletons, almost negligible. And the axe of the skeleton god warrior directly chopped into pieces the opponent's flower armor, smashing the opponent's body like a bamboo. Accompanied by a soft cry, the opponent's body exploded, and the white bones shattered to the ground in an instant. So weak? Lin Moyu was a little surprised. The other party was far weaker than imagined. He thought for a few seconds, because he knew the reason. The overall combat strength of the skeleton god warrior is between the 7th and 8th ranks of true gods, and the 4 attributes are balanced, with strong physical strength and no shortcomings. In other words, the skeleton god warrior has at least reached the 6th level of the true god in terms of physical strength. As for the flower monster in front of me, its attack power is about the 4th level of the true god, and its defense is about the same, so it can be easily killed in seconds. The manner suppressed the power of the soul, but not the power of the body. As long as the physical strength is strong enough, no matter whether it is the previous test or the current test, there is no difficulty. After probably understanding the result, Lin Moyu was about to leave when he suddenly saw a little light. The body of the flower monster disappeared, and the flowers, green grass, and bones all disappeared. At some point on the ground, something similar to a crystal appeared. The transparent crystal, only the size of a fingernail, lay where the heart of the corpse should have been. Lin Moyu picked it up and used the detection technique, but got no results. After careful inspection, this crystal is somewhat similar to the crystal obtained by Tang Zhen, and it seems to be the leftovers of Tang Zhen's crystal. After all, the crystal that Tang Zhen got was as big as an adult's fist, but what he got was only as big as a fingernail, so there was a big difference. But Lin Moyu was not disappointed. Instead he murmured, "Kill monsters, explode equipment." The scene in front of him made him feel even more familiar. It was really the same as the copy in the small world. There is no copy in the big world, even it is different from the one in the small world. Lin Moyu always thought that dungeons were just special existences in the small world, but he didn't expect this kind of familiarity similar to dungeons to reappear now. Continue. Lin Moyu didn't continue to think deeply. He knew it would be useless to think any further. With his current state, he is still far from exploring the secrets of the world. Putting away the transparent crystal, Lin Moyu continued to move forward, keeping vigilant. In his opinion, if it is just a flower monster, then the test of the 4th level is too simple, much simpler than the first 3 levels. But after he walked hundreds of kilometers, nothing happened, as if the 4th level had just been passed quietly. If those guys who choose to retreat in the 3rd level know that the 4th level is 100 things, will they regret it? Suddenly Lin Moyu realized that what he thought was wrong. It was not like this. Because I killed the flower monster in seconds, I felt that the 4th level was very easy. If it was someone else, it would be very difficult to kill the flower monster when the strength was suppressed to the 5th level of the true god and the body was not strong. It is even possible to be hunted down by flower monsters. From this point of view, the 4th level is not so simple. The first 3 tests are passive tests, and the passive test is actually the easiest to pass. As long as you are well prepared, you can always find a way to deal with it. And the 4th level is replaced by an active test. If you can't beat it, you will be hunted down. This is the most difficult thing. Lin Moyu chuckled. It seems that the consideration of the problem is still not comprehensive enough, so we can't generalize. Why? As he said that, another gust of wind blew, exactly the same as the gust of wind in the 4th test. The wind was so strong that it almost formed a wind wall, blocking Lin Moyu's way. Of course, the mere wind wall couldn't stop Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu passed through the wind wall with just a little effort. However, the strong wind continued, forming a huge resistance, which slowed down his speed a lot. Lin Moyu paused slightly in his heart. He realized what would happen if there were flower monsters chasing after him and a strong wind blocking him in front. So the fourth level test is not as simple as I thought. The only way to pass the fourth level is to get rid of the flower monsters. Otherwise, there is a wind wall in front of you, and you can't escape if you want to escape. Crossing the wind wall lightly, without any flower monsters chasing after him, Lin Moyu didn't have to worry at all. After the calm, Lin Moyu began to rush again, faster and faster. The manor is very big, so many people came in, but they didn't even meet each other. Lin Moyu continued on and quickly reached the 5,000-kilometer mark. From the starting point to the manor, there are a total of 10,000 kilometers, and half of it has been traveled. The strong wind swept over again, rolling up a large area of flowers and plants like a tornado. The flowers and plants were blown away, exposing the ground, and there were pale corpses on the ground. The headless corpse, with 2 feet and 4 hands, is the same as the one seen before. Looking across, there are 3 in total. From the previous one, it became 3. The corpse stood up abruptly, glowing with vitality. The flowers became armor, the green grass became swords, and suddenly turned into 3 flower monsters. The 3 flower monsters are exactly the same in appearance and height. The body still doesn't feel the danger, which means that these 3 guys are not strong. If the previous test was difficult, then this time, the danger will be greatly increased. The flower monster has changed from 1 to 3, and the difficulty has also been magnified several times. But for Lin Moyu, there is no difference. Don't say 3, even if there are 330,000, it's all the same. A skeleton god mage came out in response, waved the skeleton staff in his hand, and cast a trapped spell. Skeleton warriors use physical attacks, while skeleton mages are good at law attacks. The skeleton staff shimmered, triggering the law of immortality and bursting instantly. Lin Moyu acted first, and the 3 flower monsters exploded, and the flower armor was almost broken. The huge impact blasted the 3 flower monsters into the air for hundreds of meters at the same time. The sky is full of broken petals floating, like a rain of petals, colorful and beautiful. Afterwards, the petals rolled back and flew towards the flower monster. Not dead? As soon as Lin Moyu had an idea, the flower monster that was blown away turned back and charged towards Lin Moyu again. The gaps and cracked armor on their bodies were quickly repaired by flowers. At this time, the skeleton god mage's spells are cooling down and cannot attack again. Lin Moyu had a thought, and this time 3 skeleton god mages appeared. The 3 skeleton god mages each aimed at a flower monster and cast traps at the same time. The staff shimmered, and with the roar, the 3 flower monsters were blown away again. The same spell, dealing with 3 at the same time, is much different from dealing with only 1. More flowers were blasted into the sky. Lin Moyu saw that the flower armor was broken even more, but still failed to hurt the body of the flower monster. They came back again, and the armor was restored in a blink of an eye. Lin Moyu summoned the skeleton marksman, but unexpectedly, the skeleton marksman could not lock their souls. They have no soul. At this time, the flower monster was close at hand. Lin Moyu put away the skeleton magician and blocked their attack by himself. The skeleton armor lights up, and the spell linkage automatically counterattacks. In the white light, the 3 flower monsters were blown away again, but they still survived. Lin Moyu clearly saw that the bone spears tore apart the flower armor, and the fangs of the bones hit the white bones, making a clanging sound. It looked like the attack was violent, but it didn't cause fatal damage. Something understands. Lin Moyu had the answer in his heart, and a Death Knight riding a white flame horse appeared in front of him. The Death Knight launched a charging technique, instantly knocking a flower monster into the air. With a huge impact force and an astonishing physical attack, the flower monster suddenly collapsed in midair. Immediately afterwards, the Death Knight rushed to the other 2 flower monsters, and the sword light flashed across, one by one, beheading them neatly. The resistance to the law is very strong. It seems that the effect of the law will be greatly weakened here. If you want to kill them, you still have to rely on physical attacks, pure strength. The law is invalid, because the king What is the origin of this manner? Is it a pure strength cultivator? Pure strength practitioners do not rely on any laws, not even physical laws, and constantly improve their strength, constantly breaking the upper limit. This kind of person has only appeared in legends, and it is not a human race. It's just that the current big world is basically dominated by souls. Except for those races who are born with powerful physical bodies, the cultivation of physical bodies has almost been abandoned. The flower monster died, and the body disappeared, leaving only 3 fingernail-sized crystals. Lin Moyu picked them up, and when the 3 crystals approached, they suddenly attracted each other, and then merged together to become a slightly larger crystal. Something interesting. Curious, Lin Moyu took out the crystal obtained in the previous test, and sure enough, it also merged into it, and the 4 crystals merged into one. It is slightly larger in volume and presents a delicate deformation. Now is not a good time to study it. Lin Moyu put away the crystal and moved on. If you guessed correctly, the next level, there should be a safe passage again. Based on his and Qian Huang's guess, every 3rd test will appear in the 2nd safe passage. This is to give the tester the right to opt out. After walking 100 kilometers, the wind wall appeared again, exactly the same as the last test. Go through the wind wall and move on. In sight, the quaint buildings of the manor seemed a little closer. Lin Moyu knew it was just an illusion, but nothing had changed. The sight can see the building, just to point out a direction for yourself. Only when you really reach the destination, you can really see clearly. The 6,000th kilometer arrived as scheduled. It was quiet here. Lin Moyu looked over, and the flowers and plants in front seemed to become denser and taller. When the wind suddenly picked up, Lin Moyu silently said, "Hungry." The sky full of flowers and plants was flying in the air, and Lin Moyu saw the corpse on the ground. 10 corpses were scattered on the ground. A portal shining with white light appeared not far away, and the safe passage also appeared. The information of the test is already very clear. If you are not sure how to deal with these 10 flower monsters, then enter the safe passage before the flower monsters are resurrected. As long as you are not an idiot, you can understand what it means. In the wind, corpses stand up, flowers become armor, green grass becomes a sword. Knowing the strength of the flower monster and the intention of the manor, Lin Moyu didn't waste any more time this time. 10 skeletal god warriors came out in response. 1-on-1, 10 axes went down, and the scene suddenly became silent. After picking up 10 crystals and merging with the crystals in front of them, Zhao Nuheo, Lin Moyu kept on moving forward. As seen before, the grass flowers gradually grow taller, and the environment changes again. After 300 km before, flowers began to appear. Now after 6,000 kilometers, the flowers and plants grow taller and the environment changes, which means that the content of the test will also change. The flowers and plants are getting taller and denser. Soon, the height of the flowers and plants surpassed Lin Moyu's height. The density has also become extremely astonishing. As far as the line of sight is concerned, it is full of flowers and plants, and there is nothing else to play with. When Lin Moyu is advancing, the grass flowers will automatically fall to the sides, giving way to the passage, and will not contact Lin Moyu at all. The sound seemed to disappear, and it became extremely quiet. These peculiar flowers and plants seemed to absorb sound. The peculiar situation made Lin Moyu feel vigilant. The flesh became tense, and he felt something was wrong. Suddenly, the right arm tightened violently and felt cool at the same time. A sense of danger that only belongs to the flesh suddenly rises. It takes less than 0.1 second for the sense of danger to rise to the peak. Lin Moyu didn't have enough time to think, and his body didn't need to think, so he swung an almost instinctive backhand. Lin Moyu felt like his fist hit a piece of steel, and a figure flew out backwards. Although it cannot be seen, it can be analyzed that the flowers and plants give way to both sides. Someone wanted to sneak attack me just now, but I repelled it one step ahead of time. This is an instinct, and Lin Moyu has long cultivated this instinct in previous battles. He once transformed into various professions and learned the main fighting style of each profession. Know all kinds of weapons, all kinds of fighting routines. Later, he often held a sword and fought close to the enemy. Although in recent years, there has been very little automatic layering. The fighting instinct has been burned into the body, forming an instinct. Now in the face of a sneak attack, instinctively fight back and repel the enemy. Lin Moyu didn't give chase, he knew that was part of the test. Through the gaps in the flowers and plants, he can still see the direction of the ancient building and move on. It's so quiet here, unnaturally quiet, it can make people nervous. The atmosphere became tense, Lin Moyu's whole body tensed slightly, and the speed under his feet quickly accelerated. The flowers and plants kept falling to the sides to make way for him. After he passed by, the flowers and plants would return to their original shape. Even if Lin Moyu stepped on them deliberately, it would not have any effect. A sense of danger came from behind him again, and when the sense of danger reached its peak, Lin Moyu paused, jumped slightly, and sent upward. He jumped more than 10 meters high, jumping higher than the range of flowers and plants. The feeling of danger followed like a shadow, and the guy who sneaked up on him also jumped up. Lin Moyu looked back and saw a round silver skull. This silver skeleton is only 1 meter high, half length. No head, no lower body. Holding a dagger with a flashing green light in his hand, he stabbed towards himself. I have seen many skeletons, but this is the first time I have seen such a skeleton. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and a skeleton warrior appeared behind him. The skeleton warrior blocked the opponent's dagger with his body, and at the same time hit the opponent with an axe. With a crisp sound, the half-skeleton with no head and lower body was chopped to pieces on the spot. Lin Moyu took back the skeleton god warrior, fell back into the grass and continued to move forward. Flying is not allowed here, and he feels that if he jumps, it will be more dangerous. The first 3 games mainly tested resilience. The next 3 games will test the frontal combat effectiveness. Now it seems to be a test, actual combat ability. Lin Moyu analyzed quickly in his mind. Since it is a test, it must be purposeful, and it is impossible to randomly pass the test. Then from now on, there will no longer be a test every 1,000 kilometers, and now it is as if I have entered a real battlefield, facing danger anytime and anywhere. Lin Moyu was sure in his heart, he felt that his guess should be right. Recalling the various dungeons and secret realms I have experienced, the corners of my mouth slightly raised, I haven't had such an interesting feeling for a long time. The current situation made Lin Moyu excited, with a fighting spirit in his eyes, and he went to the doctor immediately. As he continued to advance, sneak attacks came from all directions. Using the body's reaction, Lin Moyu accurately found the direction of the sneak attack again, and easily resolved it. After he ran hundreds of kilometers again, the frequency of sneak attacks began to increase exponentially, and attacks often appeared in several directions at the same time, and became even more strange. Lin Moyu, who has the physical body of the peak of the true god, can actually completely ignore these sneak attacks. The attack power of the sneak attack is not strong. As long as the physical body reaches the 6th level of the true god, it can be easily dealt with. Even if Lin Moyu didn't do anything, it would be very difficult for the attackers to hurt him. However, Lin Moyu was still very cooperative in the test, and several skeleton generals appeared around him, chopping up the attackers one by one. What interested Lin Moyu was that the attackers were all half-skeletons. From the original flower monster to the current half-skeleton, Tang Jin also encountered a fire-breathing skull. The owner of the manor seems to have a soft spot for skeletons. This actual combat test did not have any impact on Lin Moyu. Ache, he rushed out of the grass quite smoothly. The wind sounded again, and the world, which had been silent for thousands of kilometers, returned to normal. The grass behind him swayed in the wind. The guys who were trying to attack him in the grass before all shrank back one by one. He passed the actual combat test in the grass perfectly. At this moment, he is still 500 kilometers away from the ancient buildings in the manor. There is a green grassland in front of me, which is very flat and unobstructed. Just like the picture when he first entered this manor, if there were no buildings to guide the direction, and there were taller flowers and grasses behind him, Lin Moyu would have felt that he had gone the wrong way. It was so similar. It's less than 1,000 kilometers. Lin Moyu is running again. It won't be long before 1,000 kilometers. I don't know what's going on with the others. According to the difficulty of the test, 99 out of 10 people can't be forced. The death rate should be very high. I don't know how many will survive in the end. But like Tang Zhen, he always got fist-sized crystals, and I got such a small piece, which seems unreasonable. After entering the manor, the phantom of the building that has never changed has finally changed at this moment. They began to gradually become larger in sight, indicating that the distance between themselves and them became closer. Seeing, it is about to reach the destination. A bright light caught Lin Moyu's attention. It's a glowing portal, appearing right in front of him. As long as he doesn't change direction, he will crash into it head-on. Exit? Lin Moyu froze for a moment. It was exactly the same as the safe passage he saw before. How did the safe passage appear here? Lin Moyu was a little puzzled, instinctively slowed down, and stopped in front of the entrance of the safe passage. The safe channel always appears with the test, and its appearance shows that there will be tests. The last test. Lin Moyu made a judgment based on his own experience and speculation. Resilience, frontal combat capabilities, actual combat capabilities to deal with sneak attacks. What will be the last test? The difficulty should be very high and very dangerous, otherwise the safe passage will not appear here. This is a warning to me. If you don't want to die, give up now. Lin Moyu muttered to himself and walked forward across the safe passage. He has already come here, let him give up now. How is this possible? As he crossed the safe passage disappeared like a bubble. Lin Moyu smiled. Is this not giving you a chance to regret it? The safe passage is the last chance to give up, and it is also the last chance to exit safely. Now that Lin Moyu gave up, the safe passage also disappeared, depriving him of the right to regret. After the safe passage disappeared, the sound of neat footsteps suddenly sounded ahead. Lin Moyu's pupils shrank suddenly, and he saw an army. An army of skeletons. A deep interest rose in Lin Moyu's eyes. He didn't expect to see other skeleton armies besides his own undead army. The dead air in the space became extremely thick, and gusts of wind blew in, stirring up the dead air. No matter how weak the soul induction is for other practitioners, they can still feel a different aura at this moment. Not to mention Lin Moyu. In his eyes, the invisible death energy has accumulated into clouds, covering the sky above the skeleton army. The number of skeletons is not many. It is a team of thousands of people, lined up in a square formation, and it looks well trained. Lin Moyu judged that these skeletons were not strong through his sense of death. It is even weaker than the previous flower monsters and sneak attackers in the flowers and grass. It is estimated that it is about the fourth-order combat power of the true god. However, their number has increased by 100 times, so the danger has greatly increased. According to Lin Moyu's judgment, when the strength is suppressed and the power of the law is greatly weakened, it is difficult for ordinary practitioners to deal with this skeleton army. Unless it is a god who enters here, there is a chance to break through. Even if the cultivation base is suppressed, the gods generally have the physical body of the 6th level of Shenzhen, or even the peak of the true god. Or some races that are good at the physical body also have the opportunity to break through. From entering the manor to now, there has been no hint. The whole manor has always been very mysterious, and all the rules need to be explored by yourself. This is different from dungeons, where there will always be some hints. Even if it is a copy of the test type, it will always tell itself what to do. But in the manor, nothing was said. You have to think about the specific rules by yourself, in sua. Invisibly, the difficulty is greatly increased. Fortunately, there is one principle that has not changed, and that is to drop 10 meetings with one force. As long as you have enough strength, you can ignore the rules and sweep your way. And the power doesn't need to be too strong, just enough to sweep the manor. Just like facing a 1,000-person skeleton army, other races, even those who are good at the physical body, as long as the physical body does not reach the 7th level of the true god, this level will be very embarrassing. They had only two options. One was to rush over, not get entangled with the skeletons, and rush into the house in the center of the manor. After all, it is not far from the house. The second is to fight in a roundabout way, looking for opportunities to kill these skeletons. But that wastes a lot of time, and the risks are not high. But Lin Moyu has a third option, which is to kill him. Get rid of these skeletons and push them horizontally. With a move in my heart, a large number of skeleton gods appeared around me. The number is not too many, exactly 1,000, corresponding to the skeleton army ahead. Then the skeleton god warriors swarmed out, jumped high, and rushed into the skeleton army. The axe was stomped down fiercely, and the broken bones flew. Lin Moyu saw it, felt a little weird, and muttered in his heart, "Cannibalism. Skeletons fight skeletons, it really feels like this." But after going through so much, Lin Moyu has long been hard-hearted and murderous, and soon pressed the emotions that shouldn't be in his heart. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000-skeleton army had been wiped out. The broken bones all over the ground disappeared, leaving behind small crystals all over the ground. The small crystal shards are weapons of war. Lin Moyu stretched out his hand and sucked them all in. The small crystals automatically merge into one and become a large crystal. Together with the 4 small crystals that Lin Moyu had obtained before, it was also added. In the end, the size of the crystal was comparable to the one obtained by Tang Jin. It's just that the function of the crystal is still unclear, but Lin Moyu believes that the crystal must be useful. But the effect will not be too great. Even Tang Jin, who gave up halfway, can get it. It is conceivable. This is a consolation reward, or a basic reward. As long as you can get out of the manor alive, you can get it. What can be better if everyone has a share? Lin Moyu put away the crystal and moved on. Soon, the field of flowers and grasses came to an end, and Lin Moyu saw the old manor surrounded by bricks and stones. The bricks and stones are simple and unsophisticated, and have gone through vicissitudes, with traces of time carved on them. In addition, the masonry is filled with the breath of death, which is the breath that has accumulated over time. The strong breath of death changed the nature of these masonry. If ordinary people touch it, they will be corroded by the breath of death. It was like being cursed, ranging from serious illness to sudden death on the spot. Even if it is touched by a super god, it is estimated that it will be affected. Lin Moyu put his hand on the masonry and said softly, "It's such a pure breath of death." The breath of death I felt on the grassland just now was several levels worse than the breath of death in front of me. After walking along the wall for a while, we came to the gate of the manor. The gate of the manor has 2 pages on the left and right. It is extremely tall, more than 20 meters high, and is flush with the wall. The material of the gate is special, like iron but not iron, copper but not copper, but it is extremely thick at first glance. The door was closed, but not locked, leaving a tiny gap. Lin Moyu didn't look at the situation inside the door through the gap like a child. 0, ask for flowers. He pushed generously and forcefully, and the door slowly opened with the sound of grinding teeth. A piece of dust fell from the door, indicating that the door has not been opened for a long time. Lin Moyu took a few steps back, avoiding the dust. It seems that I should be the first to arrive here. Although there were many people who came in at that time, with the strength of those people, it should be impossible to come here through the grassland. Not because those people are weak, but because the two are in different systems. This place has high requirements for the physical body, while the races in the big world pay more attention to the soul. The power of Lin Moyu's push and bend is not particularly strong. The gate stopped after opening only 1/10 of the way, revealing a gap big enough for 3 people to enter side by side. Standing outside the gate, I found that I couldn't see the specific situation in the manor clearly. -0. Only those buildings are still hanging in the distance, still pointing in the direction. Those buildings that can be seen are just projections, not real. It doesn't do anything except point out the direction. Lin Moyu walked towards the manor without hesitation. Now that I have come here, I naturally have to go in, otherwise what is the point of coming here? As for whether there would be any danger in the manor, Lin Moyu didn't feel it. On the contrary, the strong breath of death made him feel comfortable. Such a pure and strong breath of death has never been felt before, whether in the small world or the big world. Entering the gate, a more intense breath of death rushed over. The breath of death inside the manor has risen to another level, like a dead Shiwan. The line of sight suddenly changed, and the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. There are clusters of flowers and plants of various colors competing for beauty. Obviously, in a world with such a strong breath of death, such beautiful flowers can be born, and they seem to be full of vitality. Death and life seem to have become friends. Lin Moyu's heart trembled, and he suddenly realized something. The picture in front of me is the law of immortality. Life brings death, death brings life. The acme of pure death contains tenacious vitality. Lin Moyu felt extremely curious about this manor, as if he had realized something. Looking up, the old castle in the manor is really displayed in front of you. The phantom is hazy and cannot be seen clearly. The castle is very tall, more than 100 meters, extremely ancient, and the whole body is made of unknown materials, exuding a heavy atmosphere. Lin Moyu glanced around and found nothing unusual, and quickly walked inside. The manor was silent, and Lin Moyu walked alone in a quiet manner. Nothing happened until he came to the castle. Standing in front of the castle, looking up, feeling the breath of the castle. Although it can't speak, many clues can be seen from it. This ancient castle is not the same as the search in the great world Terran. At the very top is an umbrella-shaped cover that extends in all directions, covering almost the entire castle. It looks a bit like the old Huxia style, a Huxia castle in the previous life. Under it, there is also a wall made of some special materials intertwined with each other. Some places have been damaged, but the general structure can still be seen clearly. Lin Moyu looked with all his eyes, and those damaged places were not like the traces left by the years, but more like the traces left by the battle. Many supporting structures have been broken. If the fighting is more intense, the castle may be completely destroyed. Looking down, on the surface of the castle, 267 also has many traces of battle. Among them was a sword mark, which left a deep mark on the castle, almost opening the outer wall. The gate was also split open by this sword. Lin Moyu used all his strength and punched the castle. There was pain in the fist, and Gubao remained motionless. The physical power of the peak of the true god cannot shake the castle. Lin Moyu originally wanted to summon the Skeleton King directly, trying to see if he could leave a trace on the castle, but he didn't do it in the end. He didn't know what bad things would happen if he did it. In fact, that punch just now should not have been hit. Through the split gate, Lin Moyu entered the castle. Behind the door is a passage about 100 meters long. The passage is very spacious, about 10 meters wide and over 20 meters high. The top is triangular and placed with beams. Some beams have also been damaged, and there are also traces of battles here, and the walls are full of sword marks and axes. But it is obviously much shallower. It is obvious that the people who entered the castle at that time were not as strong as those who fought outside the castle. The ones fighting outside the castle are generals, and the ones rushing in are soldiers. Lin Moyu guessed in his heart, walked along the dark passage, and walked inside. The breath of death here has become more intense, and it looks a bit eerie, but for Lin Moyu, this breath is very comfortable. There was a whistling sound in the ears, a fire was lit up in front of the eyes, and a skull appeared in sight. The skull was burning with raging flames, and with a sharp cry, it rushed towards Lin Moyu in the shape of a character. Lin Moyu thought of what Tang Jin said. He entered a secret room after entering the safe passage, and encountered a flaming skull in the secret room. Whether the flame skull in front of him is the same as the flame skull encountered by Tang Jin's team, Lin Moyu has no way to be sure. But the flaming skull in front of him was still not in his eyes. With a flash of white light around him, the skull god will come out in response, swinging his big axe and slashing at the flaming skull. Here, Lin Moyu already has experience. Laws don't do much, physical attacks work better than anything else. As long as the power is strong enough, nothing can be done. Under the axe of the skeleton god warrior, the 3 flame heads were quickly chopped into pieces. The flames scattered all over the ground, and since it was broken into fragments, it was still burning continuously. It looks like it can burn for a long time. Lin Moyu didn't feel any aura of law from the flames. The only thing he felt was the high temperature, which was enough to burn a true god to death. Continue to walk forward, and soon come to the end of the passage, and there are new roads on the left and right sides of the end. There is an antique table at the end. Something should have been placed on the table, and it has been placed for a long time, leaving a lot of marks. On the wall hangs half a picture. It should be a small half, but most of it was destroyed. Even the remaining small half was severely damaged, and it could only be vaguely recognized that there should be a person in it. The table where things are placed, the paintings on the wall, Lin Moyu has an indescribably strange feeling. It's like offering something in worship. After watching for a while, I didn't see anything, so I stopped watching. Look to both sides. You can walk on the left and right sides, and make a choice. At this time, Lin Moyu's pupils shrank slightly, and he saw a white bone on the ground about 10 meters away from him on the left. The bones were half leaning against the wall, dead for an unknown number of years. Since entering the manor, I have seen many bones, so it should be no surprise. But this corpse is different. First of all, he is very ancient, and secondly, he is humanoid. The limbs are intact, except that there is no head. Other aspects are no different from human corpses. This discovery aroused suspicion in Lin Moyu's heart. Is this someone from the castle, or an intruder? It cannot be judged only from the corpse. But Lin Moyu has a way. A ball of fire lighted up, and Lin Moyu's finger popped out the undead flame. Stellar spell, raise the dead. The flame fell on the corpse, and the scene of the rebirth of flesh and blood did not appear. Instead, the corpse was completely reduced to ashes in the flames. What happened? Lin Moyu was stunned. The resurrection of the dead had failed. This is the first time he has encountered such a thing, and he was a little confused for a while. Is it because of the chaos of the law? There are other reasons. The corpse turned into ashes, and the undead flame gradually extinguished. Lin Moyu had sharp eyes and saw something among the ashes. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind blew away the ashes, revealing what was under the ashes. It was a piece of animal skin, which was originally pressed under the bones, but now it was burned to ashes before he saw it. It is not bad for countless years. This animal skin is very extraordinary. Although the animal skin is not damaged, the writing on it seems to be very shallow, and some of them have even completely disappeared. When Lin Moyu saw the above words, his pupils shrank again. Ancient Huxia. He recognized this character. It was the same Ancient Huxia as when he first got the original rune. Why here? There will be Ancient Huxia. He didn't have the heart to delve into this question, and began to try to decipher the words on it. The text on it is intermittent, broken, and chaotic. Lin Moyu, however, felt terrified. We finally got in. A lot of skeletons, because there are so many. He was too strong. The marshal died in battle. The ruler has also lost the wind. I saw the master offering sacrifices. The great world talisman. It's impossible. How can he be so strong? There is not much information that can be identified, and Lin Moyu managed to piece together the information. Even he doesn't know whether the order of the language is correct. Sometimes two words are reversed, which means different meanings. However, from these surviving texts, Lin Moyu probably figured out something. 1.1 The owners of the animal skins are invaders, and they fought an unimaginable battle with the owners of the manor. The owner of the manor can manipulate skeletons, and they are extremely powerful. Their marshal died in the battle, and even the more powerful overlord was defeated. In the end, though, they seem to have won. At least now, the owner of the manor has disappeared, and the manor is also in a state of desertion. Master is the title of a position, or a title of a realm, or a title for a certain person. The Great World Talisman, is it a Great World Rune? What happened to the Great World Rune? Wrong. Lin Moyu's eyes burst into light, followed by an inconceivable expression. No matter what happened to the Big World Rune, normally you shouldn't see the Big World Rune. According to the above, is the world rune revealed? How can this be? It is common sense that the big world runes are unpredictable and cannot be seen directly. The great world rune is never revealed in front of people, and can only be glimpsed within half a second when the spell is sublimated to the stars. But that was only a glimpse, and those with weak strength basically couldn't see it. At most, you can see some light, which is already sky high, and more people can't see anything. But the record on the animal skin, the rune of the great world, was revealed. This is beyond common sense. Moreover, it was summoned by someone, and it was absolutely impossible for the great world rune to be summoned. But Lin Moyu thought again. He had seen the big world rune before. On the big world rune, there are scars all over, almost collapsed. His heart trembled violently. Could it be that the great world rune is here, and it was disabled? Lin Moyu was also taken aback by his own thoughts. He was extremely curious about what happened at that time. The era is too long, so long that even the resurrection of the dead cannot be used. If not for some special reasons, the years experienced would have been unimaginable. Lin Moyu put away the hide and continued to move forward. The material of the animal hide is very special. After so many years, it is still well preserved. Obviously, the animal hide itself is also an extremely precious treasure. Since the bones were found on the left, Lin Moyu chose the left path. Anyway, it makes no difference to him whether he chooses left or right. If it is really like the architectural structure in the memory of the previous life, the corridor now should be in the shape of a back, and the left and right sides will converge in the end, and it will be the same no matter which way you go. Gradually, there were corpses on the ground, and not just one, but 5. Not all of them were leaning against the wall, some were dead in the middle of the road. Without exception, the heads were all gone. The body was intact, with no scars. As for whether he died because his head was beheaded, or whether he was beheaded after death, it's hard to say. In Lin Moyu's eyes, every bone here was more respectful than the god Oten in his lifetime. Even if it is the corpse of a god, it is impossible to preserve it for so many years. At that level, even if someone cuts off his head, he won't die. The soul can survive independently, and it can even be reborn with flesh and blood. From this, Lin Moyu guessed that these people were beheaded after death. As for where the severed head went, the answer will be revealed soon. Walking to the end, there is a corner again, and the corner is to the right, which is consistent with his judgment. Just after turning the corner, Lin Moyu's body tensed suddenly, his muscles tensed, and he felt the danger coming. On the left, right, behind, and on the top, skulls emerged at the same time. These skulls spit out water arrows from their mouths. The water arrow is transparent and looks no different from ordinary water, but its essence is completely different. Lin Moyu dodged several water arrows, and the water arrows landed on the ground, emitting light smoke and making a sizzling sound. Light smoke and mist cover the line of sight. When the soul sensor is suppressed, once the line of sight is affected, it means extremely dangerous. Tang Zhen said that his subordinates were hit by water arrows and were corroded on the spot until only bones remained. Lin Moyu's body glowed with pure white light, and the bone armor glistened, blocking the water arrows. But only half a second later, the skeleton armor exploded into pieces. Half a second was enough. Lin Moyu jumped out in one step, leaped over 10 meters, and escaped from the fog in an instant. The water arrow didn't continue to chase and kill. Turning his head, he saw that the skull on the wall had disappeared, and the light smoke of the water vapor also quickly faded away. Lin Moyu probably understood how those bones came from before. The water arrow just now carried an astonishing corrosiveness, corroding away the flesh and leaving only the bones. And the heads of those people were all on the wall, turning into jets of water arrows. Feeling a little hairy in my heart, the manor owner's hobbies seemed a little unexpected. Just ask yourself, even though he is also manipulating the undead army, he has been battle-tested and kills without blinking an eye. But he hasn't used other people's heads as transmitters yet. This is not just a matter of hobbies, it is even a bit abnormal. The first danger encountered after entering the castle was actually nothing at all. As long as you react a little faster, you can dodge it. If this is the case, how could those strong men die here? Lin Moyu speculated that it might be because of the Great War that year, which destroyed all the defense facilities in the castle. What he sees now is only a little bit of carnage back then. But there are only a few remnants. Combined with the suppressing power here, it is enough to give the god a headache. Enough to make the god king fall. I first encountered the flaming skull, and then the water-spraying skull. It was exactly the same as Tang Jin's encounter, and the order did not change. The only difference is that Tang Jin met them in the secret room, while he met them in the old castle. Moving forward, several corpses appeared on the ground again. These bones also have no heads, but they are somewhat different from before. There were many scratches on these bones, as if they were scratched by some kind of sharp weapon. The owner of the skeleton was extremely powerful during his lifetime, and the skeleton was also extremely hard, which could leave traces on it. The strength of the attack at that time can be imagined. Lin Moyu touched one of the bones, wanting to examine the scratches carefully. Crash! The bones collapsed immediately, unable to maintain a complete structure, and scattered all over the place. It has been too long, and if there is no external interference, the bones can still maintain their original state. With a little external force, the bones will collapse immediately. Lin Moyu sighed softly, stopped touching them, and continued walking forward. Soon, he came to the end of the passage again, and the snow mouth to the right appeared again in his sight. Through the bend, you can see the other side of the passage, which is also a bend, connecting another road. And in the middle of the channel, there is a gap. Sure enough, it's back-shaped, and it's the same as the structure of Inhu's family in the memory of the previous life. The garden, the ancient 143 castle, and the grove behind it, the artistic conception is really good. Lin Moyu said softly. He walked into the corner with one step, and then his body accelerated sharply, rushing forward. Behind him is the whistling gust of wind, turning into countless pillows and sweeping towards him. Although Lin Moyu is not afraid, there is no need to deal with these sharp blades. Lin Moyu raised his speed to the limit and ran wildly in the channel. The passage was not long, only a few hundred meters, and he ran to the gap in the middle of the passage in an instant, and ran in without hesitation. The strong wind brushed against his back and whizzed through the passage. Lin Moyu chuckled. This level is not difficult. Sanbuan was exactly the same as what Tang Jin encountered, and it was up to him to figure it out on his own. After passing through the back-shaped corridor, I really entered the inside of the fortress. There was a faint light coming from the front, and Lin Moyu saw many portals on the left and right sides. The door was closed, and he didn't check it out. Not to mention whether he can open these doors with his ability. If it is opened, there is some danger inside that cannot be dealt with by oneself, and that is no different from courting death. One more thing is worse than one less. Almost at the end, Lin Moyu saw clearly that there was a courtyard outside the passage. And on the left at the end, there is a room with an open door. The door of the house should be said to have been split open, and it has been split in two and fell to the ground. The inside of the house can be seen from the outside. Study? Thick and ancient books are stacked neatly in the bookcase. It looks very old-fashioned. In today's big world of the human race, books have long since faded out of the stage of history. Most of the information is disseminated in a more intuitive way. It is already difficult to find a few more books. People who came out of the small world may not be unfamiliar with books, but many people who were born in the big world have never seen books at all. The structure of the study is very simple, with bookshelves on three sides. The bookshelves are about 2 meters high and filled with books. In the center of the study is a large desk, on which there are also several books, as well as paper and pens. Lin Moyu entered the study room. A thick layer of dust had accumulated in the study room, and no one had entered it for a long time. His arrival left a pair of footprints on the ground. With his arrival, the breath of the outside world was brought in, and a breeze blew into the study. The balance in the house was broken, and the bookshelf suddenly collapsed before his eyes, turning into dust. Then a chain reaction appeared, and the bookshelves in the study room, together with the books on the shelves, turned into dust. The time is too long, so long that these substances have decayed long ago. But because it is always in a static state, it still looks intact. But once the balance is broken, they will completely turn into time dust and cease to exist. Lin Moyu was a little helpless. He could see that although these books were preserved by some special means, the materials were also high quality, not ordinary wood and paper. But still can't resist the years. The study room is full of dust and eloquence, and the last thing lost in the years is the table. But Lin Moyu saw that a piece of animal skin fell from the table and did not turn into dust. With sharp eyes and quick hands, he stretched out his hand and sucked the animal skin. Same as the piece of animal skin obtained before, this peculiar animal skin can withstand the corrosion of time and is sealed intact. There are characters on it, which are also in ancient Wuxia, which Lin Moyu can understand. The same problem, time is too long, although the animal skin can withstand the corrosion of time, but the writing on the surface of the animal skin cannot. The ink has dried up, and there are not many that can still be discerned. They still called, while the master was away. Where did the master go? He should be fighting with their strongest. I don't know whether to win or lose, I can't do much, hold on. If you want to kill me, you have to pay the price. The information was intermittent, and after reading it, Lin Moyu looked thoughtful. The same animal skin is recorded from different angles. For the first animal skin, the recorder is the person who invaded here. The second animal skin was recorded by the owner of the manor. It is also strange that the intruder and the owner of the manor have the same kind of animal skins. Moreover, the owner of this manor, as the intruders said, was very powerful. He killed the Yuancher, suppressed their ruler, and even summoned the Great World Rune. And the owner of the manor, in his records, actually has a more powerful owner. The master of the manor is already so powerful, so how far should his master aim? I'd say, his master, and their mightiest fight. What is the identity of the master, and who is their strongest? How strong should the strongest man be? Compared with the old man riding the green bull, who is stronger and who is weaker? Lin Moyu unconsciously thought of the old man who rode the green bull and wiped out countless strong men with his hands. I just feel that this world is full of mystery. When I was in the small world, I solved my doubts one by one, thinking that I had seen the whole world clearly, and I was no longer a frog at the bottom of a well. When I arrived in the big world, my understanding of the big world gradually deepened. It is probably already clear what the Vermilion Bird starfield looks like now, and the other three-party starfields will not be too different. It's just that the city of gods is still mysterious, and so is the way of the gods of the human race. Unexpectedly, a new mystery appeared now, which seemed even more terrifying. After pondering for a moment, Lin Moyu sighed helplessly. After all, I'm still not strong enough. Don't worry, I will always figure it out in the future. Leave the study, leave the corridor, and welcome the light. The light is falling from the top. Here is a small flower garden, and in the center of the flower garden, there is a stone table. There is a small artificial pool on the side, and a big tree full of vitality next to the pool. The luxuriant branches and leaves of the big trees blocked the light from the sky and reflected mottled light and shadow. The whole picture looks very harmonious and beautiful. But if you look closely, you will find that this is not the case at all. On the edge of the artificial pool, instead of stones, skeletons are laid. Around the flower garden, white bones are also used for decoration. Under the stone table, it is fixed with bones. Even the stool beside the stone table is made of white bones. Accompanied by the strong death energy, the vigorous trees, the blooming flowers, and the bones of the forest, this picture becomes strange all the same. There is a tea set on the stone table, and there are books beside the tea set. Lin Moyu immediately understood that this is the place where the owner of the manor rests and reads. I took a book from the study not far away, drinking tea and reading a book here, very leisurely. Lin Moyu walked into the flower garden, and with his arrival, brought the wind. The books on the stone table suddenly turned into dust, but the tea set and stone table did not. The stone table is made of the same material as the fortress, and it can also withstand the years. The tea set also seemed unusual. It should be some kind of treasure. Otherwise, under the years, it should have turned into dust long ago. Lin Moyu walked over and was picking up the tea set when suddenly his body tensed up. Whoosh! There were several black shadows whipping down in the air. Lin Moyu quickly retreated to avoid the black shadows. The black shadow took a moment, changed the angle and swiped again. Lin Moyu saw clearly as he retreated, it was the branches of this big tree. Have become refined? Or have always been like this? Lin Moyu's heart moved slightly, and 10 skeleton god warriors appeared, rushing forward fiercely. Several of the skeleton god warriors jumped up high, grabbing the axe and cutting off the drawn branches. The rest rushed towards the big tree. The moment the skeleton god warrior appeared, the big tree trembled violently, and the branches were retracted at an alarming speed, causing the skeleton god warriors to chop down one after another. Hello from Lee. Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback. What's going on? I haven't started to fight yet, so why didn't this tree stop? Was he intimidated? Or did he know he was no match? Or... Lin Moyu glanced suspiciously at the skeleton god warrior, who seemed to be somewhat different from the skeletons in the manner. But this big tree obviously has its own will, and it doesn't know how many years it has existed. Maybe you can ask. The key is whether you can communicate with your grandson. The branches swayed slowly, and the tree body leaned forward slightly, as if saluting Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu felt even more strange. Do you recognize me? The branches shook their branches, indicating that they did not know each other. It can't speak, and it doesn't have soul transmission. Although conscious, it is still unable to communicate with the outside world. But the big tree has a big tree's way. It stretched out its branches, wrapped them around the stone table, and then pulled it out hard. The stone table lifted off the ground, revealing a hole. There is a black box in the hole. The big tree swayed, as if telling Lin Moyu to take out the box. Lin Moyu took out the box, and Dashu put the stone table back in place. Without the box, the stone table seemed to be a little shorter. Lin Moyu put the box on the stone table. The material of the box is very special. Just the fact that it can go through a long time without damage is enough to show it's extraordinary. The big tree shook its branches slowly and made a rustling sound, as if saying to Lin Moyu, "Open it, open it." Lin Moyu didn't feel any malice from the big tree, nor did he feel any danger from the box. When you can't make an accurate judgment, you can only choose to try. And Lin Moyu has confidence in his own strength, especially in his life-saving ability. The box was slowly opened, and Lin Moyu's pupils shrank suddenly. In the box, a rectangular, extremely delicate small sarcophagus lies inside. The coffin of sleep. Lin Moyu was very surprised that there was a sleeping bird in the box. He was not mistaken, because he had made a sleeping coffin with his own hands. No matter in appearance or breath, it was definitely a sleeping coffin. Take out the sleeping coffin and find that it has been activated, indicating that there are creatures sleeping in it. Didn't check it out. It's very troublesome to check the creatures in the sleeping coffin. They need to be refined first, and the refining can't be completed all at once. Don't be in a hurry. Put the sleeping coffin aside. There are other things in the box. A manual made of animal skins. It is the kind of special animal skin that can withstand the corrosion of time and years. It was just a piece before, but unexpectedly, it was made into a manual here. Lin Moyu can imagine that animal skins should be very precious. The animal skin on the study desk should have been written in a hurry. And the information in the animal skin handbook in front of him should be more complete. The manual is not big, just a little bigger than the palm of your hand, like a small children's book. The handwriting inside is neat, clear, and not messy. Obviously, the writer was in a stable mood at the time, unlike the animal skins in the study, and the subject was a little messy. Moreover, the text in the manual does not seem to have been corroded by the years. It is very clear, as if it was written recently. Lin Moyu guessed that it should be related to the box outside. Lin Moyu carefully read the content in the manual, and the content in the folk book is less than imagined. The Great Master, as your most loyal servant, will obey all your orders. When you are fighting, I will protect your territory and kill any intruders. Your greatness is an existence that no one can imagine. On the first page, there is no substantive, aseg, content, only a sentence of flattery. Lin Moyu frowned. This servant is too devoted to his master. It can no longer be described as respectful. His master is everything to him. To what extent do you have to be pious to write such words? And it's still as powerful as this one. Lin Moyu deeply felt the horror of the mysterious owner, and then turned to the second page. In the 998th year of immortality, your glory shined on Tulu. In the year 13255 of the immortal age, your glory spread over the blue ocean. 17. In 28553 of the immortal age, your glory spread to heaven. One point in time, one sentence. This is true for several pages. At this point in time, because of the incomparable comparison, it is impossible to study it, and it is impossible to know which time the immortal age in the records represents. After that, it should be the name of the place. Glory to Tulu, it should be a place called Tulu Invaded. After that, every 10,000 years, a place will be reinvaded. Lin Moyu counted, there are 4 full pages, and the records are all like this. There are 18 places, and it took 300,000 years. I just don't know if their years are the same length as the years in this world. Is this the bill? Lin Moyu is a little strange. The manual is like a bill, except for the pious compliment on the first page. There is nothing else. He thought it was a diary, and he might be able to get some other information, but now he is a little disappointed. At this time Lin Moyu saw that there was an animal skin at the bottom of the box. This hide is very new, much newer than the manual, and so is the writing on it. The handwriting became messy again, but it wasn't the messy mess of panic, but weak. That's right, it was this feeling. Lin Moyu felt weakness from the handwriting. He got hurt. Lin Moyu guessed the situation at that time. Great Master, I have guarded the manor. Although this manor is not worth mentioning in your eyes, it cannot be violated by others. They used a special method, and their dead cannot be used by me. The enemy is strong, but I still won. I killed their marshal, their master, and all of them. Your castle has been traumatized, some of your playgrounds inside have been in chaos, and the gardens outside seem to have been invaded by foreign forces and become a little different. But it doesn't matter, they are dead, I have killed them all. I was injured, I obey your order, I will enter the coffin of sleep, waiting for your return, wake me up again. Great Master, your most devout servant, waiting for your call again. By the end, the handwriting was already very faint, as if he had no strength to continue writing. Lin Moyu knew that he had reached the last moment. If he didn't enter the sleeping coffin, he might die directly. Time does not pass in the coffin of deep sleep. What goes in will remain the same when it comes out. He is hoping that his master can save him. He has great confidence in his master. It's a pity that after so long, his master still hasn't shown up. It seems that something unexpected happened to his master. It's really dangerous, and absolute safety cannot be guaranteed at the middle level. Lin Moyu was vigilant in his heart and kept telling himself not to be careless. This world is far more dangerous than I imagined. One wrong step, and its end may be to fall. Lin Moyu put away the animal skins, and now they are all aligned. The animal skins in the study were written before the outbreak of the Great War, so they were written in a hurry. The animal skin in my hand was written after the war ended. And the manual for the hide is actually a bill. Except for the flattering words on the first page, the rest is bookkeeping, which can also be regarded as an alternative diary, but for Lin Moyu, it doesn't have much effect. In Lin Moyu's understanding, this may be an interethnic war, an increasingly brutal and fierce war. Put all the hides into the box, and put the box away. The sleeping coffin is put away separately. But after thinking about it, he took out the last animal skin and put it together with the sleeping coffin. This animal skin can be said to be the suicide note of the manor manager, and it should be with the sleeping coffin. Lin Moyu scanned the flower beds and found the way to move on. I didn't expect that this place turned out to be the owner's playground. Perhaps for the existence of that level, the danger here is really not worth mentioning. After the war, some changes took place here. It became different, it became unrecognizable, and finally it became what it is now. Lin Moyu thought, left the flower garden, and entered the center of the tongue. After he left, the big tree in the flower garden began to tremble violently, and the pool beside it also began to ripple. Circles of inaudible vibrations quickly spread to the entire castle. The big tree seemed to be calling, and the castle suddenly became quiet. Lin Moyu felt a little weird walking among them. Originally the castle was very quiet, but now, it has become even quieter. Since he left the garden, he has never been in any danger. It's kind of weird. Lin Moyu walked along the corridors of the castle and finally came to the hall. The length of the halls is more than 200 meters, the height is also more than 100 meters, and the fields are spacious. It's not the kind of spaciousness that uses formations, but a real space. There are no traces of battle here, which shows that the Great War at that time did not affect this place. The hall was very quiet, and a delicate throne was placed on the main seat directly in front of it. The skeleton throne? The moment he saw the throne, Lin Moyu almost instinctively said aloud, "If you look closely, it's not the skull throne, but the two are too similar." Lin Moyu guessed that the throne should be the seat of the owner of the manor. Just about to go over to see what happened, suddenly there was a sound from behind, and the sound of footsteps suddenly sounded. In addition to the sound of footsteps, there are also some messy voices. Somebody is coming. Lin Moyu turned his head to look, and some figures appeared outside the hall. The first one to rush in was a demon family, covered with scales and thorns, and the fields were divided. He glanced fiercely at Lin Moyu, and said viciously, "Human race." Lin Moyu said softly, "Is there a problem?" The demon clan clenched his fists and his chest heaved. "Be careful." He didn't do anything. The unspoken rules were tacitly maintained among the various ethnic groups, and when there was no conflict of interest, he would not do anything. Otherwise, it is possible to make wedding dresses for others. This kind of thing is not worth the loss, and all ethnic groups are unwilling to do it. Lin Moyu looked him up and down. He was covered in scales and armor, his skin was rough and his flesh was thick, and he could tell at a glance that his body was not weak. The physical body is indeed possible, but why can he appear here directly, and there are more than one? Someone else appeared outside the hall. What appeared this time was an old man of the human race, dressed in a robe, hale and hearty, exuding the unique temperament of a soldier. Lin Moyu could feel that his body contained majestic power, and his physical strength was very strong. Coupled with his temperament, Lin Moyu immediately said, "But Elder Wang Xing." The second batch of elders who came in was called Wang Xing, and he was leading 3 people at that time. Obviously these 3 people were already dead. When Wang Xing saw Lin Moyu, joy flashed in his eyes. It was the joy of seeing a fellow clan. "It's the old man, my little friend is." Lin Moyu said, "Junior Lin Moyu." As he spoke, Lin Moyu took out the glory token. Seeing the honor token, Wang Xing raised his eyebrows several times, and the way he looked at Lin Moyu suddenly changed. There are only 2 kinds of people who can get the honor token. One is a top genius, and the other is a person who has made outstanding contributions to the human race. Needless to say, Lin Moyu falls into the former category. Wang Xing did not dare to underestimate the top talent, let alone the other party can still come here. Wang Xing asked Lin Moyu about the outside world very simply. Lin Moyu said, "Before this junior came in, Renhuang Network released a mission, and the difficulty of the mission was Crimson. The reason is because Elder Wang was trapped in it, and there has been no news of it. Everyone thought that Elder Wang was in danger. Actually, with the strength of Elder Wang, we are a little unfounded." Wang Xing smiled wryly. In fact, several times, this old man almost lost his life here. Wang Xing narrated his experience. After entering the manor, like everyone else, he experienced the test of the first 3 levels of reaction. Fortunately, Wang Xing was experienced and survived without any risk. In the subsequent battle experiments, 1-on-1, 1-on-3, and Wang Xing were all fine. Then, in a 1-to-10 match, Wang Xing was almost beaten to death. He had no chance to escape into the safe passage. Fortunately, as an elder, he carried enough pills on his body, fought and fled, and finally survived. The next assassination by flowers and grasses was dangerous again. Wang Xing was lucky, and survived after suffering a little injury. It was just the last safe passage Wang Xing chose to go in. At that time, he knew that if he continued to move forward like this, he would die in all likelihood. After entering the safe passage, he entered a secret room. It is different from Tang Jian's secret room, and also different from what Lin Moyu thought. There are 2 doors in the secret room, leading to different places. One is the exit. When you go out, you leave the manor, and there is also a reward. The other is to keep going. Wang Xing was not in a hurry. He chose to move on after recovering from his injuries in the secret room. So, for the next time, he circled around in each secret room. In addition to being dangerous, the secret room also has the attribute of a maze. Every time you pass through the secret room 3 times, there will be 5 exits in the secret room. One of them left the manor, one of the other 4 was the correct exit, and the other 3 continued in the secret room maze. Elder Wang Xing had several opportunities to leave the secret room, but he had a stubborn personality, and when his temper came up, he competed with the secret room. Too bad he didn't get it right once. Lin Moyu was amused, and said to himself, "It turns out that the game field is like this. It seems that the owner of the manor has a special liking for the maze. 0 looking for flowers." In his opinion, the whole manor is actually like a puzzle-solving field. Each level is a puzzle, there is no hint throughout the whole process, you need to think about how to solve it yourself. It must have been more difficult before, but after the Great War, the manor fell into a semi-abandoned state, so it became easier. Elder Wang Xing was trapped in the maze composed of secret rooms for several days. Just now, the maze disappeared suddenly. He found himself in the old castle, and then walked over. At this time, someone walked into the hall again. They belonged to different races, and they all had powerful physical bodies. Lin Moyu knew that these guys should have come from the maze just like Elder Wang Xing. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? It seemed that he was the only one who entered the fort from the main entrance. 0. As for why the maze disappeared, Lin Moyu didn't know. He didn't bother to guess, the result was already in front of him, so it was meaningless to ask why. After Wang Xing finished speaking, he was curious, how did little friend solve the maze? Lin Moyu shook his head, "I didn't enter the maze." Wang Xing was taken aback, and immediately realized that Lin Moyu had come all the way. "Little friend Lin, what is the next level after the flowers and plants? Can you tell this old man?" At that time, he felt that he had to enter the safe passage, otherwise he would die. But at the same time, he was curious about what the next test would be. Lin Moyu talked about the 1,000 Skeleton Legion test, and Wang Xing's face changed. With his strength, if there are 10 or 100 skeletons, he can still maneuver around and maybe have a chance to pass. If it is thousands of names, he must die. He is a god, although his physical body has reached the real god level, almost the 5th level of the true god level, but he is not good at meat. 10 flower monsters had already beaten him half to death, and 1,000 skeletons were terrifying. He was grateful for his choice at the time, and at the same time he was amazed at Lin Moyu's strength. Although he couldn't see Lin Moyu's cultivation level now, Lin Moyu's physical body was very strong, stronger than himself. Lin Moyu saw his doubts, and said with a smile, "The junior's cultivation level is not high, but he has cultivated a physical body, which is relatively large." Knowing Lin Moyu's modesty, Wang Xing followed him. It seems that cultivating the body is not useless. Lin Moyu smiled and did not answer. After waiting for a while, many people turned around. There are already more than 20 people who have entered the hall one after another, among which the number of demons is the largest. There are 8. There are only Lin Moyu and Wang Xing in the human race, and there are no other corpses. Lin Moyu's eyes swept over the various races in the hall. Demons, golden eagles, and fire lions. All of them are races known for their physical strength. They also felt Lin Moyu's gaze, staring back one by one, with fierce eyes. Wang Xing frowned, his face became gloomy, some trouble. There are 9 races in the field, 6 of them have enemies with the human race, and 3 races have no enemies, but they are not considered friends. All of them looked weird, and they were all ugly from the perspective of the human race. There are not many allies of the human race, and they are all races such as the butterfly race. Cultivation is not necessarily bad, but the physical body is generally not strong. Only the dragon race is an exception. They have a good relationship with the human race, and their bodies are among the best among all races. But this time, the dragon clan did not come. As a god, Wang Xing has a high level of cultivation and is strong, but there is no use Force 613 here. Everyone's Rome cultivation has been suppressed to the 5th level of the true god, without exception. All he can rely on here is his physical body. Relying on his cultivation as a god, his physical body has naturally grown to almost the 5th level of a true god. Compared with these races that are good at physical bodies, they do not have an advantage. If it is one-on-one, he is naturally not afraid. But if many people besieged him, it would be difficult to resist. He has already noticed that some guys present cast unkind eyes on him, as if they would strike at any time. Here, it is more dangerous than in the labyrinth of secret chambers. He lowered his voice. What should I do? Lin Moyu didn't care. Don't worry, I'll kill them later. Wang Xing's eyes revealed a look of surprise. What does it mean to kill them later? He didn't mean that at all. What he meant was how to save his life. Obviously, he felt that Lin Moyu misunderstood him. Lin Moyu's attention was not on those alien races at this time. The throne on the front seat in the hall was emitting a faint fluorescence. The light is very faint. If you don't look carefully, you can't see clearly at all. Even if you see it, you will only feel it is a faint reflection. Several demons looked at each other. Seeing that they were about to make a move, Wang Xing kept staring at them, and his whole body tensed up. Suddenly, the door squeaked and was slammed shut. The light from the outside world was blocked, and the Yin Hall instantly went dark. The darkness is not a problem for everyone present, but when the hall is dark, the shimmering throne looks very dazzling. All attention is drawn to the throne. The demon clan also temporarily gave up their hands. Treasure! A demon let out a low cry and rushed over immediately. Several other demons acted at the same time, stopped in front of everyone, and stared at everyone with unkind eyes. If anyone dares to grab the treasure at this time, they will make a move. At this time, the advantage of the number of demons is highlighted. Wang Xing questioned Lin Moyu with his eyes, as if he wanted to make a move. Lin Moyu shook his head. Don't worry, the game has just begun. Game just started? This sentence made Wang Xing feel weird. He wondered if Lin Moyu knew something. After all, Lin Moyu entered the manor through the main entrance, which is different from them, and he can get more information. In doubt, the demon clan who rushed over suddenly showed a look of panic. He seemed to have seen some horrible picture. The light on the throne suddenly brightened, and a huge skull appeared at the same time. The skull opened its mouth wide and devoured the demon in one gulp. When everyone came back to their senses, the demon had disappeared. Everyone was terrified, and several demons also trembled at the same time, with panic in their eyes. What kind of treasure is there? This is simply a trap for eating people. No, it is a trap for eating demons. Wang Xing whispered, How do you know? Lin Moyu laughed, Guess. Seeing that Lin Moyu didn't answer, Wang Xing didn't ask any further questions. Lin Moyu guessed it indeed. The garden outside is a game of chasing, and the maze in the secret room afterwards is also a game of solving puzzles. And the lobby here should also be a game, but he still doesn't know what the content of the game is. But Lin Moyu can be sure that the protagonist props of this game must be the throne in front of him. Before the game starts, whoever dares to grab the throne will surely die. The faces of several demons were very ugly, and they did not expect that the throne would suddenly kill people. But the powerhouses of several other races gloated at the demons. They have seen what the demon clansmen did before. It's just that because of the gap in numbers and strength, they dare not speak out. It is a good thing for them to lose one member of the demon race now. The dim light on the throne gradually shrank, revealing a figure. The figure is hazy and blurred, and it is difficult to see clearly. But Lin Moyu saw the figure, but his eyes shrunk. It wears a cape. An almost identical cape to Skeletron. Combined with the thrones that are at least 80 to 90% similar, Lin Moyu almost instinctively believes that the person on the throne is the Skeleton King. Is the owner of the manor the Skeleton King? This is impossible. The Skeleton King is just a summoned object he summoned by fusion of spells. How could he appear here? But the two are too similar. At this time, the hazy figure on the throne raised his head, and he seemed to be looking at the people in the hall. Swept by invisible gazes, everyone except Lin Moyu felt terrified. The hazy figure stood up slowly, and the illusory cloak behind him moved without wind. Hunting sound. Everyone was vigilant, not knowing what was going to happen next. In their eyes, the whole manor is full of strangeness, and the hazy existence in front of them is also an existence they cannot understand. At this time, the dim shadow took a picture of the throne behind him, and a skull on the throne lit up, and then a skeleton appeared in the hall. Then the hoarse voice of the hazy phantom slowly sounded, "Skeletons are soldiers, and you are thieves. There is a limited time for a stick of incense." A newly lit incense appeared in Shui Ying's hand. The incense was lit, and the skeletons rushed towards them. Everyone exploded in fright and fled in all directions. Although the hall is spacious, it looks extremely small if they are chasing and escaping. Skeleton first set his sights on a demon family, and that demon family did not know what would happen if he was caught. 1.1, so he fled without fleeing. The corners of Lin Moyu's mouth twitched twice. Officers and soldiers catching thieves, it's really a game. It is indeed a game, and obviously the fate of being caught will not be very good. Wang Xing originally wanted to escape, but seeing that Lin Moyu didn't move, he simply didn't move either. He whispered, "He is a demon clan, a basalt demon from hell. The physical body is very strong, known for its strength, and it is also a central power among the demon clan." Lin Moyu knew that Wang Xing was talking to himself. There are too many types of demons, and thousands of them are not right. Lin Moyu only memorized some of the stronger ones and their characteristics. I have heard of Xuanwu demon, and it is indeed not weak. It once caused a lot of trouble to the people. But now, Xuanwu demon is in a mess. The skeleton stared at the Xuanwu demon and ran all over the hall, making a crisp clicking sound. The clicking sound echoed in the dim hall, and everyone felt a creepy feeling. The skeleton is very fast, much faster than the Xuanwu demon, and the skeleton is extremely flexible. In less than 30 seconds, the Xuanwu demon has been cornered. The Xuanwu demon roared, and a huge club appeared in his hand, which drove the skeleton army away. The skeleton punched out at will, and the giant stick shattered. Immediately afterwards, it rushed in front of him and punched out several times. Xuanwu exploded like a balloon on the spot, and the flesh and blood scattered all over the ground. Everyone's heart trembled. The combat power of this skeleton was beyond imagination. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, it turned out that this was the fate of being caught. The rules of the game did not say what would happen if you were caught. It turned out to be a dead word. The skeleton turned around, red light burst out of its eyes, and stared at the second one. The person being targeted was a member of the Golden Eagle clan. He was golden all over, and his feathers were like sharp swords. Not only has a strong defense, but also can launch attacks. But to shoot feathers, it will only be used in the last desperate effort, and it will not be used easily. 02 The moment he was stared at by the skeleton, his wings shook, and he shot in the opposite direction on the spot, quickly distanced himself from the skeleton. He is very fast, much faster than Xuanwu demon. It's a pity that he can't fly here, and the space in the hall is limited, so his speed advantage can't be used. The skeleton still ran over with a clicking sound, and came to him in a blink of an eye. With a strange cry, the golden eagle quickly turned around and fled to the other side. The skeleton chased after him again, and the speed was no slower than him. For a moment, the hall was shimmering with golden light, and the golden eagle monsters were chaotic everywhere in the hall. Everyone looked at the golden eagle with pity, and they all knew that as long as they were caught up by the skeletons, they would be dead in all likelihood. Lin Moyu looked at the incense stick in Shui Ying's hand, and insisted on holding on for a stick of incense. He estimated that based on the burning speed of the incense, it takes about 10 minutes to burn a stick of incense, which is 60 seconds. But the first Xuanwu demon lasted for less than 30 seconds. Right now the golden eagle is faster, and obviously it will last longer. In other words, after a stick of incense, the people here will not die, at least a few can survive. It's a brutal game. Lin Moyu sighed softly. He stopped paying attention to the incense in Shui Ying's hand, and turned to look at the skeleton. This skeleton is different from the one he summoned, and looks more powerful. The white bones on the body can no longer be called white bones, it is more appropriate to call them jade bones. If you look closely, there is even a sense of crystal clearness. The unusual white bones represent the powerful battle history of the skeleton. After the golden eagles persisted for a minute, the skeleton suddenly screamed. The golden eagle, who was running away, paused, as if it was bound by something. Everyone was a little dazed and didn't know what happened. But Lin Moyu could tell that it was the death breath from the skeleton, which turned into a net and restrained the golden eagle. The golden eagle struggled desperately, its whole body was shining golden, and it quickly broke free. But half a second has passed, and half a second is enough time to come to him. The golden eagle screamed in terror, and the golden light exploded. The feathers all over his body exploded like sharp arrows. Countless streaks of golden light swept across the entire hall, and everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they immediately launched their defenses. Wang Xing took out a small tower, and the small tower sprinkled a light curtain, blocking the light. The skeleton bears the brunt of being engulfed by the golden light, and the golden light falls on it, making a jingling sound. A fist rushed out of the golden light and hit the golden eagle's head like lightning. Boom! The golden eagle's head exploded, and its soul was destroyed together. The featherless body fell powerlessly to the ground, and the golden light disappeared without a trace. Everyone gasped, but it didn't work. At this time, the skeleton turned around again and locked on the third person. A red-headed, lion-shaped demon roared fiercely, and fled to the other corner without looking back, keeping a distance from the skeleton. The advantage of the large number of demons is revealed at this moment, and the probability of being hit by skeletons is the highest. The fire lion demon is an abyss-type demon. His whole body is covered in flames. The flames are reddish and green. They have both the characteristics of flames and the characteristics of fire from the abyss. He turned into flames and began to flee for his life in the hall. The clicking sound made by the skeleton running was like the sound of Hades demanding his life, which was frightening. At this time, everyone's faces became extremely ugly. They could tell that the fire lion demon wouldn't last long. The fire lion demon was not good at speed, so it was estimated that it would be beheaded soon. Lin Moyu counted the time. There are 495 rashes left. The Xuanwu demon lasted for 30 seconds before, and the golden eagle lasted for a full 75 seconds. I just don't know how long the fire lion demon can last this time. The longer he persists, the more likely someone else will survive. Now no one is gloating, and everyone hopes that the fire lion demon can last a little longer. Because God knows if it will be his turn next. There is obviously no rule to follow when the skeleton chooses a person, it is all based on luck. The fire lion demon kept running away. Although he tried his best, the distance between him and the skeleton was still getting closer. With fire under his feet, he has already increased his speed to the limit. Too bad speed isn't his forte. Finally, the skeleton came in front of him and punched out. The figure of the fire lion exploded, the flames splashed, and the entire hall was full of flames. Died. Everyone couldn't help sighing in their hearts. But the skeleton didn't look at anyone else, it jumped straight at one of the flames, and threw out another punch. A strange cry came from the flames, it was the voice of the fire demon. He is not dead. Everyone was shocked, and the fire lion escaped. Amidst the strange screams, the skeleton punched the flames again, then turned around and jumped to the other side without stopping. A man of the Red Copper tribe changed his face drastically, and the skeleton was 0-10 rushing towards him. He was about to flee when suddenly his body was bumped so violently that he flew towards the skeleton. The Fire Lion demon suddenly appeared behind him and bumped him into the skeleton. Under the terrified expression of the Copper tribe, the skeleton and the Copper tribe collided together. The bodies of the Red Copper clansmen exploded like mud, and the skeletons continued to go down towards the fire without any change in castration. The Fire Lion demon screamed strangely again, and fled quickly. At this moment, everyone is vigilant, for fear that the Fire Lion demon will repeat his old tricks and kill himself. Wang Xing explained softly, the Fire Lion demon has a technique that can use flames to perform 2 short-distance teleportation, but each teleportation can only teleport to a place with flames. It turned out that this was the case. No wonder the Fire Lion demon was not killed by a single punch just now. And behind the Red Copper demon, there happened to be a flame burning blazingly. The Red Copper people died unjustly. If they are so careless, they will die sooner or later in the big world. In the end, the Fire Lion demon also failed to escape the skull's pursuit. At 75 seconds, the skull caught up with a punch and exploded his head. The time to persist is not as good as that of the Golden Eagles. There are 420 seconds left in the time, and 4 people have died. One of them, in fact, does not need to die. Including Lin Moyu and Wang Xing, there were 17 people present, and it is not known how many will survive in the end. Everyone's heart is like a stone. At this time, the skeleton looked towards Lin Moyu, and finally fixed on Wang Xing. Wang Xing's face suddenly turned pale. "I'm dying." Wang Xing was stared at by the skeleton. His red eyes were ruthlessly like 2 knives. One bucket smashed his head, and the other pierced his soul. He is not afraid of death, and in his cultivation career, many times he managed to escape from death. But he didn't want to die so aggrieved. But now he has nothing to do. Here, once he is targeted by the skeleton, he cannot escape. He used all his defensive magic weapons, but he couldn't withstand a few punches. The skeleton in front of him seemed to violate the rules. It was too terrifying. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and a breath of death quickly dissipated, covering Wang Xing silently. Originally, the hall was filled with the breath of death, but Lin Moyu's behavior did not attract anyone's attention. Even Wang Xing himself felt chills all over his body and didn't know what Lin Moyu had done. At the moment when the breath of death enveloped Wang Xing, the skeleton suddenly skipped over Wang Xing, looked to the other side, and finally landed on a member of the Iron Bear tribe. The Iron Bear clansmen were still rejoicing that the skeleton hadn't found them just now, when a catastrophe suddenly befell them. The skeleton moved, and the Iron Bear tribe screamed, threw a big knife, slashed at the skeleton in the air, and retreated quickly at the same time. He knew that his speed was not fast, and he couldn't escape, so he chose to fight back. The broadsword is of a high level and is the magic weapon of the God King realm, but it is still easily crushed by the skeleton. Only then did everyone know that this chosen member of the Iron Bear clan was originally a God King, and his level was not low. It's a pity that even the King of Gods still has to die here. The skeleton is too strong to see the limit. Wang Xing's chest heaved violently, and his whole body was soaked in sweat. Only the person involved knew the feeling of narrow escape. Lin Moyu smiled softly. Elder Wang has a long life, so nothing will happen. Wang Xing said with an embarrassed smile, I'm just lucky this time. Lin Moyu chuckled. Elder Wang's luck has always been good. Lin Moyu just tried it to see if the breath of death would work. Under the shroud of death breath, Tianxing may be regarded as a dead person. But even if it didn't work, Lin Moyu couldn't just watch Wang Xing die. At that time, his undead army will be dispatched. Even if he can't beat this skeleton, at least he can delay the time until the stick of incense is burned. There is no problem. But now that the breath of death is useful, Lin Moyu doesn't bother to move. He enveloped himself and Wang Xing with the breath of death to ensure that the skeleton would not choose them. As for other people's life and death, own fart. The Iron Bears were indeed not good at speed. After a series of resistance, they were finally killed by the skeleton after 35 seconds. At this time, there were more than 300 seconds left in the time, and the stick of incense was only burned for more than 1/3. The skeleton chose the target again, and everyone was nervous for fear of being chosen as the master. Only Lin Moyu, not nervous at all. Wang Xing asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Lin Moyu chuckled, "It's useless to be afraid, what should come will always come." Wang Xing chewed on Lin Moyu's words, "Indeed, I admire my little friend's courage." One after another was selected by the skeleton, and was chased to death unwillingly. The incense is getting shorter and shorter, and those who survived are praying. When there was less than a quarter of Xian left, Lin Moyu estimated that there were about 100 seconds left. At this time, more than half of the people died. In the hall, including him and Wang Xing, there were only people left. Among them, there are 3 people left from the demon clan, and 5 people from other clans. At this time, the phantom on the throne suddenly moved, and the voice sounded again. In the last 100 seconds, the reinforcements from the officers and soldiers arrived. After the voice fell, the throne behind him lit up again, and another skeleton appeared in the hall. All of a sudden, the number of skeletons chasing down changed from 1 to 2. This skeleton does not lock on a new person, but is the same person as the first skeleton. The 2 skeletons cooperated with each other, and the hunted person only persisted for less than 20 seconds, and soon died unwillingly. The addition of new skeletons greatly increases the difficulty of the game. Everyone has no way to resist, and can only choose to accept it aggrieved. In the last 100 seconds, 3 more were killed. When the incense burned out, the 2 skeletons disappeared at the same time, and only 6 people survived. Lin Moyu and Wang Xing were safe and sound, and there were 2 remaining demons, the King Kong demon of the Hell Department and the Phantom Fire demon of the Abyss Department. In addition, there are Tinglong clan and Giant Ant clan guests. The 4 were extremely fortunate, their eyes filled with joy for the rest of their lives after death. Lin Moyu shook his head lightly when he saw it. In his eyes, these 4 people were already dead. If there is no game in the future, then they will also die in their own right. If there is still a game, then they will become cannon fodder and die in the game. It was also because he wanted to use them as cannon fodder, so when he first entered the hall, Lin Moyu didn't do anything. Rules? What are rules? In the big world, the big fist is the rule. If there hadn't been this game just now, it is estimated that the 8 members of the demon clan would have already attacked them. Congratulations, you have escaped the pursuit of the officers and soldiers, and now I will present you with awards and certificates. Lin Moyu is at a loss, the reward is nothing. What is the reward? How does it feel like being in a child? Several rays of light shot out from the throne, turning into diamond-shaped crystals the size of fists in the air. Next to the crystal, there is indeed a certificate of merit. The certificate of award is made of special red paper, and it says, "Congratulations on winning the game of catching thieves by officers and soldiers." Special rewards are issued as encouragement. I hope you will continue to work hard. Lin Moyu has a black hair. The rewards and certificates, no matter how you look at it, it seems to be coaxing children. He was startled suddenly, thinking that this manor is actually a playground. Could it be that the manor itself is a place where its owner brings his descendants to play games? Afterwards, affected by the war, the rules in the manor changed and became dangerous. Lin Moyu feels that his guess is close to 10, otherwise he cannot explain the current situation. If so, those people died really well. Lin Moyu accepted the crystal and the certificate helplessly. There is no difference between this crystal and the one I got. I already have 2 of them, and I don't know what they are useful for. What is this? Wang Xing grabbed the awards and certificates in a daze, and didn't ask God. Everything that happened in front of my eyes was too weird. What the hell? Finally survived, this is the reward. Keep working hard and make progress every day. I'm sorry. Well done, the survivors complained one after another. Lin Moyu suddenly realized something was wrong. No, there is a problem. The characters on the certificate are obviously written in ancient Huxia, which is completely different from the characters in the big world. How did they meet? Lin Moyu turned his eyes and said to Wang Xing, Elder Wang, why do I think the words on the reward are a bit too big? Wang Xing was puzzled. It's not strange, it's the universal language of the world. Lin Moyu has seen the universal characters of the big world, which is not like this at all. He pondered for half a second, wondering if everyone saw the text differently. But he couldn't explain it. At this time, Suing spoke again, little guys who won, you can now take the crystal and exchange it for what you want. You guys understand the rules, think about what you want in your heart, maybe your wish will come true. When the voice fell, the phantom disappeared. A light curtain was projected from the throne, and a hole appeared in the center of the light curtain, which was exactly the shape of a crystal. Shuiying's tone was like the elders in the family teasing their younger children. Lin Moyu is more certain of his guess. This manor is actually a playground for its owner and his children. It can also be seen as a place for leisure and relaxation. Perhaps because of that war, the two things have undergone strange changes. It's also possible that our so-called danger is not a danger at all to the people here, it's just a game. While guessing, his eyes fell on the light curtain projected by the throne. There seemed to be countless treasures shining in the light curtain. There are weapons, armor, and some weird-looking things. Lin Moyu saw small towers, beads, whips, and shoes. These things are looming in Seguang. And the hole in the center of the light curtain is exactly the same as the diamond-shaped crystal in his hand. The meaning is very clear. As long as you put the crystal in the hole, you can get the treasure. As for what treasure to get, it depends on what you want and what you want in your mind. Lin Moyu rolled his eyes and said to Wang Xing, let's go there. Without hesitation, Wang Xing immediately responded, okay. Elder Wang Xing had an inexplicable trust in Lin Moyu. He was locked by the skeleton just now, and he was panicked, but Lin Moyu remained calm. Later, for some reason, the skeleton suddenly changed its target and ignored itself. At that time, he hadn't reacted yet, but later he recalled carefully, he felt a chill when he was 897, as if something enveloped him. Then the skeleton stopped paying attention to itself. Not only did he not pay attention to himself at the time, but he also ignored himself and Lin Moyu in the subsequent choices. When others are panicking, Lin Moyu is always calm and doesn't care. The whole process is watching a play. That appearance, as if he knew from the beginning that he would not be chosen. He felt that Lin Moyu must know something. So what Lin Moyu said, he listened instinctively. The two walked towards the wall, this time no one stopped them. There is a lesson from the past, the first demon who rushed to the throne was devoured on the spot. So Lin Moyu and Wang Xing went over, and the other four watched quietly, waiting for the result. They hadn't been in the mood to kill for a long time. After being chased by the skeletons just now, as survivors, they just wanted to get out alive and leave this ghost place. In front of the light curtain, Lin Moyu spoke first, Elder Wang, please first. Wang Xing was slightly taken aback, a little puzzled, but he didn't hesitate. Dang even wanted to put the crystal in his hand into Guangmi's hole. Lin Moyu reminded, Elder Wang thinks about what he wants first. Wang Xing nodded, I've already thought about it. As he said that, he put the crystal on it, and the light was instantly enchanting. The light curtain shot out thousands of rays of light, covering Wang Xing. Lin Moyu took a few steps back, keeping a sufficient distance from the light curtain. The light was so bright that no one could see what was happening inside. A few seconds later, the light curtain retreated, and a small tower appeared in Wang Xing's hand. The small tower is very delicate, 9 floors high, but it looks a bit small, not even half the palm of your hand. It's not like a treasure, more like a child's toy. Elder Wang Xing had a complex expression at this time, and he was a little dumbfounded. Seeing that Elder Wang Xing was fine, Lin Moyu couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. His judgment was correct. When the game is over, it's time to get rewards. The phantom just now didn't talk nonsense. Before Wang Xing could say anything, his figure quickly became hazy. Beside him, a crack in space appeared, pulling him in with a powerful force. At the other end of the space rift, Lin Moyu felt the breath from the big world. After Wang Xing got the treasure, he was immediately sent back to the big world. Is this game over? But what did Elder Wang's previous expression mean? Before Wang Xing left, Lin Moyu couldn't understand Wang Xing's strange expression. But once Wang Xing left, Lin Moyu felt relieved. For the human race, although there is no shortage of gods, it is naturally best to survive. Even if there are hundreds of god kings, they are no match for one god. Wang Xing can return safely, which is already the best result. His skin tightened slightly, and 4 murderous eyes fell on him. Once Wang Xing left, he was the only one left in the human race. The remaining 4 people, 2 demons, 1 from the Tinglong tribe, and 1 from the giant ant tribe, are all enemies of the human race. They all looked at Lin Moyu with killing intent at the moment. Lin Moyu doesn't know their real state, but here, what state doesn't matter. Giant ants, you are so courageous, you don't even jump. But now, you have no chance. The Tinglong tribe sneered, and leaped towards Lin Moyu like an electric shock. He was very fast, and he was behind Lin Moyu in a blink of an eye, cutting off Lin Moyu's retreat. Although the Tinglong clan also has a dragon character, it has nothing to do with the Dragon Clan. A long time ago, the Tinglong clan was also called the Ting Snake clan, but for some reason, they changed their name to the Tinglong clan. Perhaps their appearance is 2 or 3 points similar to the Dragon Clan, so I want to change their name to draw some connections. As soon as Wang Xing left, the balance was suddenly broken, and the 4 obviously didn't want Lin Moyu to leave. Although the demons, dragons, and giant ants are not allies, they have a common enemy, the human race. So this became the reason for their temporary cooperation. Lin Moyu's expression remained the same. He showed no sign of panic, and still looked calm and calm. So you are so sure that you can beat me? The giant ant smiled sharply. It's hard to say that 1 fights 1, but 4 fights 1. Everyone knows how strong your human race is physically. The Tinglong tribe also laughed and said, even if you are a god in the big world, your physical body is not much stronger. Yu Huomo was covered in emerald green flames. You were lucky just now, but your luck has come to an end. The few people seemed to be determined by Lin Moyu, and the killing intent in their eyes became stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu chuckled. It seems that everyone wants to get together, and it's almost time to kill you all. Lin Moyu didn't want them to leave after obtaining the treasure, and Lin Moyu's killing intent began to boil after the king left. Several people were amused by Lin Moyu's words. It's up to you. You want to kill us. I'm afraid you are not crazy. This king is the 8th level god king in the big world, and here he has the body of the 7th level true god. Why do you want to kill me? The human body is fragile, and you are in danger of protecting yourself now, so you don't want to kill us in vain. Lin Moyu chuckled. Try it and you'll know. He suddenly turned around and punched the Tinglong clansman beside him. Court death. The Tinglong clansman turned around, and his tail whipped towards Lin Moyu. His body is more than 5 meters long, and his appearance is like a snake. This is also where they are similar to the dragons. Dragons and snakes do have 2 points of similarity in appearance. The tail is one of the most powerful weapons of the Tinglong clan. The sharp tail is like a sharp blade, slashing Lin Moyu's fist. The scream sounded, and the Tinglong clansman trembled like an electric shock. His tail exploded like a watermelon, and blood and pieces of meat spilled all over the ground. How can it be? How can the human race have such a strong physical body? The Tinglong tribe couldn't believe it and screamed crazily. His strongest tail was knocked out by Lin Moyu. The faces of the other 3 people changed drastically, and they shouted angrily in unison, "Kill!" The 3 of them flew towards Lin Moyu, the fastest of them being the Huomo. The strongest thing about Yu Huomo is not its physical body, but its speed. His speed was no slower than that of the golden eagles of the same realm, and he had already arrived in front of Lin Moyu in the blink of an eye. But he rushed overcome fast, back faster. In a terrified scream, the phantom retreated wildly, with flames scattered all over his body, representing his emotions as well. Not only him, but the giant ant tribe and another demon also retreated crazily, screaming not stop. Especially the screams of the giant ants are the most ear-piercing. It's ugly. Lin Moyu frowned. Not only is he ugly, but his voice is also so ugly. Beside Lin Moyu, 4 skeleton god warriors appeared. The skeleton god warrior holds a huge axe, and the soul fire in his head is beating, emitting red fire. At first glance, it is 8 or 9 points similar to the skeleton just now. The 4 of them were scared out of their wits and fled quickly, shrinking into the corner of the hall, far away from Lin Moyu. Even the Tinglong clansmen whose tail was broken, endured the pain at this moment, hiding as far as they could. It's a pity that the hall is too small, otherwise he would want to be thousands of light years away from Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu chuckled. How timid you are. The Yohua family screamed in horror. Who are you? Lin Moyu, isn't my name on your devil's must-kill list? Lin Moyu said lightly. Yu Huoma recalled that there was indeed a human race named Lin Moyu on the kill list. As long as they can be on the must-kill list, they are all people who must be killed by the demon clan. Among them are not those who have caused great harm to the demon clan, or some geniuses. Maybe their strength is weak now, but they are very likely to pose a threat to the demon clan in the future. At that time, he saw that Lin Moyu was the super god, and the super god can be on the must-kill list, which shows that Lin Moyu's potential is very terrifying. Even he thought that if he saw Lin Moyu, he would definitely kill him. But now, he wished he hadn't met Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu said lightly, since you know my name and who killed you, you can die with peace of mind. Lin Moyu stopped talking nonsense to them, and the 4 skeleton warriors had already rushed over with their axes. Out of the previous fear of skeletons, facing the pursuit of the 4 skeleton godfighters today, the 4 never thought of fighting back. One by one screamed again and again, frantically fleeing in the hall. The skeleton god warrior has the combat strength of the 7th to 8th ranks of the true gods, and the attributes are balanced. The pure physical strength has reached the 6th rank of the true gods. In the big world, this kind of combat power may not be a big deal. Any god king can crush the skeleton god warrior. But in this special environment, the physical power of the 6th order true god is already very strong. Lin Moyu is like watching a drama, watching the soldiers chase and kill them. Seeing the 4 people in such a panic, they frantically ran for their lives. There was fear in the eyes of the 4 of them, and they didn't dare to confront the skeleton god warrior head-on. This is the real officers and soldiers catching thieves. But it seems that there are not enough officers and soldiers, so let's add a few more. Lin Moyu chuckled, and decided not to waste any more time, planning to make a quick decision. Instantly, 100 skeleton warriors appeared beside him and joined the hunting team. The 4 looked desperate. If I knew this earlier, I shouldn't have bothered Lin Moyu at all, just let him go. Now that this is happening, my own life will depend on it. Little did they know that Lin Moyu had no intention of leaving in the first place. For Lin Moyu, there are 2 choices. One is to kill all these guys, which is not difficult. The second is to keep them as cannon fodder. In case there are any new games in the future, these guys can explore the way for themselves. If it wasn't for the second reason, Lin Moyu would have already started to kill them. This is also the reason why Wang Xing was asked to take the treasure first. He wanted to see what would happen after he got the treasure. What if after taking the treasure, it will automatically enter the next game? If he took it first, Wang Xing would definitely be in danger. The result was that after Wang Xing took the treasure, he left the manor. It was also at that moment that Lin Moyu decided to kill them. He didn't want these people to leave the manor after taking the treasures. That would be too wasteful. It might as well become his own military exploits. In desperation, they were quickly surrounded by god-inviting warriors. The huge axe shadow fell, quickly chopping them into meat paste. There was no twists and turns in the whole process, and there can be no twists and turns. If there are twists and turns, then there will be another batch of skeleton god war king. If one batch is not enough, make 2 batches. No, there are death knights, skeleton dragons, and skeleton generals. The battle ended quickly, and the skeleton god warrior began to clean the battlefield with an axe in hand. The bodies of those who were killed in the game are still in the hall. The skeleton god warriors collected their corpses and brought them back to Lin Moyu. Also, with their storage utensils, nothing goes to waste. In a blink of an eye, the battlefield was cleaned up. 4 more fist-sized diamond-shaped crystals appeared in Lin Moyu's hand. 0. Ask for flowers. Counting the 2 yuan in my hand, there are 6 yuan in total. In other words, he can pick treasures from the light curtain 6 times. I don't know what the treasure inside is, because why Elder Wang's appearance is so weird. After cleaning the battlefield, Lin Moyu is planning to exchange treasures in the light curtain. After exchanging treasures, the trip is considered over. At this time, he suddenly discovered that the crystals had fused together. After the 4 fist-sized crystals were fused together, they became much larger. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he took out his 2 crystals. Sure enough, his 2 crystals also merged with him. After the 6 crystals were fused together, they had already become the size of an adult's head. The crystal became bigger, but it couldn't fit into the skeleton of the light curtain. Then how should I exchange the treasure, and how should I leave? Lin Moyu glanced across the hall, not missing a single detail. It turned out to be disappointing, and there was no proper place to place the crystal. Suddenly his eyes stopped, and Lin Moyu saw a gap in the center of the throne, which seemed to be about the size of the crystal in his hand. With the mentality of giving it a try, Lin Moyu bypassed the light curtain and came behind the throne. He was careful throughout the whole process. After all, the scene of the demon being devoured before is still vivid. Fortunately, nothing happened. After successfully reaching the throne, looking at the gap, it was indeed almost the same as the crystal in his hand. Put the crystal into the gap, and in an instant, the whole throne lights up. The projected light curtain disappeared in an instant, and the throne shone brightly, emitting a dazzling light. Angry roars, the screams before death reached the ears. The sound of swords colliding echoed in the hall. The hall disappeared and was replaced by a garden of flowers and plants. This is the image of the past. Lin Moyu was surprised. This throne recorded the image of the previous war. The sky in the flower grassland of the manor was gloomy and black, followed by lightning and thunder, and tyrannical laws shattered the sky and swept over. The tyrannical law came from outside the sky. Countless meteors and fire rain fell on the flowers and grass, lightning struck, and large areas of grassland flowers were burned. Originally, there were some strange creatures living on the grassland. They had legs and limbs, and they took care of the grassland. They were flower craftsmen. But the sudden disaster completely destroyed the grassland. Then the human army came to the world, and at this moment, these flower and plant craftsmen angrily raised the tools they used to trim flowers and plants, and started fighting with the human army. Flowers are weird. Lin Moyu saw in his eyes that these creatures with legs and limbs were originally flower craftsmen in the manor. That is, the flower monsters he encountered when he came in. They are only responsible for pruning flowers and plants, and they don't have much power. Facing the human army that was gaining momentum, they were quickly slaughtered. After eliminating the flower and plant craftsmen, the army marched towards the manor castle. On the way, they encountered some obstacles again. Some skeletons blocked their way. The skeletons are the guards in the manor, and there are not many of them, only a few thousand. The skeleton is obviously more powerful than the flower monster, but it still fails to block the enemy. The human army invaded the manor, and the castle of the manor burst into brilliance and launched defenses. Kill the skeleton army in the castle and fight against the human army. However, in terms of numbers, the human race had a clear advantage in the war, and quickly suppressed the opponent. At the time of 763, a black shadow came out of the castle and charged over. For a moment, there were screams, and countless people fell from the sky. The black shadow is wearing a pitch-black armor, with a scarlet cloak on his back, and when he swings a big sword, he harvests life like mowing grass. Lin Moyu looked familiar at the black figure, especially the big sword in his hand and the scarlet cloak behind him. Skeleton King? He wasn't sure. The armor covered his whole body and he couldn't see clearly. A large number of human warriors were killed, and an army of 10,000 people was killed by the Shadow Men. Finally the general appeared, but he was still not enough to face the Black Shadow, and he was beheaded in less than 10 sword strikes. The Black Shadow fought even more crazily, corpses fell from the air like raindrops, and flowers stained the manor red. Lin Moyu looks at what is happening now for countless years as if he has personally experienced the battlefield. The flesh and blood of the corpses flew horizontally in front of the eyes, and the scene was extremely terrifying. Finally, a more powerful existence came. A powerful being who was also wearing armor fought with the shadow. Lin Moyu has seen the record on the animal skin and knows that this is the master. The master and the shadow fought, and the army took the opportunity to enter the castle. Soon, there were screams and fighting sounds from the castle, and Lin Moyu knew that most of the people who entered were dead. Juggernaut is not Sombra's opponent. After persisting for a while, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. At this time, Lin Moyu saw the master cut off his own arm, sacrificed his blood to the sky, and cast a powerful spell. Even though he was not actually on the battlefield at that time, Lin Moyu could still feel the terrifying power of this spell. The Black Shadow was suppressed in an instant and fell from the air. This technique seems to make no distinction between the enemy and the human army, and the human army is also suppressed. The castle, which was extremely strong and could not fall down even in the Great War, seemed to be unable to withstand the huge pressure at this moment, and began to tremble. A gigantic rune appeared in the air. The rune shone brightly, and the moment Lin Moyu saw it, he recognized it at a glance. It was the Great World Rune. It was exactly the same as the Big World Rune he had seen before, except that the Big World Rune in front of him was not damaged in any way. It looked so perfect in the past, as if it represented all the truths in the world. The picture shattered suddenly, and at the moment the picture shattered, Lin Moyu seemed to hear a crisp cracking sound. The picture ends here, and the throne no longer shines. The crystal above had already appeared in the crack, and then it completely shattered with a crisp sound. Lin Moyu sighed. He knew the result of the war that year. Both sides suffered losses, the human army did not take advantage, and the existence of the manor is the best evidence. The Black Shadow is also the servant of the manor master, and finally entered the coffin of sleep because of serious injuries after the war. As for the Great World Rune, whether it was damaged due to the war remains to be verified. Lin Moyu felt that Sombra should not have this ability to hit the sky world. But how he repelled the human army in the end has become a mystery. And what was the cause of the war back then, and in what year did the war happen? In the big world, the human race has experienced many ups and downs. Except for the recent Xiao Zhantian era 100,000 years ago, the human race also had glory in earlier times. But this battle was obviously earlier than Xiao Zhantian's era. There is a chronology in history, and it is estimated that it will be difficult to find. While thinking, Lin Moyu unconsciously put his hand on the throne and tapped it lightly. Suddenly, the throne once again shrouded Lin Moyu in a gentle light. Then in Lin Moyu's line of sight, the phantom who presided over the officers and soldiers catching thieves reappeared. Lin Moyu felt that he was staring at him, looking him up and down. He's conscious. Lin Moyu was taken aback. Before, he felt that this phantom was just a memory of the past, and he followed the rules to do things. But now it seems that is not the case at all. Then the phantom disappeared again, and the light of the throne became stronger, and the throne turned into a ray of light, which penetrated into Lin Moyu's body. Lin Moyu's body froze, and in the soul world, a throne zero. How did he get into my soul world? Lin Moyu became extremely vigilant, invading his soul world in such a grandiose manner. And his own soul world did not give birth to the slightest resistance. It means that the throne is too powerful, so powerful that even the soul world can't resist it. After the throne entered the soul world, it flew straight to the side of the magic star belonging to the Skeleton King, and began to revolve around the magic star. It became a satellite. Lin Moyu was stunned. This mysterious and powerful throne turned into a satellite that summoned the Skeleton King Hafastar. With his joining, summoned Skeleton King became stronger, and the star quickly strengthened a lot. The 9-star technique is connected in one breath, like a whole. Summon Skeleton King. The spell becomes stronger, which also makes some other lawless stars stronger. However, the 9-star spell becomes stronger, which in turn drives the soul world to become stronger. The light of the 9 magic stars became more intense, and the soul world boomed, expanding a bit rapidly. Lin Moyu felt that his soul power had increased a lot, and he passed on a lot of insights about the law of immortality from the throne. Just a few minutes is better than 10 years or even decades of his comprehension. The understanding of the law is improved, the soul is strengthened, the incomparably pure soul power is transmitted from the giant tree of talent, and the 9-color dragon soul crystal also spits out soul power without any impurities at the same time. The soul quickly became stronger, and after only a few minutes, Lin Moyu felt that the bottleneck was broken. His cultivation has successfully stepped into the 5th level of the true God, and his law control has increased to 20%. There is no need for him to refine, and the 9-star technique automatically completes 0.8 refining operations. He gets all the information about the throne. This thing, is it really called the Skeleton Throne? Lin Moyu froze for a moment. Originally he just thought it was very similar to the Skeleton Throne that appeared when the Skeleton King was summoned. I didn't expect it to be called the Skeleton Throne. He also understood the role of the Skeleton Throne, which can enhance the strength of the Skeleton King, and can be regarded as a magic weapon exclusive to the Skeleton King. It is not only an exclusive magic weapon, but also a storage device. The things that Wang Xing obtained before are stored in it. After refining, the treasures inside will naturally belong to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and a small sword appeared in his hand. The small sword is polished from white bones, less than 20 centimeters long, very small and delicate. After figuring out his role, Lin Moyu couldn't help showing a look of dumbfounding, and he was on a par with Wang Xing at that time. Bone Excalibur, it can explode with the aura of a godlike peak, but has no actual attack power. After each use, it needs to wait 10 minutes before it can be used again. Lin Moyu was very speechless. He was really just a toy. It can explode the momentum of the peak of the god, but it has no attack power. What is the use of this thing? Yes, it can be used to scare people. Lin Moyu took out another shield. The shield is also very small, about the size of an adult's palm. There are exquisite patterns carved on it. Invincible shield, it can resist the imposing attack of the gods, but it has no actual defense power and is invalid against real attacks. A picture appeared in Lin Moyu's mind, a brat wielding the bone Excalibur, yelling childishly, "Eat me." Another kid raised his shield, "Look at my invincible shield." I looked at a few more, and they were all toys. Lin Moyu put away these toys dumbfounded. It looks useless, but it seems to be good for coaxing children. At this time Lin Moyu also knew the function of the crystal. The role of this crystal, 02, can not only record the screen, but also can be used for long-distance communication. Use a special method to divide a crystal into multiple pieces. Communicate with each other. Basically, it can ignore the distance, and even ignore some special places such as secret realms. But it must be separated from the same crystal, and different crystals cannot communicate with each other. The crystals in the manor are actually separated from a huge crystal, so when they meet together, they will fuse with each other. And during the war that year, the crystal in the castle recorded some of the scenes at that time, which was exactly what Lin Moyu saw. Now there is still a large crystal in the throne. Lin Moyu can divide them at any time if necessary. The Skeleton Throne is also the controller of the manor. As long as one controls the Skeleton Throne, it is equivalent to controlling the entire castle and the entire manor. As soon as the consciousness moved, the door on the half of the hall opened quickly, and the bright light came in again. Immediately afterwards, a portal appeared on the wall in front of Lin Moyu. This portal leads to a grove at the back of the estate. Before entering the manor, I saw from the outside that there was a small forest behind the manor. Lin Moyu stepped into the portal, the world changed, the picture in front of him became illusory at first, the small forest appeared in front of him, and then shattered with a bang. When Lin Moyu saw clearly, he found that he had left the manor world and returned to the big world. The position where I appear is the same as the position where I entered, without any change. Junior brother Lin, you finally came out. Lin Qianhuang's surprised voice sounded in his ear. Lin Moyu turned around and saw Emperor Qian, flying towards him, with surprise on his face. But someone was faster, and in a blink of an eye, someone had already come to him. Elder Wang Xing was also pleasantly surprised. Little friend Lin, you finally came out. There was concern in his tone, and at the same time he had the appearance of a boulder falling to the ground. To become a god, Wang Xing is naturally not stupid. Afterwards, he already guessed why Lin Moyu asked himself to exchange the treasure first. It is estimated that Lin Moyu wanted to kill someone. Sure enough, after him, the rest of the people failed to come out. The problem is that Lin Moyu didn't come out either, and he started to worry too. He was afraid that Lin Moyu would have an accident inside. Young people like Lin Moyu are rare. If he really died, it would be a big loss to the human race. After waiting for a long time, Lin Moyu finally came out, and he was relieved. Lin Moyu smiled and said, Elder King Lao is worried. Wang Xing laughed and said, Little friend Lin, you're being polite. If it wasn't for Xiaoyu Lin this time, the old man would probably die in it. Qian Huang heard Wang Xing's words, and his heart beat violently a few times. It was Lin Moyu who saved Wang Xing. Lin Moyu's ability once again broke his cognition and made him admire. At this time Li Yuanbai also flashed to Lin Moyu's side. Little friend Lin, you have finally come out. Come with me quickly. Seeing his hasty tone, Lin Moyu knew it was serious. He gave Qian Huang a look, signaling to talk later. Li Yuanbai led them to a temporary residence. Before Lin Moyu entered the manor, there was no temporary residence. There are 2 tents in the temporary residence, and Lin Moyu can feel the majestic breath of the law of life through the tents. Is anyone hurt? Lin Moyu asked. These days Li Yuanbai guarded here. How many people went in, how many people came out, and what the situation was, he was very clear. Li Yuanbai said in a deep voice, a total of 4,218 people went in, and 2,542 returned. Among them, 1,966 were slightly injured and 18 were seriously injured. Those who were slightly injured have no major problems after treatment. The 18 people who were seriously injured are all in these 2 tents, and the pills have little effect on them. Lin Moyu asked, is it also the same injury as Captain Tang Jian at that time? Li Yuanbai nodded, not enough. If it's just the same injury as Tang Jian's, then Lin Moyu said it's okay and it can be treated. His law of immortality can obliterate everything, including other laws. Lin Moyu entered the tent to start treatment, and the wounded lying inside were all in serious condition. Most of 2 bodies melted away, leaving only bones. There was another one, the part above the chest was scorched black, and his limbs were broken. It is not known how he escaped. They are basically in the realm of true gods, not as powerful as Tang. The speed of injury deterioration is also far faster than Tang Jian. If it is delayed for a few more days, it is basically dead. In fact, in the final analysis, it was also because of the strange power in the manner that they were unable to recover from their injuries. Otherwise, there are elixir, which can completely cure their injuries. Lin Moyu used the law of immortality to first annihilate the power entangled in them, and then transform into the power of life for healing. Lin Moyu multitasked and treated 440 more people at the same time, which was very fast. At the same time, Lin Moyu was also thinking about the number that Li Yuanbai reported just now. According to this calculation, 1,676 people have died inside. When he came out, there were no living humans in the manor. 1,676 people, naturally not many in terms of the number of human races. Those who may come to the battlefield are basically extremely talented cultivators, which are different from ordinary people. It is a pity that such a person has lost too much. It seems that after getting some information, Li Yuanbai is already discouraging others from going in. Otherwise, there must be more than these people who go in, and more people will die. Lin Moyu thought in his heart, the action is not slow, and soon the alien power in these people will be expelled. The law of immortality also instantly became the power of life, cooperating with the law of life and the elixir to heal wounds together. The injury soon stabilized and Lin Moyu entered another tent. The other tent was full of female practitioners, and besides the ones who were lying down, there were a few others who were taking care of them. This kind of care is meaningless and serves no purpose. After Lin Moyu entered, without saying a word, he flicked his finger, and the law of immortality flew out. 10 seconds later, Lin Moyu walked out of the tent. Newborn flesh and blood, a piece of white flowers, do not see evil. After coming out, Lin Moyu directly said to Li Yuanbai, "Don't let people go in again." Li Yuanbai was taken aback for a moment, and asked instinctively, "Why?" In Li Yuanbai's view, although many people died this time, some people also returned safely. Now Wang Xing and Lin Moyu have also returned one after another. Presumably they will bring back a lot of useful information. Combining the information of the two, useful strategies can be recreated. Now is the time to enter on a large scale, and even allow the army to enter. But Lin Moyu said, "Don't go in again." Lin Moyu looked at Wang Xing. "Elder Wang didn't say that." Elder Wang said, "I said it, but I have been trapped in the secret room maze, and the information I have obtained is limited." Lin Moyu continued to ask, didn't Elder Wang say anything about the small pagoda that Elder Wang got?" Wang Xing blushed. "I want to say it, but it's a little hard to say. I want to wait for you to come out and talk about it together." He meant to see what Lin Moyu got. Maybe he was just an accident. Lin Moyu sighed. "Tell me, I am the same as you." Wang Xing smiled wryly. "So, there are all such things inside?" Lin Moyu hummed, "It's all like this." Wang Xing sighed. "Unexpectedly, after being dead for so long, there is such a result, there is really no need to let people in again." Li Yuanbai frowned. "You two are so dumb." Wang Xing took out the small pagoda he got and stuffed it into Li Yuanbai's hand. The moment Li Yuanbai took the small tower, he saw the information in it. Tower of Imprisonment. Toy can release the cage that traps the gods, but it is just imposing and has no practical effect. Li Yuanbai was stunned on the spot. "Toy? Just a toy?" Wang Xing nodded helplessly. "Yes. After so many people died, they either got unknown crystals or toys." "This is funny." Lin Moyu quickly recounted his own experience, which mirrored what Wang Xing said. At the same time, he also took out a toy and threw it to Li Yuanbai. Li Yuanbai immediately issued an order not to allow anyone to enter. It was only discouraged before, but now it is prohibited. At the same time, he communicated with the upper echelons of the human race and reported the information he got. There is no real benefit, and there are dangers to face. If you are not careful, your life will be lost. What are you going to do in this kind of place? Li Yuanbai and Wang Xing were left to deal with the next matter, and Lin Moyu could be considered retired. Immediately after returning, Emperor Qian asked, "How is it going?" Lin Moyu smiled. "Brother Qian made the right choice." Qian Huang's face was not happy. "It seems that the inside is really dangerous. Many people have gone in these days, but not enough can come out." Lin Moyu nodded. "It's dangerous inside, and there's nothing good about it." Emperor Qian knew that Lin Moyu would not talk nonsense. "Is there no reward?" Lin Moyu threw a toy to Emperor Qian. "This is the reward." What he threw to Qian Huang was the invincible shield. Seeing this, Qian Huang couldn't help laughing. "Isn't this a deceptive thing?" Lin Moyu said, "It's not a trick to deceive people. It's good to coax children. Senior brother Qian has a wife at home. I still have few toys here, which I can give to you." I thought Qian Huang would refuse, but Qian Huang said sincerely, "If junior brother Lin doesn't want it, you can give me some." Although I don't have a wife and children, there are indeed many small families in the family. Lin Moyu laughed, and threw some toys to him. It can be seen that Qian Huang's family is very united. Now that the manor has no meaning, the two of them will not stay any longer. Lin Moyu took another look at the manor before leaving. The grove behind the manor looks lush and lush. He originally wanted to go to the grove to have a look, but after stepping into the gate, he left Yu Yuan. Obviously, although the grove can be seen, it cannot be passed through. Maybe it was because of the Great War that the grove was destroyed, or maybe it was because of some other reasons. Now that he can't make it through, Lin Moyu doesn't feel sorry. Senior Brother Qian, do you plan to continue training on the battlefield? Lin Moyu asked. Emperor Qian has been promoted to God King. If he wants to practice again, he has to go to a deeper level area. That is the area controlled by forts number 7, number 8, and number 9. It's even more dangerous there. If you only pass by the first level of the God King, the danger is very high. Normally, it should be after the third level of the King of Gods, and then go there, starting from the 7th fortress to look for Renluo. Of course, you can also choose to be active in the area of fortress number 6, but within that range, there are not many tasks suitable for the God King realm. Showing pride, he doesn't look down on ordinary tasks. Lin Moyu guessed that he might go back and practice for a while before coming back. Sure enough, Qian Huangdi answered, confirming Lin Moyu's guess. I want to go back to the family. There's a rule in the family. As long as you reach the level of God King, you must return to the family and accept the family inheritance. Lin Moyu has heard about family inheritance. There are many big families with strong ancestors who have left some unusual inheritances. Some inheritance can enhance the power of spells, and some inheritance can improve cultivation. It is normal for a big family like the Qian family to leave inheritance. This is not a secret. Many people in the Vermilion Bird Starfield know it, and inheritance is something that cannot be snatched away. Only bloodline heirs can use it and must meet certain requirements. So Emperor Qian said it openly, and there is no need to hide it. After Qian Huang finished speaking, he asked, "Where is Junior Brother Lin?" Lin Moyu said, "I'm on my second chain of missions, and I still need to stay on the battlefield for a while." Qian Huang looked curious. "I'm also performing the second serial mission. I don't know what the serial mission of Junior Brother Lin is." Each person gets a different score for the second chain task based on the score of the first chain task, and it will not be the same. Lin Moyu talked about his serial tasks, and Qian Jin fell into deep thought after listening. His understanding of Renhuang Network's tasks is obviously much better than that of Lin Moyu. The amount of information accumulated in the family for thousands of years is not comparable to that of Lin Moyu. Qian Huang thought for a long time before saying, Junior Brother Lin's first serial missions were all completed perfectly. Moreover, Junior Brother Lin has extraordinary combat power. He has been on the battlefield and killed many hostile races. So this time, Junior Brother Lin's second serial mission is mainly to test combat power. Whether it's killing the top 10 guys on the reward list, or battlefield missions, and accumulating military merits, it's a test of combat power. Junior Brother Lin, Zhao Zhaohao, is the real genius. Compared with Junior Brother Lin, he is too far behind as a demon. After he finished speaking, Lin Moyu was greeted with blank eyes. Apparently Lin Moyu didn't quite understand what he was saying. Qian Huang laughed and said, "It's actually very simple. According to our family's accumulation of information over the years, although there are many tasks on the Human Emperor Network, they can be divided into several directions. The first general direction is the direction of combat power. The tasks in this direction basically test combat power. The second general direction is calmness. The tasks in this direction test the ability of people to cope with calmness, which is very rare. The third direction is the comprehensive direction. The mission of this side not only tests the combat power, but also tests the adaptability. Maybe the combat power is not the strongest, nor the smartest, but the comprehensive strength is the best." Lin Moyu listened and thought it made sense. The fourth direction, and the most interesting direction, is luck towards. Before he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared beside the two without a sound. Zhu Qiwu, dressed in black, suddenly appeared next to Lin Moyu, startling Qian Huang, who was talking endlessly. When Emperor Qian saw Zhu Qiwu, he trembled instinctively, and boundless fear rose in his heart. He could feel Zhu Qiwu's strength, which was unbelievably strong. Even the elders in the family couldn't compare with Zhu Qiwu. Lin Moyu saw Zhu Qiwu and saluted respectfully. "Why are you here?" Zhu Qiwu's voice was low and extremely serious. I have something to ask you. Then he glanced at Emperor Qian. You leave first. There was majesty in the voice, like a king who said nothing, and he would not allow Emperor Qian to refuse. Qian Huang dared to refuse. He could see that if the person in front of him wanted to crush him to death, he didn't need to use his hands at all. Maybe his breath would be enough. But if he left just like that, wouldn't it be very disrespectful? Lin Moyu smiled slightly. Senior Brother Qian, let's go first. I'm going to do something with Senior Zhu. We will meet again by fate. Emperor Qian snorted. Junior Brother Lin, take care. We will meet again by fate. He turned and left, flying farther and farther. Until the figure of Lin Moyu was lost in sight, Emperor Qian suddenly thought of something and trembled all over his body. The surname is Zhu, and it's so scary. Could it be Lord Guardian? Hey, Junior Brother Lin actually knows Lord Guardian. It's too scary. I heard that the Guardian, who never talked to anyone, would actually look for Junior Brother Lin. Junior Brother Lin is really extraordinary. Emperor Qian tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart and flew towards the outpost. Lin Moyu looked at Zhu Qiwu. Why do seniors want me? Zhu Qiwu took out a formation plate and activated it in the starry sky, turning it into a large-scale teleportation formation. Zhu Qiwu stepped into the teleportation array and said in a deep voice, "Come in." Zhu Qiwu looked serious. Obviously something really happened. Lin Moyu didn't talk too much nonsense and stepped into the teleportation array. The teleportation array was activated, leading the two of them towards the inexplicable starry sky. The teleportation distance is a bit far this time, and it took a lot of time. When sight was restored, Lin Moyu's eyes were dark and he couldn't see anything. With his eyesight, even in a dark environment, he shouldn't be unable to see anything. He could feel that Zhu Qiwu was by his side, but he couldn't see anything. It can no longer be described as being blind. Here, it seems that all the light has disappeared. Suppressing the slight discomfort in his heart, Lin Moyu turned to his side and asked, "Senior, where is this?" Zhu Qiwu said, "You feel it." Lin Moyu felt it as he said, but found nothing. However, he felt that there was an invisible force covering him. Outside of this force, he feels, ASEC, danger. Zhu Qiwu said, "Someone wants to see you and will ask you some questions, and you should answer them truthfully. At the same time, remember that everything that happened today is forgotten, and don't mention it to others." He believed that Lin Moyu could understand the meaning of his words, and he didn't need to exhort him too much. Lin Moyu hummed to express his understanding. "It seems that the person who will come to see me later is a big shot, and his status should be higher than Zhu Qiwu's. Such a person, Lin Moyu doesn't even need to guess, he must be from Shenzhen. Zhu Qiwu has already stood at the pinnacle of the Vermilion Bird Starfield, and the only ones who can be stronger than him are those in the City of God. And the status in the City of God will not be low. No, it should be said to be very high. It is the real high level of the human race. He has also seen people from the City of God, like Su Jianqing, a swordsman. They are obviously not as good as Zhu Qiwu." Lin Moyu didn't think too much, he was just curious about the environment he was in now. The eyes cannot see, the light has all disappeared, and it is extremely dangerous. Based on the above 3 points, Lin Moyu suddenly thought of a possibility. He asked in a low voice, "Senior, are we in a black hole?" The little guy is very smart. A clear and hearty voice sounded, and light suddenly lit up in the darkness. A figure appeared in front of Lin Moyu. It was a middle-aged man, wearing a blue robe, very orthodox human attire. This person has an ordinary appearance, with a gentle smile between his eyebrows. He looks like a good old man. But Lin Moyu knew that this person was extremely terrifying. In the black hole, you can make your whole body glow and illuminate all directions. This kind of person is scary just thinking about it. Lin Moyu saluted the other party respectfully. Lin Moyu has met Senior. He waved his hand, with a warm smile, and spoke softly, "Don't be nervous, tell me what you saw and got in the manner. What's up?" If it is an ordinary thing, needless to say, Yuan has already reported it. Since he still wants to ask this question, the answer he needs must not be an ordinary answer. And this person must also know something about the manner. Even know the reason why the manner will appear. The high-level people of the human race can grasp information far beyond ordinary people. Lin Moyu's thoughts were like lightning, and he figured out the whole thing almost in the blink of an eye. Obviously, the answer he wants to know is a deeper answer. Lin Moyu took out the box he got at the time. That's when I got this. The middle-aged man took the box with a smile on his face, a gleam flashed in his eyes, and he said with a smile, "Of course it is the Stone of Time." Time Stone? Lin Moyu had never heard of such a thing. However, it is estimated that it is also a very high-end material that can be related to time. The middle-aged man did not hesitate to explain, the Stone of Time is a material that contains the law of time, and it is one of the top materials. The items made with it can show some characteristics of time. Like, let the time be right. The middle-aged man speaks very gently, slowly, neither too fast nor too slow, like a mountain stream, giving the listener a sense of peace of mind. Only then did Lin Moyu understand. No wonder the words on the animal skin handbook are still as new after so many years. All thanks to the time stone, which stops time from passing. The middle-aged man opened the box and took out the animal skin from it. Lin Moyu put a piece of animal skin obtained from the human corpse, and a piece of animal skin obtained from the study house, plus the animal skin hand tie into it. The other sleeping coffin and animal skin suicide note were not brought out. The sleeper in the sleeping coffin is suspected to be the Skeleton King. Especially after getting the skeleton throne, Lin Moyu felt that it seemed to have something to do with him, so he didn't hand it over. The middle-aged man took out the animal skin and said lightly, "Yes, it is indeed the skin of the original beast, and it is also used in the ancient battle of the origin." He glanced at Lin Moyu. "Have you read what's inside?" Lin Moyu generously admitted, "I saw it." The middle-aged man hummed, and didn't say much. He began to check the contents on the animal hide. After reading it, he said to himself, "There is a little more information, little guy. What do you think is written on it?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "I don't really understand. It's probably the record of the battle that year." 11. A hide I found on the way, which seems to have been written by the assailant. I found the other one in a study room. It should be written by the owner of the castle. The handwriting is a bit messy. It may have been typed at that time. He wrote it in a hurry. As for this book, I don't quite understand it. As far as I can remember, I have never seen that kind of calendar, and those should be place names. I haven't heard of them either. Ju Qiwu's chatterbox has indeed been opened. He began to talk endlessly, telling almost everything he knew. It also added my own understanding. At this moment, he seemed to regard Lin Moyu as himself. But Lin Moyu knew very well in his heart that if he thought that Ju Qiwu would tell him everything, it would be a big mistake. Ju Qiwu is not the kind of person who doesn't know what to say. On the contrary, he knows very well what to say and what not to say. What he said was actually the content of the popular Tao. If Lin Moyu is stronger, has higher authority, and is willing to spend some time, all this information can be learned. Ju Qiwu just told Lin Moyu in advance, nothing more. But what he said made Lin Moyu realize the nature of the battlefield. The battlefield is actually formed around special areas. After the law of chaos became stable, some special areas appeared here. 677. These areas will continuously produce various materials. All ethnic groups have requirements for these materials, so after countless years of confrontation, the current pattern has been formed. As for the occasional chaotic places like the manor, Ju Qiwu really didn't know much. There are too many involved, and the level is too high. Ju Qiwu told Lin Moyu that even if he knew, it would be useless. With Ju Qiwu's identity and strength, Lin Moyu didn't want to go into the information that he couldn't know. Not enough strength to participate in this kind of thing. What is the difference from courting death? Ju Qiwu patted Lin Moyu on the shoulder. You should be able to get a lot of rewards for your meritorious service this time. Lin Moyu asked, "What reward?" Ju Qiwu shook his head. "I don't know. You'll know if you don't see it when you go back. Anyway, the person who spoke, your reward will not be less." The person Juchiwu mentioned refers to the middle-aged man in the black hole just now. That person is unpredictable, and he is the real high level of the human race. His one sentence is more effective than Juchiwu's 10 or hundreds of sentences. But at the same time, Lin Moyu also wondered why the man chose a place like a black hole to talk to himself. A black hole is not a good place. Gods with poor strength will die in it. Juchiwu turned on the teleportation array again and returned with Lin Moyu. In the pitch-black starry sky, a lush manor surrounded by greenery hangs there in a strange manner. The manor seems to be full of vitality, but only those who have been inside know that it is full of murderous intentions. The Terran military has issued an order that no one is allowed to enter. But people from other ethnic groups still went in, and they didn't get enough information to make an accurate judgment. Most of the people who went in died inside and became cannon fodder. Li Yuanbai had a smile on his face. The more people from the hostile race died, the happier he was. Wang Xing said beside him, "If it wasn't for Lin Xiaoyu, we don't know how many people would die." Li Yuanbai laughed and said, "Yes, thanks to Xiaoyu Lin, many people have been saved. It has only been 10 days before and after the appearance of the manor, and more than 1,600 people have died. And there are people who keep coming, one after another." Renhuang Network judged that the duration of the appearance of the manor should be about 300 days. In 300 days, many people will enter and even more people will die. Li Yuanbai looked at the manor. "Speaking of which, do you think Lin Xiaoyu will hide something?" 17. Wang Xing glared at Li Yuanbai. "Old man Li, what nonsense are you talking about? Lin Moyu saved his life, although he is good friends with Li Yuanbai, but he is not allowed to talk about his life-saving benefactor casually." Li Yuanbai chuckled. "I'm just saying it casually. It's normal to hide something. None of us have any secrets." Wang Xing didn't speak anymore. He didn't deny what Li Yuanbai said. There was indeed some truth to it. But he didn't like to hear it. In the pitch-black starry sky 1,000,000 kilometers away from the manor, a hazy shadow stood there. His existence absorbed all the light, and the starry sky in the distance became dim. Any light that passes by him will be sucked away by him and disappear. Not just light, but all laws, all energy fluctuations. No one can discover his existence. Even if the gods pass by him, they will not be aware of it. If Lin Moyu was here, through the perspective of the undead, he might be able to see him and recognize him as the middle-aged man who had contacted him in the black hole. The middle-aged man looked at the manor. In his sight, the manor looked different. Through the appearance, he saw the essence, and saw the breath of death lingering in the manor. At this time, the breath of death has become unstable and is fluctuating violently. Looking at the past, it looks like an unpredictable wind and cloud, and there may be a heavy rain in the next second. Sure enough, it has become unstable. It seems that this chaos will end in a few days. Is it because the time stone was taken away? What happened in ancient times? What is the root cause of the fault in the human race? Having obtained so much information, it is still impossible to speculate what happened that year. The law of time, if I can control the law of time, maybe I can know it. There were countless questions in the middle-aged man's words, and finally his figure gradually disappeared. Lin Moyu was sent back to Fort No. 1 by Juchiwu. As soon as I returned to Fort No. 1, I immediately received a message from Renhuang Network. Reward military merit for saving compatriots, 500. Because of providing effective information, a lot of human damage was avoided. Military merit, 1,000. Contribution, 1 point. For providing top-secret information and making contributions to the human race, military merit reward, 2,000. Contribution, 1 point. 3 rewards jumped out in a row, and Lin Moyu couldn't help but smile. A total of 3,500 military merits have been obtained, which is not a small sum. In his last mission, he killed so many enemies, but he only got 2,300 military merits. Now a trip to the manor has gained 3,000 years of merit. The key is to get 2 contribution points. Although I don't know what the contribution points are for, they are definitely useful, and they are more useful than military merit. The points are hundreds of thousands or millions, and the military merits are also hundreds or thousands, but the contribution points are 1 or 2 points. Things are rare and expensive, so it's not hard to imagine how useful the contribution points are. After obtaining military merit and contribution points, Lin Moyu checked his information in Renhuang Network. Lin Moyu, Glory 8th Order Warrior. Age, 32. Level, True God Level 5. Soul, 4th Rank Peak. Potential Evaluation, Legendary, 0.4, Highest Authority, Level 4. Comprehensive Strength, Divine King Level 4. 3775000133850. Possess Military Merit, 8010. Contribution Points, 3. Laws of Control, Undying Law, Killing Law, Thunder Law. The Renhuang Network positioned my overall strength at the 4th level of the God King, which seems to be based on the fact that I killed the prisoner lion a few days ago. At that time, Lin Moyu was only the 4th rank of True God, and he didn't show his full strength. Now he has reached the 5th level of the True God, and his strength has improved again. According to his estimation, the Skeleton King is definitely not weaker than the 5th rank of the God King. If I use all the firepower, I guess I can cut the 5th level of the God King under the sword. The combat power of the 4th rank of the God King should be able to enter the combat power list. With the corner of his mouth slightly raised, Lin Moyu opened the list of Suzaku Starfields. Potential List, Suzaku Star Field, Combat Power List, Suzaku Star Field, Contribution List, Suzaku Star Field, Reward List, Suzaku Star Field. The 4 lists are displayed side by side. Lin Moyu saw his name, hanging high on the top of the potential list. It should come as no surprise that Lin Moyu is confident in his potential. Now that he has some understanding of the big world, there are very few people in history who can be rated as legendary potential. In his era, Suzaku Starfield has not been able to compete with him. His eyes jumped over the potential list and saw the ranking of the combat power list. Prior to this, there was no name on the battle list. Even if he killed so many peak true gods or even enemies in the God King realm in the area 5 to 38, he would not be on the combat power list. Renhuang Network is not there, so the combat power cannot be evaluated. But last time in the number 1 fortress, Lin Moyu knew that he should be on the list after beheading the prisoner lion with his sword. He also said at the time that he could find his name on the combat power list. Now he really found his name on the battle list. Number 35 on the Vermilion Bird Starfield Combat Power List. Lin Moyu said softly, he saw himself ranked 35th. This ranking is not unexpected, it can be said that it is reasonable. The combat power list is the ranking of the Suzaku Star Field, below all gods, and with less than 5 levels of authority. It is very slow to upgrade the authority from level 4 to level 5. It takes a lot of time to perform a lot of tasks for a full 1 million points. The rewards for each task are not high, the rewards for simple tasks are only a few thousand, and the rewards for difficult tasks will be more, but it will take a long time to do. There are even some people who have spent hundreds of thousands of years, but they may not be able to complete the upgrade. In this process, the strength has been improving. A small number of people have reached the 4th or even 5th level of God King when they are promoted to the 5th level of authority. The 5th level of God King, even if he can't leapfrog to fight, he still has the combat power of the 5th level of God King. Of course, actual combat is another matter. It also includes some people who are capable of leapfrogging to fight. Maybe they are only the 3rd level of the God King, but they have the combat power of the 5th level of the God King. The combat power list evaluates only the combat power, not the level of cultivation. There are very few people like Lin Moyu who can enter the list at the 5th level of a true god. Lin Moyu is already satisfied. He took a quick look at the cultivator who ranked first in the combat power list. The name is Huang, but the real combat power has not been shown. Lin Moyu guessed that it should be around the 6th to 7th rank of the King of Gods. Lin Moyu estimated that when he reaches the 7th or 8th level of True God, he will be able to reach the first place in the combat power list. In addition to the ranking of combat power evaluated by Human Emperor Network, there is actually an easier way to hit the combat power list. That is to challenge the people on the list. As long as he wins against the person on the list, he can take his place. Of course, the other party also has the right to refuse to accept the challenge, and you can't challenge it casually if you want to. Lin Moyu's attention was shifted from the power list to the contribution list. Hey, it's the third place. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. With just 3 contribution points, Lin Moyu is not surprised. The difficulty of obtaining contributions is much more difficult than that of points and military merits. You must make a great contribution to the human race. This time it was because of avoiding a lot of damage from the human race, and the team got 1 point of contribution. He also provided top-secret information, which can be regarded as a great contribution to the human race, and he received another 1 point of contribution. Lin Moyu guessed that this top-secret information should be animal skins. In fact, the information recorded on the few pieces of animal skins he handed over was not very useful. But it's not very useful to him. Maybe it will be useful to the top of the human race. After all, a lot of information needs to be viewed in series. Number 1 in the 3 rankings, Lin Moyu still remembers Zhuang Bai's words. If you rank first in the 3 rankings, you will gain a lot of power of faith. With the 9-colored dragon soul crystal in my body, I don't need to worry about impurities in the power of faith, so the more power of faith, the better. After reading the list, Lin Moyu thought about what to do next, got up and went to the mission center. On the way, he sent a message to Emperor Qian and learned that Emperor Qian had gone back. Qian Huang knew that it was Zhu Qiwu who took Lin Moyu away, so he didn't worry about Lin Moyu's safety at all, and left with peace of mind. Originally, Lin Moyu wanted to chat with him about the classification of Human Emperor's missions, but now there is no need. However, Lin Moyu also knows that the information he left on the Renhuang network and the tasks arranged by the Renhuang network for him are all combat power-oriented tasks. This happens to be in line with my own needs, and it is also the most suitable type of task for me. Entering the mission center, in the mission center, many people are handing over missions. Watching the light of the Renhuang network continue to shine, someone issued a surprise after completing the task. Some people also lamented that the rewards were withheld because the tasks were not up to standard. Lin Moyu lined up and walked slowly. Half an hour later, it was finally his turn. May I ask what task you want to hand in? The staff in front of the counter were very polite. Lin Moyu handed over the battlefield token and said calmly, "Special mission, explore the mysterious manor." The staff took the token, immediately connected to the Renhuang network, and began to verify the operation. 10 seconds later, the staff member said to Lin Moyu again, "Please provide the proof of completion of the task." The task requirement is to survive in the manor for more than 3 days, or bring back a piece of useful information, or a quest tool in the manor. He didn't stay for 3 days, and he seemed to have said all his information, and some information can't be said here. Lin Moyu asked, "What do other people use as credentials for submitting tasks?" He is definitely not the first to submit this task. On the battlefield, this is the only place where missions can be handed in, so Lin Moyu guessed that the other party must know. It's no secret, and the staff didn't hide it, it's basically a crystal. Lin Moyu knew in his heart that since crystals can be used to complete tasks, so should toys. He took out a toy, a mirror the size of a baby's fist. It's not very useful, but some weird and bizarre pictures will be displayed on it. Lin Moyu guesses that it is probably used to scare people in the game. The staff member took the mirror and knew that it was a toy, with a strange expression on his face. "Are you sure you want to use this as a doctor?" Lin Moyu hummed, "I'm sure." The staff did not refuse. His duty was to verify the task, not to suspect it. Since Lin Moyu asked so, he did so. Other people's crystals have a mysterious aura, and even detection techniques can't identify what they are, so they are unusual at first glance. It's not like Lin Moyu came to hand in the task with a toy. A few minutes later, amidst the strange faces of the staff, the task verification was successful. And when the rewards came down, the staff were taken aback. How come there are additional rewards? How is this possible? The task information is displayed in front of him. Overfulfill the special task, explore the mysterious manor. Basic rewards, 50,000 points, 500 military merits. Additional rewards, 50,000 points, 500 years of merit. Under the shocked eyes of the staff, Lin Moyu left the mission center. Looking at Lin Moyu's background, the staff really can't understand why this toy can get extra rewards. Obviously, it's just a toy. The previous people didn't get extra rewards, they only got basic rewards. But even if it's just a basic reward, they have already made them happy. 50,000 points is already a lot, and 500 military merit is even more precious. This is also one of the reasons that attract many people, one after another. Now Lin Moyu has received extra rewards, a total of 100,000 points and 1,000 military merits, which is too generous. But Lin Moyu kept a calm and indifferent face from the beginning to the end, as if he didn't care about these rewards. This is very surprising, accompanied by puzzlement. Until Lin Moyu completely disappeared from sight, he still couldn't fully recover. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry to pick up the new mission. After leaving the mission center, he went straight to the trading center. On him, stuffed with stuff. There are 20,000 ordinary stellar fine fires and 46 color fine fires. In addition, there are a lot of loot, and selling these things is also a lot of wealth. It was supposed to be dealt with when I came back last time, but then the military incident happened, and then the mysterious manor appeared again, which delayed the matter. During the trip to the mysterious manor, another batch of loot was harvested, which happened to be dealt with together this time. In the trading center, for every 10,000 points of transaction, you can get 1 point of military merit. It seems that this is a way to make military achievements, but it is actually not that easy. How could such an obvious loophole be left? How much loot you get and how much you kill the enemy are all recorded in the battlefield token. A little difference is normal. If it exceeds too much, it will be considered that you are making military achievements, and you will also be punished. A person in the real God realm, who has obtained the spoils of the God King realm, will naturally be suspected. At that time, Lin Moyu was like this, a true God realm reversed God King, so he was suspected and reported. The purpose of the military is to kill the wrong rather than let it go. Put an end to the behavior of brushing military merits from the root. Although it cannot be completely eliminated, it still effectively curbs most of the military exploits. I hope you don't bother me this time. Lin Moyu chuckled self-deprecatingly and walked into the trading center. The trading center in the fort still has a strong military style, and the facilities are angular and very simple. Although it is not very delicate and luxurious, it has a heavy atmosphere. The second time I came to the trading center in Fort Number 1. Because there is only such a trading center in the entire battlefield, it is extremely lively here. Many people operate at the trading desk, either buying or selling. There are still many people waiting around, and it is obvious that the trading desk is fully occupied. Lin Moyu did not go to the trading desk. The scale of his transaction is very large and must be carried out in the trading room. He went straight to the central counter and said to the staff, "Please arrange a trading room for me." The staff member is a woman, wearing an exquisite gown, with a graceful figure and a beautiful figure. Her appearance is also beautiful. Lin Moyu found that whether it is the trading center in the human star field or the trading center in the battlefield, they all like to use some women as staff. And they're all beautiful women. The woman looked up at Lin Moyu. Her big eyes were piercing. Her attitude was gentle and polite. "Hello, sir. Some conditions need to be met to apply for the trading room." Lin Moyu understands the rules. What conditions? The woman's voice was crisp and full of smiles. The transaction volume must exceed 1 million points, or your military rank is a non-commissioned officer, or your cultivation level has reached the level of a God King. She introduced the various conditions for applying for the trading room one by one. Either the transaction amount is sufficient, or the military rank is sufficient, or the cultivation level is sufficient. The transaction volume is well proven, as long as you go to the trading desk and apply for a transaction. If there is something valuable, the trading desk will directly apply for a trading room through the Human Emperor Network. Originally, Lin Moyu thought so too, but now the trading desk is full of people, and there are many people waiting. Lin Moyu doesn't want to wait. His rank is not high enough to be a non-commissioned officer, so there is no way to apply. He is still a 9th rank soldier, and he is still a little bit worse. It is also not enough to cultivate to the realm of God King. The woman said a few more conditions, but Lin Moyu couldn't meet them. At this time, a middle-aged man walked over and said with a smile, "Young man, many transactions can be completed on the trading desk, and you don't have to apply for a trading room." As he spoke, he said to the woman, "Sister Yuching, please apply for a trading room for me. I got something this time." Lin Moyu had no room to hide what Lin Moyu had just said to Yuching, and others could hear it if they wanted to. It turned out that this woman was called Yuching. Lin Moyu thought of a trader named Yuju, Yuching Yuju, and the two seemed to share many similarities. It is not the appearance, but the temperament has many similarities. Yuching turned to look at the middle-aged man. "Senior Lu, please wait a moment." "This middle-aged man surnamed Lu is a god king," he said with a smile. "No hurry, no hurry." Lin Moyu could tell that he obviously had some feelings for Yuching, but Yuching didn't seem to have any thoughts about him. However, it is human nature for a gentleman to love a fair lady. The god king with the surname Lu said with a smile, "Young man, don't worry, let Sister Yuching think about it. Maybe there are some conditions that can be met. The trading desk is fully occupied now, and it is estimated that there will be at least 2 or 3 hours in line." Lin Moyu smiled. "Thank you for reminding me, Senior." He could see that the god-granting king had no malice. He just watched for a long time, but just wanted to take the opportunity to come and talk to Yuching. Yuching was still trying to help Lin Moyu, but Lin Moyu was not satisfied with all the conditions. She thought of another condition, but it was more difficult, and said softly, "It would be great if you have some contribution points." "Contribution points?" Lin Moyu asked. "Can I directly apply to the trading room by consuming contribution points?" If you can apply for a trading room by consuming contribution points, it is really uneconomical, and Lin Moyu will not do such a short-sighted thing. Yuching shook her head continuously. "No, there is no need to consume contribution points, as contribution points are so precious. How could they be wasted on such things? What I mean is that as long as you have contribution points, you can apply for a trading room, and you don't need to spend them." Lin Moyu understood that the contribution point is equivalent to a pass. You only need to show it once, and you don't need to use it. "Finally, I saw the first use of contribution points, which is easy to handle." Lin Moyu directly passed the battlefield token over. "I have contribution points." Yuching's eyes shone brightly, and she looked at Lin Moyu in disbelief. Contribution points are difficult to obtain. Those who have contribution points are those who have made contributions to the human race, so they naturally have some privileges. It's incredible that the man in front of him, who is so young and only at the 5th level of the true God, can have contribution points. Not only Yuching felt unbelievable, but also the Lucian king next to him. Even he didn't have any contribution points. How could there be such a 5th level true God like Lin Moyu? He said in a good voice, "Little guy, contribution points can't be obtained casually. You can't make a mistake, right?" Lin Moyu found it interesting. He is a true god after all. How could such a thing go wrong? Yuching stretched out her snow-white jade hand, took the battlefield token lightly, and started to inquire. There is Lin Moyu's information in the battlefield token, which will eventually be displayed through Renwang Network. She quickly inquired about Lin Moyu's contribution points, and a look of disbelief appeared on her beautiful face. Seeing this, King Lucian smiled and said, "Sister Yuching, did the little guy make a mistake?" Yuching raised her head to look at Lin Moyu. Her eyes were full of curiosity and astonishment, all in all very complicated. "This is applying for the trading room for you. Please wait a moment." Yuching's tone changed, showing a little more respect, and at the same time returned the battlefield token to Lin Moyu. When receiving the token, it is with one hand, and when returning the token, it is with both hands. The meaning contained in it is self-evident. Lin Moyu nodded slightly. "It's troublesome." He stood aside, not in a hurry. King Lucian watched from the sidelines and already guessed that Lin Moyu had contribution points. This attracted his attention. The cultivators of the 5th level of true gods can get contribution points, and the image of Lin Moyu has also become mysterious. The working efficiency of the trading center was very high, and someone came over soon and took Lin Moyu to the trading room. After Lin Moyu left, Yuqing let out a long sigh of relief, patted her chest. It's okay, okay. Yuqing's cultivation level is higher than Lin Moyu's, but it is best not to offend people who have made contributions. Fortunately, she was modest and polite just after 940, and she has been helping Lin Moyu find a way. King Lucian lowered his voice. This kid is really a contribution point. Yuqing hummed, and it's not just 1 o'clock. King Lucian was taken aback. More than a little? What's his name? Yuqing whispered, Lin Moyu. King Lucian seemed to have heard of this name somewhere, so he opened the contribution list of Suzaku Starfield and quickly found Lin Moyu's name. Then I found Lin Moyu's name in several other lists. Number 1 on the potential list, number 35 on the combat power list, and number 3 on the contribution list. Hiss. King Lucian gasped, not to mention anything else, just being 35th in the combat power list is amazing enough. He himself is the 2nd rank of God King, and he doesn't have any ability to leapfrog to fight, so he didn't make it into the combat power list at all. Lin Moyu's ability to rank 35th in the combat power list shows that he has completely surpassed himself in terms of combat power. A little fellow of the 5th level of the true god is actually stronger than himself. King Lucian felt a little unbelievable. At this moment, a whisper came from his ear, interrupting his thoughts. Yuqing covered her small mouth, her bright beautiful eyes widened. I know who he is now. A few days ago, someone got an honorary title from the military, and that person was called Lin Moyu. At that time, he was questioned by the military for his military exploits, because he killed many true god peaks and god kings, but he proved himself by instantly killing the starry sky behemoth prison lion of the 2nd rank of the god king. King Lucian was not in the number 1 fortress at that time, but he heard about it. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the young man just now. Yuqing covered her mouth. Too bad, I shouldn't have leaked his information. You can't tell others, otherwise they will ignore you. King Lucian laughed and said, You don't know me yet, I'm very strict, don't worry. He chatted with Yuqing for a few more words, and he didn't leave until someone came over. Passing through the hall of the trading center and passing through a not-so-long corridor, the goal is a beautifully decorated indoor garden. The green plants in the garden are lush and the flowers exude charming fragrance. On the top of the garden, a formation slowly rotated, sprinkling light and bringing warmth. In this starry sky fortress with black and gray as the main tone, exuding a cold atmosphere, and aiming at war. The sudden appearance of such a completely different area made Lin Moyu feel a little stunned. It seems that the person in charge of the trading center is also a person who loves beauty. Although I haven't done much research on flowers and plants, I probably don't know anything about them. Gentlemen love bamboo, women love flowers. In this garden, there are flowers without bamboo, and the garden is arranged with care. It seems that you can see a woman who loves flowers. In the garden, several gazebos stand among them. The gazebo is exquisite and gorgeous, with beautiful patterns carved on it. The light of formation shrouded the gazebo, making it impossible to see the situation inside the gazebo. Lin Moyu knew that a gazebo like this was the deal. At a glance, there are 10 pavilions in the garden, that is, 10 trading rooms. 6 of them are occupied, active, and are being traded, and 4 are vacant. Among the gazebos in the 4 spaces, a trader was sitting in one of them. She was making tea, as if Shueguegua was coming. Lin Moyu walked in, the formation in the gazebo was slowly running, and the light curtain fell, blocking the line of sight. The aroma of tea was blocked by the array, unable to spill out, and became more intense. Lin Moyu looked at the woman who made tea and smiled slightly. What a coincidence. Yuju smiled sweetly at Lin Moyu. Mr. Lin, we meet again. It's really a coincidence that the woman in charge of the transaction in front of me is Yuju in the number 10 to 1 star trading center. The last time I saw Yuju was very maturely dressed, exuding a mature charm. But this time, Yuju's dress is much prettier. Although she still has a little mature charm, she is 7 points more lively. Yuju made a cup of fragrant tea for Lin Moyu. Mr. Lin, please use tea. Lin Moyu sat down with a slight smile, picked up the teacup and smelled the tea. Why did you come here? Did you remember that in number 10-1, Yuju's status was higher than that of an ordinary trader? Because he didn't know the personnel structure in the trading center, Lin Moyu didn't know where Yuju was. Yuju smiled gently. The traders in our trading center are not fixed in one place, and they often have liquidity. I happen to be here this time. Lin Moyu raised his eyebrows slightly. But your identity? Yuju laughed out loud. Mr. Lin was joking. I don't have any identity. Yuju is just an ordinary trader. Lin Moyu looked at Yuju. Of course he could see that Inju was not an ordinary trader. He has dealt with several traders, and his temperament and behavior are not comparable to ordinary traders. But since Yuju didn't want to talk about it, Lin Moyu wouldn't ask. He was just here to trade, and it didn't matter what Yuju's identity was. Closer to home, Lin Moyu drank the fragrant tea in his cup and said in a deep voice, the things in this transaction may be a bit complicated. I don't know if the transaction center accepts inheritance from other races. Alien heritage? Yuju was stunned for a moment, and Xiaoqing came to his senses, giggling. Mr. Lin was talking about the spoils you got after killing the alien race. That's right. Yuju squinted her eyes. Of course I take it. No matter what it is, we can make the best use of it. Okay, let's get started. As Lin Moyu said, he began to dig out things, and in the process he wore a ring on his finger as a cover. But in fact, the items are taken directly from the storage space. He has killed a lot of aliens recently, and all the trophies he got are stored in the storage space. Fortunately, those guys all have storage devices, which don't take up too much space, otherwise Lin Moyu probably wouldn't be able to fit in his own storage space. In the storage space, the raw materials that occupy the largest area are all the raw materials of the corpse explosion, and all of them are the raw materials of the God King realm. Now Lin Moyu can't look down on the corpse of the real god. There is no need for the skeleton god general to do anything, just the skeleton dragon is enough to sweep the true god realm. Even if there are not many corpses in the first and second ranks of the God King realm, the power is too small for Lin Moyu to look down upon. It's not as good as the skeleton god's sword in the future. Yuju looked at the dazzling array of storage props on the table. Bright beautiful eyes are staring at the round, big and delicate face, and the small mouth can be stuffed into a duck egg. The movement of making tea had stopped long ago, and her green hands trembled slightly, showing that she was not at peace at the moment. She could see that these were storage utensils, all from different races. There must be a lot of items in the storage utensils. If all of them are taken out, the quantity, I'm afraid it will be extremely amazing. Lin Moyu said, you estimate the value slowly. If one person can't estimate it, you can call a few more to help. Yuju was stunned for a while, and finally came back to her senses, and replied in a low voice, I'll try first. Speaking of which, she took out one of them, looked at the storage utensil like a small knife. Is this from the Demon Sword clan? Probably. Lin Moyu wasn't quite sure. He couldn't remember which guy he inherited it from. At that time, he may have killed too fast and didn't really care. Anyway, he had put away all the stellar fires inside, and nothing else was touched. Obviously, this is not the first time Yuju has done this kind of thing. She skillfully opened the storage space and took out the contents. There was surprise in her eyes again. There were really a lot of things inside. She murmured, this is a storage device for the God King realm. In the storage space, she saw some items belonging to the God King realm, so she concluded that its previous owner should be the God King realm. Lin Moyu is still not sure, maybe. Yuju gave Lin Moyu a blank look, as if to say, why didn't he even know who he had killed? But this is not important. Yuju has already started counting the items inside and starting to estimate the value. Although they are said to be alien races, they are actually races living in the big world. Most items are generic and have their value. Yuju threw things into the trading board and calculated the price at the same time. Lin Moyu is very curious about what is behind the trading order and why the price of the item can be estimated. He wanted to ask, but after thinking about it, he didn't ask in the end. It should be related to Renhuang Network. Lin Moyu thought in his heart. Yu Zhu was busy estimating the price and had no time to make tea for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu is self-sufficient, do it yourself, and have enough food and clothing. After half an hour, the value of the items in the first storage device was finally estimated. Yu Zhu sighed a long time, her gaze was slightly mournful, and she looked worried at the dozens of storage utensils left on the table. It seems that I really can't handle it all by myself. Lin Moyu smiled slightly, but remained silent. This matter is left to Yu Zhu to decide. Yu Zhu thought for a while, and began to ask the trading center for help. She is not the only trader in the trading center. There are 10 pavilions, and there are 10 traders who are usually resident. Except those who are busy, at least a few more can be called. With more people, the efficiency will naturally be greatly improved. Soon, ripples appeared on the light curtain of the formation, and it was pulled open to both sides like a curtain. 4 women in robes came in, all of them were graceful and exquisite. The appearance is also online, and all of them are great beauties. The 4 of them were very young, and they saluted Yu Zhu slightly after entering. Yu Zhu pointed to the storage utensils on the table. It's all here, share it with you. The 4 of them immediately responded in unison, Sister Yu Zhu. The 4 immediately divided up these storage utensils in a hurry, each with a dozen or so. They took their trading boards and quickly began to estimate the value. Lin Moyu drank tea and looked at the busy beauties. When they came in just now, they saluted Yu Zhu very humbly. There seems to be an obvious difference in status, just like the relationship between a servant and a lady in a big family. And the tone of Yu Zhu talking to them was also taken for granted. Lin Moyu had already felt this situation when he was on the 10-to-1 star last time, but this time it was more obvious. Obviously Yu Zhu's status is unusual. Lin Moyu was drinking tea, admiring the beauty's work, not in a hurry. When 5 people evaluate together, the efficiency is increased by 5 times. The contents of one storage device after another are estimated clearly. Although he didn't tell him the specific price, Lin Moyu could see a little shock from their occasional glances. Shock means that the transaction volume will not be too low. Finally, after half a day, the valuation officially ended. The 4 traders resigned together, leaving only Lin Moyu and Yu Zhu in the trading room. Yu Zhu's tone was a little excited and trembling. Mr. Lin, do you know the value of these treasures? Lin Moyu shook his head slightly. He knew the value was not low, but he didn't care too much about the value. Seeing Lin Moyu's composure, Yu Zhu took a deep breath. A total of 72 storage utensils, all magic weapons and materials, after our estimation. The total value is 35.65 million points. 0 for flowers. She kept staring at Lin Moyu when she was talking, and found that Lin Moyu didn't look shocked at all, and still looked calm and breezy. Not even the hand holding the teacup trembled. After Lin Moyu drank the tea in the cup, he nodded slowly. Yes, we will trade at this price. The price of 35.65 million points is not low, but it is not high either. It can only be said that these guys don't have anything particularly superb in their hands. For example, the giant law bead that Lin Moyu sold last time, only 1 piece sold for 5 million points. Now 72 pieces of storage equipment, hundreds of magic weapons, and countless materials have only been sold for 35.65 million points, which is a big gap. Of course, by trading here, in addition to earning points, you can also get 3,565 military merits. After obtaining this batch of military merits, Lin Moyu's military rank can break through the warrior rank and become a non-commissioned officer. Non-commissioned officers can buy better materials for the military, better pills, magic weapons, and other items. The transaction ended in a pleasant atmosphere. Yu Zhu was obviously in a very happy mood to complete such a large transaction at one time. Mr. Lin can check it, the points should have been credited to the account. As for military merit, you still need to go to the military merit office. I hope you can bring so many things next time, instead of trading more items than this time. Just when Yuju thought the transaction was about to end, Lin Moyu took out a stellar fire. How many points is this worth? Yuju glanced at it and said softly, ordinary stellar fine fire is worth 1,000 points. 17. This value is not too low. After all, it is easy to obtain ordinary stellar fine fire. Just put in the time and you can get a lot. It's just that at that level, few will take the initiative to harvest stellar fire, and they will have better choices. Yuju's eyes shone brightly. Mr. Lin, do you want to trade Xingxing Jinghua? She had long guessed where Lin Moyu got so many storage utensils. It seems that he was killed when he went to collect stellar fire. Lin Moyu smiled slightly, and took out some storage props. It is filled with stellar fine fire, and these storage props add up to 20,000. Yuju's eyes widened again. There really is she. After the inspection, Yuju breathed a sigh of relief. Although Lin Moyu took out more than a dozen storage utensils, all of them were filled with stellar fine fire. There are thousands of flowers at least, and 2,000 flowers at most. When added together, it is exactly 20,000 stars. At the price of 1,000 points per flower, it is 20 million points plus 2,000 military merits. There was an inexplicable light in Yuju's eyes, and Lin Moyu became extremely mysterious in her mind. Such a large transaction volume has never appeared among practitioners in the realm of true gods. Let alone the real god realm, even the god king realm is almost invisible. Generally speaking, the transaction volume of the true god realm is around a few 100,000 each time, and occasionally there can be a million-level transaction. And the transaction volume of God King Realm is basically between 1 million and 5 million. Occasionally, there can be more than 10 million transactions. Unlike Lin Moyu, the one-time transaction exceeds 50 million. The 010 transaction was completed quickly, and Yuju's eyes were bright. Mr. Lin, is there any more? Obviously, the higher the transaction volume, the greater the benefit to her. Under her hopeful eyes, Lin Moyu nodded, and... Really, what is it? Yuju was extremely surprised. Before she could finish her sentence, a guest-like brilliance suddenly flashed in her eyes. The space surrounded by the formation suddenly became distorted and fiery. The temperature rose sharply, reaching an astonishing level almost instantly. Polygonatum odoratum is only the 9th level of the true god, and he is not the kind of genius who can't withstand the high temperature of the 6-color fire. Although stellar fine fire is very effective, it is also very dangerous. The strength of the cultivation base is not enough. Not only can't collect the stellar fine fire, but even be burned to death. The formation of the gazebo was roaring, as if it would collapse at any moment. The water in the teacup boils instantly and then vaporizes. The tea set in the gazebo burned to ashes almost instantly. The brilliance of Yuju burst out, and the robe she was wearing was not a bad defensive magic weapon. At this moment, it automatically protects the owner and resists high temperature. Fortunately, Lin Moyu only showed it for a while, and within 2 seconds, he quickly put away the 6-color fire. The 6 wonderful fires were put away, the formation quickly recovered, and the temperature dropped accordingly. Yuju's face was flushed red, like a cooked prawn. The whole body was dripping with sweat, panting heavily. Apparently her magic weapon was not able to completely block the high temperature. Yuju looked terrified. It's so scary, I thought I was going to die just now. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. Not at all, take a sip of tea and take your time. Only then did he realize that the teacup, tea set, and table had all turned into ashes in an instant. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, I didn't expect the 6-color fire to be so powerful. Why didn't I feel it before? Lin Moyu himself is not afraid of high temperature. No matter how high the temperature is, it will not affect him. And the people he met were all extremely powerful, and they were also not afraid of the 6 colors extinct. Therefore, he had a wrong estimate of the power of the 6-color fine fire. Yuju tremblingly said with the fear after narrow escape, that is 6-color fire, some weak god kings will be burned to death. She looked a little pitiful. She walked through life and death just now, and now her heart is still beating nonstop. Lin Moyu chuckled, then you accept it? Yu Zhu immediately nodded, accept, why not? But I can't accept it, I'll find someone to collect it. Yu Zhu immediately sent a message to find someone, and Lin Moyu knew that she was going to find her elders. The trading center has a big business. How could it be possible that there are only traders in the real god realm, and there must be stronger ones sitting in it? Even if a few gods come out now, Lin Moyu will not be surprised. Soon, a beautiful woman came in. Yu Zhu got up and ran to the beautiful woman, held her hand. Aunt Chiu, come and help me. Aunt Chiu patted Yu Zhu's little hand. With doting eyes in her eyes, a law popped up and landed on Yu Zhu's body. Yu Zhu immediately let out a moan of comfort, and her flushed face quickly returned to normal. Lin Moyu felt the power of the surging law, the law of the water system. At the same time, he also felt that this Aunt Chiu was a god king, at least a 7th-rank god king. The temperament of the two is somewhat similar, and Lin Moyu guesses that the relationship between the two should be very close. And Lin Moyu finally knew where Yu Zhu's mature charm came from, and she learned it from this Aunt Chiu. She is obviously a woman, but she has learned to be a woman. But having said that, paired with Yu Zhu's beautiful face, it is even more attractive. Lin Moyu bowed to Aunt Chiu. I have met you, senior. Aunt Chiu smiled slightly. Don't be too polite, little friend. I heard from Xiao Zhu that you are going to sell 6-color essence fire. Can you let me have a look? Naturally. Lin Moyu immediately took out the 6-color fire. With the presence of a high-level god king, Lin Moyu was not worried about what happened before. The 6-color fine fire just appeared, and the temperature was just about to boil, so Aunt Chiu pointed at the 6-color fine fire. As a high-level god king, the 6-color fire is not enough to hurt her. A huge law spewed out from Aunt Chiu's fingertips, covering the 6-color fire. The law forms a layer of water curtain, sparkling with sparkling waves, wrapped in 6-color fine fire. The 6-color fine fire is burning blazingly, but it can't hurt this layer of water curtain. At the same time, the temperature of the 6-color fine fire was completely blocked, and there was no external benefit at all. Yu Zhu praised, Aunt Chiu is really amazing. Aunt Chiu chuckled, if you are serious, you will be better than Aunt Chiu sooner or later. As she spoke, she began to examine the 6-color essence fire, and after feeling it carefully, she slowly said, it is indeed the 6-color essence fire. Lin Moyu asked, how much is this thing worth? Aunt Chiu said, there are very few people selling Lukai Jinghua. I checked the transaction records before I came here. In the past 100 years, there have been 3 transaction records. The price we offer is 1 million points. What does Lin Xiaoyu think of this price? If you are not satisfied, we can still discuss it. While speaking, she glanced at Yu Zhu, who was a little surprised. In the trading center, there are very few bargainers. It's all their quotations, and they will trade if they think it is suitable, and they will not trade if it is not suitable. Aunt Chiu gave Yu Zhu a look, signaling her not to speak. Lin Moyu has completed a large transaction of more than 50 million points today, and Lin Moyu's identity seems to be a bit special. Aunt Chiu took the time to check the information about Lin Moyu just now. Although there is not much information found, I also know that Lin Moyu has the honorary title, and I also know that Lin Moyu is on the 0.4 list of the Suzaku Starfield. That's why she was so polite with Lin Moyu. Even if she wasn't satisfied, she could negotiate the price. If it is for others, there is never such a thing as negotiating the price. It's a favor, a real favor. Yu Zhu also understood immediately, because she knew why Aunt Chiu did this. After pondering for a few seconds, Lin Moyu said in a deep voice, this price is acceptable. Both Aunt Chiu and Yu Zhu breathed a sigh of relief, but Aunt Chiu was also a little apprehensive, for she was afraid that Lin Moyu would open his mouth and make everyone unhappy. One's own goodwill has become a double-edged sword, which is uncomfortable for both parties. Fortunately, Lin Moyu did not. At this time, I heard Lin Moyu say again, I have more than one flower here. Aunt Chiu was slightly surprised, and then smiled lightly and said, little friend is really surprising, there are still a few flowers, we will take them together. There are 30 flowers in total. Aunt Chill was stunned, and she even wondered if she heard it wrong. She said before that in the past 100 years, there have been 3 transactions of Lukai Jinghua. Twice it was 1 flower, and once it was 2 flowers. The 6-color fine fire is a rare treasure. It is only born in the source of the fine fire, and it is not easy to obtain. Unless they need it, basically no one will deliberately look for it for points. It is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and extremely dangerous. Just the sparks and sparks on the way can show people. What's more, it is too dangerous to face the aliens in the source of Jinghua. All of them are strong men who can fight across borders. The combination of various reasons led to the extremely rare trading volume of 6-color fine fire and the rareness of 6-color fine fire. However, there are not many people who need 6-color fine fire, because some only need 4-color or 5-color fine fire is enough. When Lin Moyu said the number 30, Aunt Chiu and Yu Zhu were both stunned on the spot. Aunt Chiu quickly estimated in her heart that even in the past 500 years, the total trading volume of all 6-color fine fires is less than 30. She calmed down at 02, yes, 30 flowers, that's 30 million points, and 3,000 military merits. Lin Moyu nodded. Should I take out all the 6-color essence fire now? Aunt Chiu said quickly, no, just take 1 blossom. Unlike Lin Moyu, she can ignore the heat. Aunt Chiu took out a jade box, and then lifted the law that shrouded the 6-color fire. At the moment when the law was lifted, Aunt Chiu put away the 6-color fire in a box. After the 6-color fire, which was enough to incinerate everything, was put away in the box, there was no reaction, and no jokes were burned. Lin Moyu took out the 6-color essence fire one after another, and Aunt Chiu kept taking out this special box to store the 6-color essence fire very quickly. Only 1 flower can be stored in a box. Lin Moyu looked at this special box and was a little greedy. Lin Moyu didn't sell all the 6-color fires. He had 46 color fires, sold 30, and kept 10 times for emergencies. Even if you don't need it yourself, it's a good gift to give to others. But the problem is that the 6-color fine fire is too violent. If there is no good method, it may directly burn people to death. If it is released on the Life Star, it may even burn the Life Star. If you have this box. Lin Moyu asked bluntly, the box in your hand, how many points are there for each? Is it for sale? Before Aunt Chiu could speak, Yu Zhu had already learned to answer quickly, this box is specially made by us, and it is not for sale. Although Polygonatum is also 3 points mature, standing in front of Aunt Chiu, she still looks a little immature, a little more naughty. Perhaps this is her real appearance, the appearance in front of her relatives. Lin Moyu was slightly disappointed. It seems that we have to find another way. Aunt Chiu smiled lightly. Although we don't sell the fire escape boxes, we can give some to children. Lin Moyu was overjoyed. Is this suitable? Aunt Chiu smiled and said, it's okay, I want some. Lin Moyu said, 13. Aunt Chiu rolled her eyes at Lin Moyu, showing a charming side. Apparently she also guessed, Lin Moyu has more than 36 color fine fire. She is very smart, so naturally she won't ask questions. The 2 parties are trading partnerships. Lin Moyu takes out the goods, and they give enough points. It's as simple as that. Aunt Chiu took out 15 fire shelters and handed them to Lin Moyu, and explained, the quality of these boxes is not very stable, and some of them have defects. Lin Moyu put away the fire escape box politely, thank you, Senior. After collecting all the 36 color essence fires, Aunt Chiu said with a smile, leave the rest to the minibus. Aunt Chiu left the gazebo. Yu Zhu took out a tea table again, and brewed new tea again. Soon the tea fragrance overflowed the gazebo, and at the same time, there was a sense of coolness in the tea fragrance. Mr. Lin, follow the beans. At this time, Yu Zhu has completely calmed down and restored her former splendor. Dignified, mature, with a bit of girlish vivacity and mischievousness at the same time. It combines a variety of temperaments, which is very attractive. It's a pity that Lin Moyu, like a piece of wood, didn't show much interest and took a sip of the freshly brewed tea. The tea is obviously still boiling, but the cup feels cool when you touch it. A scent went straight to the throat and immediately exploded, and a strong cool summer quickly permeated every corner of the body. Lin Moyu felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave and felt a little comfortable. Yuju also took a sip, then her whole body trembled, her small mouth slightly opened and a puff of white air hit the light curtain of the formation. "It's so comfortable," Yuju said softly. At this moment, there was no mature charm, only lively and mischievous. Lin Moyu feels that this is the true face of Yuju. Those 3 points of maturity are all pretended by the learned Aunt Chiu. On Yuju's body, a thin layer of ice appeared, which soon turned into white cold air and gradually dissipated. Lin Moyu kept his expression unchanged and asked, "What kind of tea is this?" Yuju giggled and said, "How about it? It's amazing. This is cold tea from the Ice Tribe, and when paired with the ice water from the Ice Tribe, it will have the effect of driving away heat. If I had known that you would have brought out the 6-color fine fire just now, I would have just had a drink, and I wouldn't be in such a mess." Lin Moyu smiled slightly. "This tea is good, and it contains the power of law." Yuju also agreed, "Of course, we bought this tea from the army. The quantity is not large, and the outside world can't buy it." Lin Moyu heard some meanings inside, and then asked, "You have cooperated with the army, right? The avoidance box seems to be made by the army. The appearance of the fire avoidance box looks ordinary, but it has extraordinary functions, which is very in line with the style of the army." Yuju nodded. "Yes, it's not a secret. Our Yu family has always cooperated with the military." 403-inch. Like so many things you sold to us today, you have to let the army pick them out first. If they don't want it, we can deal with it ourselves. Of course, in return, we can also get some benefits from the military. And you can get military merit in the transaction. What Yuju said was really no secret. You will know when you reach a certain level. Even if Lin Moyu is interested, he can learn a lot if he asks about it. Lin Moyu expressed his understanding of this. The number of practitioners far exceeds that of soldiers, and the materials and items obtained during missions far exceed those of the military. Most of the harvest will flow to the trading center, and then be selected by the military, and the military that needs it will buy it at a lower price. Then the military will turn some materials into their unique items and release them again. In this way, a more perfect cycle is formed. Yuju enjoyed the refreshment brought by the iced tea. Your transaction volume today has reached more than 70 million, and you have more than 7,000 military merit points. You should be able to raise your military rank. However, for you, increasing your military rank is not very useful. You can only buy some military items. But let me tell you a secret. If you see what you need and your military rank is not enough, you can come to us and we can help you buy it. And what we charge are points, not military merits, but the price will be a little higher. Coming out of the trading center, Lin Moyu was still thinking about Yuju's last words. Why is she telling me this? Purchasing military supplies on behalf of others seems to be a loophole, but it cannot be completely regarded as a loophole. Most people should not be able to enjoy this loophole. It is necessary to purchase on behalf of a trading center, but the trading center will only help a few people to purchase on behalf of others. Lin Moyu feels that since Yuju can tell him, it means that the military must also know about this kind of operation of the trading center. But the two sides are in a cooperative relationship, so the military just turned a blind eye and closed their eyes. As long as the number is not too large, it is not too much, and there will be no trouble. The world is inherently uneven, and this unevenness can only be filled with strength. After thinking about Yuju's words, Lin Moyu realized that Yuju was showing her favor. It should be for the sake of my own potential, that's why I have this performance. It's just the purchasing price. It is a bit too expensive. Normally, the value ratio of military merit and points is about 1,000 times. This is compared in terms of purchasing power. For something similar, if you need 10,000 points, you only need 10 points for military merit. But this ratio is not completely absolute, and it will fluctuate depending on the item. But the maximum will not exceed 2,000 times. But Yuju told Lin Moyu that the price ratio basically reached 5,000 times, and some things were even higher, even reaching 10,000 times. The price difference is a bit staggering. For this reason, Yuju also explained to Lin Moyu, and showed Lin Moyu the list they can purchase on behalf of them. The items on the list are indeed very high-end and attractive, and many of them are unique to the military and not for sale. No matter how high your military rank is, as long as you haven't joined the army for a day, you don't even think about buying these things. For example, one of them is an item called Destruction Battleship. According to reports, it contains the law of destruction of a complete body inside, and has a combat power comparable to that of a third-level god. The minimum usage requirement is just true gods. Just imagine a true god manipulating a destroying battleship, which can challenge the third-order god. How terrifying this battleship would be. Compared with Lin Moyu's Tower of the King of War, I don't know how much stronger it is. Similarly, his price is astonishingly high, requiring 1 million military merits. 1 million military merits can directly turn a general into an ordinary soldier. If you use points, then you need 10 billion points to exchange. The real ratio is 10,000 times. At first Lin Moyu felt that 10 billion points was too exaggerated. Who could get it? But looking back and thinking about it, I realized that I was wrong. I am still in the real god realm, and I can trade more than 70 million points at one time. If it's the gods who make the move, is it difficult to have 10 billion points? The god Venerable has replaced the destroyer battleship, which can be handed over to future generations for use. It was replaced by a deity, and there was no regulation on who would use it. Moreover, the military rank will be lost if the military merit is consumed, and the rank authority will not be affected if the points are consumed. Looking at it this way, Lin Moyu feels that the ratio of 10,000 times is not unacceptable. Still poor. Lin Moyu chuckled, and his points had exceeded 80 million. It seems to be very rich, but if you really want to use it, you can't even buy a decent good thing. Thinking about Gu Qingxuan's distress for a long time for 100 points, it's a bit funny. Gu Qingxuan's clear and cold appearance appeared in his mind. I haven't seen her for a long time. I don't know how she is doing with her task of entering the city of God. Gu Qingxuan's second chain task is almost done, and it is estimated that the evaluation will not be low. Coupled with Yifeng Shenzuan pointing behind her back, the probability of her entering the city of God is not small. Not 100%, but also 90%. When I came to the military merit office again, there were still many people queuing up to hand in tasks and record military merit. Most of them will not choose to settle military merits when they leave the battlefield. They need military merits to purchase items to ensure that they can successfully perform tasks in the battlefield or survive smoothly. Lin Moyu made his way across the crowd to another counter. There are several counters in the military merit office, and the handling is different. Lin Moyu is going to deal with the promotion of military rank. His military merit has exceeded 16,000, and he has met the requirements for promotion. But what he showed at this time is still a 9th-level fighter, and he still needs the approval of the military to be popular. Hey, what a coincidence! The corners of Lin Moyu's mouth raised slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. The person who handles the promotion of military rank happens to be Meng Gang. When Lin Moyu saw Meng Gang also saw Lin Moyu. "Why are you here?" Meng Gang asked in a low voice. His face was not very good-looking. Lin Moyu looked around. Meng, aren't you the person in charge of the military merit department? Why are you here? As a second-rank non-commissioned officer and the person in charge of the military merit department, how could he come here to handle daily affairs? Meng Gang's face became even uglier, but he couldn't get angry, so he hummed in a very low voice, asked the question knowingly. Although his voice was very soft, it was still heard by Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu probably guessed what was going on. It should be because of his own incident that he was punished. Look at the military badge on his shoulder again. He actually fell from a second-rank non-commissioned officer to a first-rank non-commissioned officer. Is this a downgrade? Or he bought something and used up his military merits? Meng Gang was indeed relegated, and it was a bit late. He was originally promoted to the second rank of non-commissioned officer, but now after deducting some military merits, he directly fell back to the first rank of officer. And he was fine to deal with daily affairs here, which made him very depressed. But there is no way. If you are wrong, you are wrong, and if you are wrong, you will be punished. He still understands this truth. Suppressing the boredom in his heart, Meng Gang said in a deep voice, "What are you doing here?" Lin Moyu chuckled. "It seems that Sergeant Meng is still angry. Don't mind, it was just a misunderstanding. I am here to be promoted this time." Promotion? Meng Gang looked at Lin Moyu suspiciously. At that time, Lin Moyu was only a 5th-tier fighter. Even if he won the honorary title, he was still a 5th-tier fighter. It is still too early to be promoted to the military rank. Obtaining military merits is not that easy, unlike points, where one task can earn tens of thousands. It's pretty good if you can get 1,000 military merits for each mission. Unless... Meng Gang thought of a possibility, and couldn't help but look at Lin Moyu a few times, thinking that it was possible. Anyway, the mistakes made last time cannot be repeated. Give me the battlefield token. Lin Moyu handed over the battlefield token. Meng Gang held the battlefield token and manipulated it. His face changed, revealing that he really did. Lin Moyu's military achievements have indeed reached the level where he can be promoted to military rank. Moreover, his military merit is as high as 16666, which is not far from the second-rank non-commissioned officer. How could it be so fast? How many points did this guy sell? At the same time, Meng Gang was extremely shocked. He suddenly went from more than 5,000 military merits to 16,666 military merits. Even if he was really making military achievements, it couldn't be so fast. But he didn't dare to doubt Lin Moyu easily, and began to examine carefully with complicated eyes. The detailed information of each of Lin Moyu's military achievements is clearly engraved on the battlefield token, and it is also one of his jobs to verify the source of military achievements. The more he verified, the more surprised Meng Gang was. He raised his head, with complicated eyes. "I'll apply for a military rank promotion mission, nephew, for you." The source of Lin Moyu's military merits is very clear. There is no problem. Most of it comes from transactions. As for why the transaction volume is so large, it is beyond the control of this little sergeant, Meng Gang. It is also impossible for him to raise questions to his superiors and investigate Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's identity at this time is different from before, and the honorary title alone is enough to crush him to death. If something goes wrong again, he doesn't have to be a non-commissioned officer, he might as well just be an ordinary soldier. After so many years of hard work, if it was ruined because of some personal grievances, it would not be Meng Gang's wish. Therefore, Meng Gang didn't have the trouble of finding Lin Moyu to find fault with his eggs. Lin Moyu had a smile on his face. Although he didn't know Meng Gang well, he believed that Meng Gang was not an idiot, and he would not lose the big because of small things. Meng Gang returned the battlefield token to Lin Moyu. "Military merit has met the promotion requirements, and now we only need to complete the promotion task." Lin Moyu frowned slightly. "The military rank has been promoted. Do you still have to complete the task?" He had never heard of the rank promotion mission. Meng Gang said in a deep voice, "We soldiers need to complete tasks to be promoted. If you are not a soldier, you don't need to. Your status is different, so you need to complete tasks to be promoted." Lin Moyu understands that the reason lies in his honorary title. With the title of honor, you can be regarded as a member of the military and enjoy the same treatment as the military. For example, you can buy some rare items that can only be bought by soldiers, and there are more important functions, such as forming a private army. Now that you have enjoyed these treatments, you will naturally have to pay something. Everything in the world is fair, and it is impossible to gain without giving. Lin Moyu wanted to understand the matter, but his expression was still indifferent. If there is a reward, there must be a sacrifice. Meng Gang glanced at him. "It's good to understand. The task has been applied for, and I can come down within today. Before the task is completed, don't leave the number 1 fortress." Lin Moyu asked, Officer Meng, have you ever done promotion tasks before? Meng Gang nodded, of course. What task were you doing at that time? Could you tell me whether it was dangerous or not? Lin Moyu continued to ask. Meng Gang looked at Lin Moyu blankly, as if to say, is our relationship good? Why should I tell you? Lin Moyu kept smiling, looking at Meng Gang with gentle eyes. After hesitating for a while, Meng Gang sighed, everyone accepts different tasks. There are individual tasks, there are team tasks, some tasks are dangerous, and some tasks are not dangerous. My task at the time was to go to a place and find something. I can't tell you the specific content of the mission. This is a military secret, and we have regulations. Acti. But what I can tell you is that the difficulty of the task is related to the talent of the individual. Generally speaking, the higher the talent, the more difficult the task will be. Team missions will be more difficult than individual missions. That's all I can say, and you'll know the rest when you finish the mission. Lin Moyu took down what Meng Gang said, smiled, and cupped his fists. Thank you, Officer Meng Tian. You're welcome. I was wrong last time. This time it's my compensation. It's clear. Meng Gang waved his hand and stopped talking. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. Officer Meng is just doing his duty. After leaving the military merit office, Lin Moyu looked back at this sharp-edged, black and gray solemn building. The whole building has a strong military atmosphere. He cannot leave Fortress No. 1 until the promotion task is issued. The task must be issued through the Human Emperor's network, so it must stay in a place where the Human Emperor's network can cover. He knew why Meng Gang's attitude changed in the end. Meng Gang is not an idiot. As long as he calms down, he can figure it out. It is more beneficial to have a good relationship with someone like yourself than to have a negative relationship. What's more, now that he has the honorary title, he can barely be regarded as a member of the military, Meng Gang's comrade. Meng Gang has a good heart, so he can naturally distinguish the seriousness from the seriousness. Lin Moyu didn't buy equipment in the military merit office either. He planned to wait until the mission was over and then decide what to buy depending on the mission. I don't know if the rank promotion mission counts as a battlefield mission. It doesn't matter. Find a place and put away the Jinghua first. Lin Moyu walked towards the other side. In the Starry Sky Fortress, there is a quiet room specially for practitioners to practice. You only need to pay some points, and you can rent it without being disturbed by the outside world. In the military merit department, Meng Gang had complicated eyes. He recalled the military record shown by Lin Moyu just now. Every stroke of military merit was obtained in detail, which also shocked him extremely. Especially when he saw that there were 3 contribution points in Lin Moyu's information, he was even more surprised. Points, military exploits, contributions. Points are the easiest to obtain, followed by military merit, but contributions are hard to obtain. Unless you can do something big that contributes to the human race, you can get a contribution, and you can only get points every time. Meng Gang really didn't understand what Lin Moyu had done. But the more he couldn't figure it out, the more he felt Lin Moyu was scary. This fear dispelled the faint unhappiness in his heart, and finally he decided to resolve the fight with Lin Moyu. Big World, in the Suzaku Starfield. Zhang Ziyue, who ranks second on the potential list, has just completed 10 retreats. Although the cultivation base has only increased a little, it has only been promoted from the 8th level of True God to the 9th level of True God. However, his combat power has increased a lot, which is far more amazing than the improvement of his cultivation base. Zhang Ziyue knew that his potential had increased again, so he immediately checked the potential list and found that Lin Mo was still in front of him. There was a trace of resentment in my heart. Lin Moyu, you dare not accept my challenge. You are a coward. What qualifications do you have to rank above me? It seems that Renhuang Network is not very reliable. How can this kind of person be listed? After complaining all the time, Zhang Ziyue said to himself, my current combat strength should be comparable to that of a god king. Even if I can't beat it, it won't be much worse. Fighting across borders, how many people can do it? He was a little complacent, I don't know if I can be on the combat power list with my current combat power. No, I haven't verified my combat power yet, so I definitely won't be on the list. Unless I challenge the people on the combat power list, let me see, who should I find first? As he said that, he opened the combat power list, and the top 10 were automatically ignored. They were all masters whose combat power surpassed the 4th rank of the God King. He didn't want to seek abuse. He counted down one by one. He knew some people and knew how strong their combat power was. Some people have never heard of it, but it is definitely not bad to be on the battle list. Suddenly his face showed surprise. He actually saw Lin Moyu's name on the combat power list. Lin Moyu, ranked 35th in the combat power list. To be ranked 35th on the combat power list, at least one must have a combat power above the 3rd rank of the King of Gods to be eligible. Impossible. This is impossible. How could he have such a strong combat power? There must be something wrong with Renhuang Network. How could this coward have such a bloody battle record? Zhang Ziyue yelled in disbelief as if he had been stimulated by some kind. He clenched his fists and said in a cold voice, "If it's not that Renhuang Network made a mistake, it's because his realm is higher than mine. I must find him and let him accept my challenge. I want to prove that I am the most outstanding talent, the 3rd in the potential list. I, Zhang Ziyue, will never lose to anyone in a challenge of the same realm." As he spoke, he rushed into the teleportation array and disappeared. Lin Moyu sat in the quiet room and took out a 6-color fine fire. The temperature in the quiet room rose sharply, the air became distorted and hot, and the small quiet room instantly turned into a lava cave. The 6-color fine fire is like a star, emitting light and heat continuously. The formation in the quiet room was in full swing, blocking all movements inside. But under the burning of the 6-color fine fire, this formation can't last long. Lin Moyu sat on the edge of the 6-color fine fire, not caring about the temperature. He took out a fire avoidance box and put the 6-color fine fire in it. She didn't pretend like Aunt Chiu with quick eyes and hands, but slowly squeezed the incomparably hot 6-color fire, and then still slowly put it into the fire shelter. The fire shelter was closed, the temperature dropped rapidly, and the defensive formation in the quiet room also gradually stopped. The fire avoidance box is boxy and square, with a very simple appearance, without even a single pattern. After putting the lid on, the fire escape box is basically a cube, a pitch-black cube. It's not pretty, but it's functional. The 6-color fine fire is installed in it, but no heat is transmitted. Military things, although simple and not very good in appearance, are quite easy to use. Lin Moyu also knows that this is the characteristic of military products. Everything starts from reality, no need to look fancy, just use. The twilight lights up, the breeze blows, and Lin Moyu uses the detection technique. Fire avoidance box, a container made of the bones of a God King realm ice soul beast, which can isolate the flames. Under the detection technique, Lin Moyu got the source of materials to avoid fire. The material used is the bone of the ice soul beast, which is a kind of starry sky behemoth and is very powerful. The ice soul beast is born in the super god realm, and when it reaches adulthood, it will naturally reach the God King realm, and after a little practice, it will be in the God Exalted realm. The ice soul beast is full of chill from soul to body, and is good at manipulating laws like ice. It was once recorded that a newborn ice soul beast accidentally fell onto a human life star. This is an ordinary life star, and there are no practitioners. 2 years later, the entire life star was frozen by ice, and none of the creatures on it survived. It wasn't until 10 years later that the strong man discovered that he had killed the ice soul beast in the past. After 10 years of freezing, the hundreds of kilometers underground of the stars have been frozen. If it is several decades later, the whole star will become a dead star. This is just a newborn ice soul beast. If it is an adult ice soul beast, it can freeze a living star to death at once. It can even freeze stars. When Lin Moyu saw the information, he thought sincerely, if it catches fire, it should be good for extinguishing the fire. Lin Moyu put away the fire avoidance box and continued to put away the 6-color fine fire. Soon, all 10 six-color fine fires were put into the fire shelter box. The fire avoidance box did not have quality problems, as Aunt Chiu said, and it was a success every time. There are still 3 7-color fine fires left, and these 3 7-color fine fires are prepared for Yu Qingru. Lin Moyu is not sure whether the fire shelter can withstand the burning of the colorful fire. Try it. The colorful fire was taken out, and a huge heat wave swept out. Immediately impacted on the formation in the quiet room. The defensive formation in the quiet room was brighter than ever before, blooming with brilliance. Accompanied by bursts of sound like breaking glass, the whole meditation room trembled, and it looked like it was about to collapse. The ground of the quiet room has turned red, as if it was about to be burned. The colorful fire is too strong, just the heat emitted is so terrifying. Lin Moyu quickly took out the wall box and put a handful of fine fire into it. After closing the box, the fire shelter vibrated violently, as if it would explode at any moment. Lin Moyu felt that the temperature on the surface of the fire shelter had risen. It was cold before, but now it was warm. Hopefully it holds up. Lin Moyu looked at it and was ready to put away the colorful fine fire at any time. If the 7-color fire appeared in the Starry Sky Fortress, it would be a cultivator in the real God realm who would die. After the fire shelter vibrated for a while, it finally became calm. Hold on. Lin Moyu was overjoyed. It was produced by the military, and the fruit is extraordinary. Lin Moyu put it away when the fire shelter was completely stable and the temperature on the surface dropped gradually, returning to the usual freezing cold. Looking at the quiet room that was riddled with holes, Lin Moyu knew that the quiet room could no longer be used. If it does it again, I'm afraid it will collapse directly. After Lin Moyu left, he changed to a quiet room and continued. Soon, Lin Moyu came out from the second quiet room and changed to the third quiet room. After changing to 3 quiet rooms in a row, Lin Moyu left Starry Sky Fortress blankly, walking in a little haste. After he left, someone came to the quiet room and happened to choose the one where Lin Moyu had stayed. 0 asked for flowers. As soon as the door opened, a wave of heat rushed in. The temperature of the heat wave was too high, and the clothes on his body were instantly scorched, and then turned into ashes, which fell into the starry sky with the heat. Then a scream resounded through the sky. Lin Moyu, who had already walked away, vaguely heard the scream, and his face was awkward. I'm sorry. Why? The ultra-high temperature of the colorful fine fire burned out the quiet room and the defensive array inside. The high temperature is difficult to dissipate for a long time, and this scene will happen now. High temperatures don't kill people, but they can damage clothing. Lin Moyu went to the mission center with a hint of apology. While there is still time, find me a suitable task for you. Ding. Suddenly, a message came from Renhuang Network. A promotion mission is coming? 0. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and his consciousness was connected to Renhuang's network. You have damaged Suzaku Battlefield, number 1 star Fortress Quiet Room, a total of 3. Therefore, 3 million points will be deducted from you as compensation. The corner of Lin Moyu's mouth twitched. It turned out to be a fine. Renhuang Network is really impeccable. Such a small matter can be caught. Just buckle it up. Lin Jiyu said that one person does one thing and one person does it. I am a rich man with a net worth of 80 million, and a mere 300 square meters is nothing. Entering the mission center, the mission table is overcrowded. Lin Moyu waited for a while until he found an empty task table and began to look for a task that suited him. In the second chain of missions, he had to complete 5 battlefield missions. None have been completed so far. But Lin Moyu was just looking for it and didn't go to pick it up. At present, the promotion of military rank is still the most important task. There are many battlefield missions, some of which require cultivation level. Such missions are often more dangerous, but the rewards are also richer. From the amount of rewards, you can basically judge the difficulty of a task. Lin Moyu basically ignored tasks with less rewards, and specifically picked some tasks with rich rewards. And he remembered what Qian Huang said, the tasks in Renhuang's network are also divided into categories. He can choose the task of combat power as much as possible. After a long time, he gradually locked several tasks. Ding! There was a soft sound, and Renhuang Network sent another message. This time it should be a promotion task, so I won't be fined twice, right? After seeing the news, Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback. It's not ordinary news, it requires his consciousness to fully enter the Renhuang Network. Lin Moyu left the mission table and gave way to the latecomers. He found a slightly secluded place, leaned against the wall, and then connected his consciousness to the internet. The picture in front of me gradually became illusory, and the mission center rippled like water ripples, and finally disappeared. In its place was a starry sky. His consciousness entered the Renhuang Network, and what he saw was the picture constructed by the Renhuang Network. A majestic middle-aged man in military uniform stepped forward from the starry sky, and arrived in front of Lin Moyu after 2 or 3 steps. Lin Moyu saluted slowly when he saw the person coming. Lin Moyu met the army commander. Kuyuan Jun remained as serious as ever. I'm here to announce this promotion task to you. Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback. Does the promotion task require you to release it? Kuyuan's 563 army shook his head. Others don't need it. You are different. I am different. What is different? Lin Moyu didn't understand for a while. But Kuyuan Jun had already talked about the task content. Lin Moyu immediately pricked up his ears and listened. Fortress number 6, area number 99, where the golden stone is produced, and many practitioners of our side are active there. Recently, we received news that a group of gold-eating beasts were born there, hunting and killing many practitioners who were active there. Your task is to lead a small team to rescue the human cultivators in that area. The team includes you. There are 5 people in total. The personnel has been arranged, and you are the captain. After Kuyuan Jun finished the task, he said in a deep voice, the above is the content of the task. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask now. This task seems simple, just to save people. But since Kuyuan Jun had to come and announce in person, it must not be that simple. Lin Moyu asked, is there a specific location for the number and level of the gold-devouring beasts? Based on his understanding of the battlefield, the starry sky controlled by each fortress is called a war zone. Each theater is divided into 100 areas. As Kuyuan Jun said, it is fortress number 6, area number 99. In fact, it is theater number 6, area number 99, numbered 6 to 99. The 6 to 99 area is much smaller than the 5 to 38 star area that Lin Moyu has been to. The spherical area has a diameter of only 0.01 light-year, almost 100 billion kilometers. The diameter of the area collected by Shuojin is only about 60 billion kilometers, and the rest of the area is the vast starry sky. Although it is only 0.01 light-year in diameter, it is still a huge area for true God realm practitioners. In such a large area, it is more unreliable than finding a needle in a haystack if only a 5-person team goes in to find it. But now that the task is done, Lin Moyu believes that there must be a way, otherwise this task is a nonsense. Kuyuan Jun said in a deep voice, the number of gold-eating beasts is unknown, but they are mass starry sky monsters, and the number of T************************** S is generally between 5,000 and 10,000. According to our understanding of the gold-eating beasts, the general strength of the gold-eating beasts is concentrated between the 8th level of the true God and the peak of the true God, and the elite members among them can reach the 1st level of the God King. For every 1,000 gold-eating beasts, one will be born captain. The captain's strength is around the 2nd to 3rd rank of the God King. If there are tens of thousands of gold-eating beasts, a beast king will be born, and the strength will be around the 4th level of a God King. Lin Moyu estimated that fortress number 6 also belongs to the area where the activities of the true God realm are carried out. Even if there are God King realm practitioners here, there will not be too many, and their strength is generally at the 1st level of God King. With such strength, if they encounter a herd of gold-devouring beasts, they will hardly survive. Lin Moyu pondered for a moment, then said, you continue. Kuyuan Jun raised his forehead slightly. The area 6 to 99 is a bit special, although it is also a circular area. It has entrances and exits. At this moment, a round ball appeared in front of Lin Moyu's eyes. This ball has hundreds of sharp protrusions, and the whole ball looks like a shrunken hedgehog. Renhuang Network presented the appearance of number 6 to 99 area. Kuyuan Jun said, "These spikes are the passages to and from area 99. These passages are opened and closed from time to time, and they can only be passed through when they are open. These channels don't have fixed positions, they change positions along the boundaries of the region. Sometimes even if the passage appears, it may not be possible to pass through. And the channel has a level limit. As long as the cultivation base exceeds the 3rd level of the God King, it will cause the channel to collapse and fall into an endless void." Then 6 passages lit up, 2 of which were golden, and the other 4 were scarlet. Kuyuan Jun continued, "These 2 golden passages are the ones we often use. After years of exploration, we found that several of them are relatively stable. The other 4 red passages are passages often used by foreign races. Now the group of gold-eating beasts appears, they guard these 2 passages, and start hunting down the people in the area." Kuyuan Jun said a lot, but not enough. Lin Moyu still had a lot of doubts in his mind. There are not many gold-eating beasts, and the area is so big, how did they hunt and kill them? Kuyuan Jun said, "Gold-eating beasts belong to the starry sky behemoth of the middle system, and they can resonate with Shuojin in that starry sky. Through resonance, they can find the creatures hidden in it. Of course, they don't just hunt down our human race. Other races are also their targets." Lin Moyu continued to ask, "What's the reaction to the disease?" Kuyuan Jun was not impatient. He told Lin Moyu truthfully what he had so far. Now other races have sent corresponding teams, so this time you have to face not only the gold-devouring beast, but also the enemy team. As expected, then how do I find someone? The vast starry sky can't let me look for it with my eyes. Lin Moyu smiled, as if Kuyuan Jun's words had already been guessed by him. The fact is also the same. Lin Moyu analyzed a lot of information from the previous words. The gold-devouring beast is a starry sky behemoth, and it will not only stare at the human race to hunt and kill. It can be said that all creatures except themselves are their targets. Kuyuan Jun said, "You can go to Main Gang later, and he will tell you how to find someone." "Okay, I still have a question." "Explain." "Am I just responsible for saving people? Can I kill the golden beast? Also, for such a big event, there should be more than one team going there. Or, there are already teams going there, but the results are not ideal. Why is the Army 0.0 not moving?" Kuyuan Jun raised his eyebrows slightly, and there was a sparkle in his eyes. "It's good that you can think of these things. You can kill the gold-devouring beast if you can. For other specific information, you can ask Meng Gang, and he will tell you." After leaving Renhuang Network, Lin Moyu did not go to Meng Gang. According to his analysis, the gold-devouring beast didn't happen just now, so he obviously wasn't in a hurry. He waited for a while until a task bench was free, and then started operating on the task bench. Among the missions he selected just now, one mission is in the area 6 to 99. Areas 6 to 99 are used to collect Shuojin, which is a special metal that contains the laws of the metal system. It is an excellent material for making weapons and armor. And in the center of this area, there is a star composed entirely of Shuojin, and at the core of the star is the essence of Shuojin. Shuojin and Shuojin essence are completely different in function and grade. Shuojin is an excellent material, which can be used to refine weapons and make puppets. Literally, Shuojin essence should also be the best material. But in fact it is not. Shuojin essence is a natural elixir. The function is to condense the soul. For cultivators in the realm of true gods, if they want to manifest their souls, in addition to their own perception, they also need some additional items to assist them, so that the effect will be better. The soul is very fragile in its early stages. Although powerful, it is too fragile and easily hurt. It is not until the 9th level of the true God that the manifestation of the soul will become perfect, and various defects will be made up and become stronger. At that time, the laws were armor and weapons, and only the embodiment of the soul could show relatively strong combat effectiveness. A ninth-level true god with the ability to manifest souls, killing a true god in the same realm without the ability to manifest souls, is just pointing fingers. Although the soul has become stronger and can be called perfect, it can only be called. The defense of the soul is still not strong enough. If it encounters a powerful enemy, it is still vulnerable to damage. It is mainly reflected in the fact that the armor transformed into laws is not strong enough, the soul clothes of the true God realm are not strong enough, and at the same time the soul itself is not strong enough. Shuojin essence can change this very well. The soul refines the essence of Shuojin, which can strengthen the soul and make the essence of the soul 02 stronger. It is equivalent to adding another layer of defense to the soul under the law armor and soul clothes. Someone once estimated that if you can get enough Shujin essence, the soul defense power of the true God realm can be multiplied by more than 100 times. Even without the protection of laws and soul clothes, even the 5th and 6th rank God kings cannot harm the soul. At that time, you can use soul appearance unscrupulously. At the same time, it can also lay a firm foundation for the realm of soul law in the God King realm. Although Lin Moyu has the talent of soul regeneration, the stronger the soul, the better. This kind of talent is used to save one's life, not to kill one's life. Even if his soul is already strong now, strong enough to use soul manifestation, he is not much worse than those who are at the peak of true gods. But he still wants to further strengthen the soul. At that time, he took a fancy to this task, and this time he happened to accept it together. Battlefield mission. Collect Shuojin in areas 6 to 99. In the 99th area of the 6th war zone, collect enough Shuojin and bring it back. Restrictions, none. Completion conditions, bring back at least 1,000 caddies of Shuojin, reward 3,000 points, and 10 military merits. Precautions, there are a lot of hostile ethnic activities in the area where gold is collected, please pay attention to safety. There are many stars in the center of the area that are completely composed of Shuojin, and the soul material Shuojin essence will be produced inside them. This place is extremely dangerous, and those who are not strong enough should not approach it. The reward of this task is even less than that of collecting stellar fine fire, which shows that the task is not only dangerous. As long as you don't go to the center to die, and don't encounter hostile races, there will be no danger. After Lin Moyu accepted the mission, he left the mission center and went to the military merit office. It is estimated that Meng Gang will be a member of this mission, and I don't know who the others are. Lin Moyu guessed in his heart, and Kuyuan Jun told him that if he didn't understand anything, he could ask Meng Gang. This is enough to show that Meng Gang will carry out the task with him this time. He is the captain, and Meng Gang is the team member. Lin Moyu can also guess some reasons why he chose Meng Gang. It is estimated that Meng Gang has been to areas 6 to 99 and is relatively familiar with it. At the same time, he is also a veteran and can offer some advice for himself. It's just that if a non-commissioned officer becomes his subordinate, I'm afraid Meng Gang will have some opinions in his heart. Thinking of this, the corners of Lin Moyu's mouth slightly raised. It doesn't matter if you have any opinions, just hold them back. In the army, soldiers take obeying orders as they're bound in duty, and military orders are like mountains, not just for fun. The small world is like this, and the big world is even worse. There is no room for you to discuss. In front of the military merit office, I saw Meng Gang standing outside. There are 2 other people with Meng Gang. Lin Moyu had seen these 2 people, and they were both Meng Gang's subordinates. Mr. Meng, we meet again. Lin Moyu greeted Meng Gang with a smile. Seeing Lin Moyu, Meng Gang's heart twitched involuntarily. He didn't know why he was assigned to do this task this time. The order was issued directly by the Legion commander. He was not qualified to object, and he was not even qualified to ask why. All he can do is obey. He took out a round array disc and handed it to Lin Moyu. This is the person finding array disc used for this mission, and it can react with the battlefield tokens within a square kilometer. Every human cultivator on the battlefield will carry a battlefield token. This is the best token. As long as you find the battlefield token, you can find people. Lin Moyu took the array and played with it for a while. His eyes swept over Meng Gang and landed on the other two. Let me introduce myself. The eyes of the two were slightly different, and the young man with the Huxia character face snorted. Wang Zhenghao, a 7th level fighter, a 9th level true god, good at the law of explosion. One person lowered his voice. Rong Jie, a member of the 7th team, is a 9th level true god, and is good at the law of starlight. Lin Moyu raised his forehead slightly, and his eyes fell on Meng Gang. Sergeant Meng, it's your turn. Meng Gang nodded with a calm tone. Meng Gang, a 1st-rank non-commissioned officer, 2nd-rank God King, is good at sharp metal law. Lin Moyu hummed. That's right, Sergeant Meng knows who the other person is. He has 4 teammates, and now 3 have arrived, and 10 have yet to arrive. Meng Gang shook his head. I received the mission just now, and I don't know who the other person is. At this time, a beautiful figure ran over quickly. She is like a beautiful butterfly, dancing in the wind, walking briskly, and she is in front of her in a blink of an eye. She was dressed in a moon-white robe, slightly tight-fitting, highlighting her proud figure. Coupled with a moving appearance, she is indeed a rare beauty. The arrival of Yuzhu immediately attracted the attention of several people. Especially Wang Jingting and Rong Jie. Their eyes were deeply attracted by Yuzhu, and it was difficult to move their eyes away. Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback. Why are you here? Yuzhu smiled and said, Russia is here to do the task of military rank promotion. Lin Moyu was taken aback for a moment, and after making sure that Yuzhu was not joking, he chuckled. What a coincidence. Yuzhu smiled. Why, I'm not welcome. No, let me introduce myself. Lin Moyu's tone was as flat as ever, and it didn't change because of Polygonatum. Yuzhu hummed. Yuzhu, a 9th level fighter, a 9th level true god, is good at the law of jade plants. Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback by Yuzhi's law. The law of jade planting is very rare. It is said that there is a giant tree like jade in the big world, which is called Yushu. Yushu is several light years high and extremely huge. There are various stars growing on it, forming the Milky Way star sea. At the same time, a special law was born on it, called the Yuji Law. Using the forest of laws of jade planting, you can summon the phantoms of the jade trees and arouse the power of the stars, which is quite powerful. After Yuzhu finished speaking, she showed a look that I am very powerful. It's a pity that Lin Moyu didn't express the slightest, let alone boast. After introducing himself, Lin Moyu turned and walked towards the military merit office. Come here. Wait for me. Yuzhu whispered, and hurriedly followed. The 3 of Meng Gang looked at each other. Wang Zhenghao and Rong Jie were obviously not convinced. But Meng Gang said in a low voice, from now on, until the end of this mission, Lin Moyu will be the captain. If you are unhappy, please hold back. Just as Wang Hao and Rong Jie are Meng Gang's subordinates, Meng Gang's words are more effective than Lin Moyu's words. The two suppressed their inner dissatisfaction and aggrieved. We know. Meng Gang hummed, and followed Lin Moyu into the military merit department. Yuzhu quickly caught up with Lin Moyu. Aren't we going to do a mission? What are we going to do at the military merit office? Lin Moyu said, buy something. Yuzhu asked, you want to buy Jingjing Dan, right? Yeah. Lin Moyu nodded and said, and had already arrived at the counter for purchasing items. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. Before the task, you must first do the preparatory work. Every area in the battlefield has dangers. Some dangers come from hostile races, and some dangers come from the battlefield itself. Like the dark stars in the 5 to 38 area, as well as the flashing stars, they are very dangerous. Stellar fine fire itself is not safe, and practitioners are often burned to death. As for Shuojin in Area 6 to 99, it seems that there is not much danger, but it is actually not safe. Shuojin has an associated ore, which is useless, but contains some kind of strange toxin. This toxin is like an invisible light, covering the entire starry sky. As long as you are in it, even if you don't breathe, the toxin can invade the body, even magic weapons can't stop it. The toxin is not strong, but it can continue to accumulate. When it accumulates to a certain level, the toxicity will explode, which will affect the cultivation base at least, and cause severe damage or even damage the foundation. After long years of research, the alchemists of the military have developed a kind of elixir called Jinjin Dan. Jinjin Dan can be lower than toxins, and a Jinjin Dan can be effective for up to 10 days. Lin Moyu is not afraid of this kind of toxin. Without the influence of laws, pure toxin will not cause any harm to him. But for Meng Gang and others, it's hard to say. Meng Gang has been to Area 6 to 99 and had contact with Shuo Jin, so he must know that he must be ready to shake Jingdan. Including Wang Jinghao and Rong Jia must know, not to mention Yu Zhu. In some common sense aspects, they must surpass themselves. Jin Jindan and the others must have prepared it. But their preparations are their business, since as the captain of this mission, Lin Moyu has his own ideas. Meng Gang came to Lin Moyu at this time. Captain, are you going to buy Xia Jindan? Lin Moyu hummed, buy some to be prepared. Meng Gang said, the army has prepared Jinjin Dan for us, you just need to buy your own. While talking, he looked at Yu Zhu, and Yu Zhu immediately said, I've also prepared Jinjin Dan. Lin Moyu didn't seem to hear what they said, he had already found Zinjindan in the item list. Jinjin Dan is the most common item, as long as you are a soldier, you can buy it with military merit. The price is not high, 10 military merits a grain, each grain U10. Lin Moyu didn't know how long it would take, he bought a total of 100 pills and spent 1,000 military merit. The military merit was deducted, and soon someone sent Jinjin Dan to Lin Moyu. I don't know how many golden pills the military has given you, but this time it's my rank promotion task, and I'm the captain, so I should prepare the golden pills. Here are 100 shocking gold pills, which will be handed over to Meng Gang for safekeeping together with the person hunting disc. Lin Moyu handed the jade bottle containing Jinjin Dan and the person hunting array to Meng Gang, and then whispered, let's go. Several people looked at each other, and Meng Gang saw something different in the eyes of Wang Jinghao and Dai Dai. Lin Moyu's sentence, I am the captain, and I should prepare Zinjindan. There are some touches on them. Yu Zhu's eyes flickered, she didn't say anything, and followed in silence. Fortress number 6, the teleportation array lights up. Lin Moyu and his party of 5 appeared in the teleportation formation. After a second pause, the teleportation array flashed again, sending them to the outpost in Area 99. Coming out of the number 99 outpost, several people immediately felt the oppressive and dull atmosphere. An army is neatly stationed in the outpost, forming a phalanx in the starry sky. The phalanx in the starry sky is not the phalanx on the ground, but a cube formation. Each phalanx is composed of 10,000 soldiers, and as far as the eye can see, there are 10 identical phalanxes. Every phalanx exudes an astonishing aura, and the aura of the soldiers condenses into one. Although the cultivation of the soldiers is only true gods, even the god kings will bow down in front of them. Above the phalanx, tens of thousands of kilometers away, are warships. The whole army is ready to go, ready to attack at any time. The appearance of the army seems to indicate that the situation here is not optimistic. The three of Meng Gang looked at the military formation with respect in their eyes, and Rong Jia said unconsciously, the battle is about to begin. Lin Moyu shook his head, I can't fight. Rong Jia was slightly taken aback, with disbelief, how do you know? Lin Moyu chuckled and flew towards Area 99 without explaining. The four hurriedly followed, and Rong Jia asked after him, how do you know you can't fight? Lin Moyu still didn't answer, and Rong Jia wanted to ask again. Meng Gang said lightly, shut up. Rong Jia trembled, obediently shut his mouth and stopped talking. He is Meng Gang's subordinate, and Meng Gang's words are very useful. After flying 1,000,000 kilometers, the starry sky became quiet, and the outpost was only a small dot left in sight. At this moment, Lin Moyu stopped and said to Meng Gang, please explain why you can't fight, and explain the mission in detail by the way. Main Gang nodded. This time in Area 6 to 99, a group of gold-eating beasts suddenly appeared, causing a lot of damage to all races in the area. The number of gold-devouring beasts is unknown, but it is certain that there are a lot of them, and they guard the commonly used passages, making it difficult for the practitioners inside to escape. After we received the news, the army was dispatched as soon as possible. However, other races also dispatched troops, and confrontation occurred in many ways. After negotiation, it was decided to send teams to the rescue. Each team should have no more than 5 people, and each race should have no more than 10 teams. After the first 9 teams entered, the effect was not satisfactory. We are the 10th team of the human race. After he finished speaking, Rongjie finally couldn't help asking, why don't the troops of all ethnic groups go in? As long as the troops go in, it shouldn't be difficult to slaughter the gold-eating beasts. His words caused Yuju to roll her eyes, as if looking at an idiot. Dezhao, let the army go in and slaughter the gold-eating beasts, and by the way, kill the cultivators of the hostile races too. Yuju's words immediately made Rongjie speechless. Yes, if the army goes in, while slaughtering the gold-eating beasts and rescuing the cultivators of their own clan, they will inevitably slaughter the cultivators of the enemy clan. Facing the butcher's knife of the army, there are few practitioners who can resist it. Therefore, the armies of various ethnic groups are stalemate with each other. How can it be possible to allow the armies of other ethnic groups to enter? Sending a small team in for rescue was also the result of discussions among various ethnic groups. Wang Zhenghao asked, the team sent in before didn't bring back any useful information? Main Gang shook his head. No, because Area 99 is affected by toxins, it's difficult to convey the information inside. Wang Zhenghao's voice was deep. It seems that this mission is very dangerous. Rongjie's expression was not good either. He was already aware of the danger of the mission. Only Yuju still had a smile in the corner of her eyes. Her bright eyes were like stars, and she didn't look worried at all. This task is very dangerous. Main Gang thought of it from the very beginning. But after analysis, the mission was more dangerous than he imagined. He looked at Lin Moyu. He didn't understand why the promotion task of a non-commissioned officer was so difficult. From what angle did the Human Emperor Network and the military consider to arrange such a dangerous mission? In his opinion, within the limit of the 6 to 99 area, a second-tier team of God Kings who can leapfrog challenges should be arranged to enter. There are so many geniuses in the army, let alone a team like this, even a few will be fine. Or, Main Gang suddenly thought of an even worse premonition. Maybe the military has dispatched a team composed of second-level geniuses of the God King, but there is still no result. If this is the case, the danger level of this mission will be extremely high. Then what's the point of them going in? To deliver food to the Gold Devourer? Main Gang is very clear about his combat power. The second rank of the God King is the second rank of the God King, and the ordinary second rank of the God King. Wang Zhenghao and Rongjie are his subordinates, and it is clear how powerful they are. Polygonatum is also the 9th level of the true God. No matter how strong it is, it will not be much stronger. Then the only variable is Lin Moyu. Main Gang looked at Lin Moyu with a slightly complicated look. Lin 113, who had been thinking with his eyes closed, said silently, and then slowly opened his eyes. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, sweeping across the starry sky like a sharp sword, just in time to interact with Main Gang's eyes. Main Gang only felt a slight pain in his eyes, as if he had been cut by a sharp knife. Lin Moyu opened his mouth slowly. With a serious expression, Main Gang said it rather tactfully. According to my analysis, the previous 9 teams entered without sending any information back, nor did they save anyone, and they may even be trapped already. Life or death is unknown. The armies of all ethnic groups are bound to be in a state of stalemate at present, and it is estimated that it will continue for a long time. At least until we get specific news, there will be no war between the various ethnic groups. Our first priority here is to save people, and the second is to kill the cultivators of the Golden Beast and the enemy. Lin Moyu's words stunned several people. It's just that the difficulty of saving people is not small. It feels even more difficult to kill the Golden Beast and kill the enemy. Meng Gang seemed to have something to say, but before he could say it, Lin Moyu glanced over and blocked his words. The aura on Lin Moyu's body changed, the previous gentleness disappeared, replaced by a kind of majesty. Lin Moyu's body was so majestic that several people couldn't breathe. The faces of Wang Jinghao and Rong Jie turned slightly pale, and their chests rose and fell several times. They felt that they were facing a high-ranking general, and the temperament unique to generals was so obvious. 3 words rose in their hearts at the same time: impossible. Meng Gang also found it unbelievable. He just had the illusion of facing the army commander. The Legion commander in the fortress is a strong man above the 6th level of the true god, and he is a general of the military. Lin Moyu is obviously only the 5th level true god, but he is only a 9th level fighter, and he is on the mission of promotion. Meng Gang found it inconceivable and couldn't figure it out. Yuju didn't have such a strong feeling like them, but Lin Moyu suddenly became extremely strong, which was completely different from before. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, "I don't care what you think of me before, whether you have conflicts with me, it doesn't matter. In this mission, I am the captain, and I am your commander. My orders must be obeyed unconditionally. In the Army's regulations, there is no such word as regret. If you choose to retreat now, I will kill you and continue the mission with your corpses. If you disobey my orders during the mission, I will also kill you. Is there a problem?" Lin Moyu's words also carried a powerful majesty, like a huge hammer falling on several people, beating them blind. Yuju whispered, "I'm not a soldier." Lin Moyu glanced at her. "Since you joined my team, you will be a soldier until the task is completed." Yuju snorted softly, seemed a little dissatisfied, but said, "Well, I understand." The power is not as good as others. Yuju wisely chose to be obedient and not to be a leader. Lin Moyu's eyes swept over Meng Gang and the 3 of them, and the 3 of Meng Gang reacted in a jerk. Meng Gang said in a low voice, "Understood. As a soldier, you can only follow orders. Act." Wang Jinghao and Rong Jie said in unison, "Do as you are told." Lin Moyu nodded, "Very well, let's go now." As he said that, he took out the Battle King Tower. "Come in." There are still nearly 1 billion kilometers away from Area 99. To save time, Lin Moyu decided to use the King of War Tower to hurry. In addition to being used for representation, this flying device of the God King realm can also be used for combat. Its combat power is not weak, at least not weaker than the 3rd rank of ordinary God Kings. If it is fully exerted, it is enough to kill a God King like Meng Gang. It's just that Lin Moyu's current state is not enough to exert its power. The Zhanwan Pagoda turned into a stream of light, carrying 4 people to cut through the minister. Meng Gang's eyes flickered. He recognized the flying equipment of the Battle King Tashin King realm, and he had not weak combat power. He even felt the threat from the Battle King Tower, indicating that the battle power of the Battle King Tower is no weaker than him. There is a gleam of envy in his eyes. There are many flying machines in the God King realm, and they can be bought no matter whether they are military achievements or points. However, an aircraft is an aircraft, and an aircraft with combat effectiveness is different. This is like the difference between spaceships and battleships. Spaceships are cheap, but battleships are a dead end. Anyway, with his net worth, he couldn't afford the Battle King Tower. Lin Moyu noticed the look in his eyes. "This is my reward for a mission." Meng Gang almost blurted out and asked, "What task? The reward is so good." But as soon as the words came out of his mouth, he knew he shouldn't ask, so he couldn't help showing a little embarrassment. Lin Moyu said, "Which guest is a bit special?" Lin Moyu had already given him the steps, and Meng Gang walked down immediately. After half a day of contact, Meng Gang discovered that Lin Moyu is actually not difficult to get along with. When there is nothing to do, he speaks very softly, and occasionally makes a joke. Thinking about what happened before, that misunderstanding seemed to be caused by myself. The speed of the Zhanwan Tower reached 100,000 kilometers per second. Several hours later, they finally approached Area 99 and saw a human army. In addition to the human army in the outpost, there is also a human army waiting in line here. In addition to the big homeland of the human race, tens of millions of kilometers away, you can still feel the atmosphere from other races. The same huge aura, like a sharp knife, aimed at this place, monitoring every move of the human army. Lin Moyu knew that in the dark and deep space, the alien army was also ready. There are many confrontations here, and the situation is extremely complicated. One of the troops flew out and flew towards Lin Moyu. According to the regulations, Lin Moyu handed over his battlefield token and verified his identity before the army let them go. Across the army, Lin Moyu met the leader of this army. Old acquaintance. The elder of Fortress Number 6, Wang Xing. Wang Xing is not only the elder in the Number 6 fortress, but also has the 4th level cultivation base of God Venerable, and is also a captain, a 6th level captain. He came here after returning from the manor. When Wang Xing saw Lin Moyu, surprise appeared on his face. "Little friend Lin, I didn't expect you to lead the team." Elder Wang Xing was dressed in military uniform and had a heavy aura. The aura of the superior came rushing towards his face, whether it was military rank, position, or his own cultivation level, everyone dared not look directly at him. When Meng Gang and the others saw Wang Xing, they bowed their heads slightly to show respect. Even Polygonatum, who came from an extraordinary background, put away her smile at this moment and became dignified, a little more mature. Lin Moyu smiled. "Elder Wang, why are you here?" Wang Xing laughed. "I was ordered to come here to sit in the township. Although the old man's strength is mediocre, he is still a god after all." "Elder Wang, you are joking." Lin Moyu knew that Wang Xing was just being modest. In the manor, due to restrictions, Wang Xing couldn't display even 1/10,000th of his strength. But in the outside world, even 1,000 Lin Moyu could not defeat Wang Xing. Millions of undead legions are also difficult to cause effective damage to Wang Xing. At most, it is to delay some time and use it to escape for his own life. Whether he can skip it is another matter. Lin Moyu and Wang Xing chatted cordially. Wang Xing was very majestic, and Lin Moyu was not bad either. The two of them were in the same boat. Meng Gang and the others followed behind obediently like little chickens, not daring to make a sound. Only then did they truly recognize Lin Moyu, and found that the Lin Moyu they knew before was just the tip of the iceberg. Meng Gang felt that fortunately he let go of his prejudice and decided to build a good relationship with Lin Moyu. If you continue to fight against Lin Moyu, you are probably courting death. An existence that can communicate with the gods on an equal footing, is that something he can provoke? Meng Gang felt that he should have thought of it long ago. There are so many geniuses in the human race, and countless geniuses come to the Suzaku battlefield every year, and there are also many people who have made contributions to the human race. But who can get the honorary title? For nearly 100 years, Lin Moyu has been the only one in Suzaku battlefield. How can this kind of person be provoked by oneself? Through the conversation with Wang Xing, Lin Moyu sort of figured out the current situation. The gold-devouring beast happened half a month ago, and Elder Wang Xing just arrived a few days ago. He was ordered to come over to support the town. There were 4 elders in the Number 6 fortress, and Li Yuanbai was still guarding outside the manor. The other 3 elders have all arrived here. The group army to which Fortress Number 6 belongs is ready to go. It doesn't have to be a fight. If it does, it won't be caught off guard. At present, the multi-party armies are confronting each other, which has reached as many as 5 races. In addition to the old rivals, the Demon Clan, there are also the Golden Eagle Clan, the Flying Wing Clan, and the Flying Snake Clan. Coincidentally, these 4 races are enemies of the human race. Then the Demon Clan and the Golden Eagle Clan do not fight each other, and the Golden Eagle Clan and the Flying Snake Clan also have enmity. The Flying Wings have some conflicts with the Flying Snakes. So they restrained each other, and no one did anything, reaching a strange balance. According to Wang Xing, they have received news that the army of the Bull Demon Clan has also come. The Bull Demon race and the human race are not hostile races, but they have a normal relationship with each other, and they have some conflicts with the Demon race. With their arrival, I don't know if they will break the balance. There is no need for Lin Moyu to worry about these things. What he has to do now is to go in and save people. Then when you see a hostile race, just kill it. The same goes for the gold-devouring beast. Then go to the regional center to see if you can get Shuajin essence. Wang Xing brought Lin Moyu to a place, about 100,000 kilometers ahead. It wasn't pitch black, but a light blue halo appeared. It looks a bit charming. The halo is constantly changing in the starry sky, and there seem to be bubbles rolling on it, as if something is about to rush out of the halo. The area surrounded by this halo, Area 6 to 99. Wang Xing pointed to the constantly changing bubbles. This is the area that our human race often enters and exits, and passages will appear every once in a while. According to estimates, there should be a channel forming in another hour or so. After you go in, you have to write down the location, and when you come back, it's better to go back the same way. Lin Moyu nodded. Is there no news about the team that went in before? Wang Xing shook his head. No. Lin Moyu nodded slightly. I'll go and have a look. As long as they're not dead, I'll bring them back. Then I wish Xiao Yu Lin every success. Wang Xing smiled. He was not worried about Lin Moyu at all, and seemed to have full confidence in Lin Moyu. After returning from the manor, he went to know some things about Lin Moyu. With his authority, he can know more than ordinary people, and he knows how strong Lin Moyu is. Just the physical body of the peak of the true god is enough to make most gods feel ashamed. Lin Moyu said to Meng Gang and the others, the passage will appear in about an hour. Now take the Jinjin Dan. You, Meng Gang, are responsible for this. Meng Gang was startled and responded loudly, obey. He immediately took out Jinjin Dan and distributed it to everyone. When he wanted to give Jinjin Dan to Lin Moyu refused. Don't give it to me. If I need it, I will ask you for it. 0. Ask for flowers. Meng Gang was puzzled, but he didn't ask. He remembered what Lin Moyu said before, his words are orders, and he just needs to obey. As time passed, the mood of Meng Gang and the others became tense. The 9 teams went in before, but there was no news of them. It is really hard to say whether they can come out alive after they go. An hour later, a bubble suddenly bulged violently on the blue halo in front of my eyes, as if something was barreling out from the inside, and the bubble rose from the ground like a mountain peak, becoming sharp. Meng Gang, who had been here before, thought in his heart, the passage is about to appear. He tensed up and became more tense. Lin Moyu's voice sounded slowly. After going in for a while, Meng Gang will be in charge of protecting and at the same time activate the person-finding array. If there are gold-eating beasts or enemies, don't worry about them, I will deal with them. His words were so decisive that no one could refuse. Meng Gang's heart trembled, and he immediately responded, I see. Lin Moyu hummed and began to watch the bubbles. After continuously rising hundreds of times, the bubbles had become hundreds of miles high, and then exploded in the starry sky. The light blue light exploded from the halo, as if the halo had broken a hole. The channel is also formed at this moment. Let's go. Lin Moyu yelled lightly, and rushed to the passage first. Meng Gang and the others immediately followed behind, keeping close to each other. The blue in the channel becomes more and more intense, gradually turning towards dark blue. Lin Moyu's expression changed suddenly, and he said in a low voice, be careful. Meng Gang reacted immediately, and a strong law erupted from his whole body, which was dazzling. The field of laws unfolded in an instant, and golden light enveloped the 4 of them. Countless golden law swords stretched out from the rays of light, forming a sword array, covering the 4 people with swords as armor. Just after he unfolded the field of law, the attack came. Countless blue beams of light bombarded his law field, making the field roar. The law sword in the field burst on the spot, and the law field collapsed rapidly. Meng Gang's face changed, and he reminded loudly, Captain, be careful, it's an attack from the God King realm. At this time, he saw an attack falling on Lin Moyu, and a layer of bone armor emerged from Lin Moyu's body. The bone armor shattered in the attack, and the powerful attack hit Lin Moyu like a broken body. Meng Gang's expression changed drastically. Yu Zhu, Wang Jinghao, and Rong Jie also changed their faces drastically, and they remained pale for a long time. In their eyes, no matter how strong Lin Moyu is, he is only the 5th level true god. Maybe the attack power is very strong, but the attack is not equal to the defense. Facing the attack of the God King, his defense instantly collapsed, and the attack of the God King fell on him. But in the next second, several people were stunned. Lin Moyu didn't change his face, and took all the attacks calmly. White light flashed on his body, and the skeleton armor kept appearing and collapsing. What followed was that somewhere in the blue light, white light continued to explode, as if someone was attacking there. The white light illuminated the blue, and everyone saw gold-eating beasts covered in blue. As a god king, Meng Gang lived the longest and had the most knowledge among all the people. He recognized what Lin Moyu had done, and murmured, "Multi-star spell." Only the linkage of spells induced by multi-star spells can find the enemies hidden in the dark in this passive way. The 343 gold-eating beast is blue in color, hidden in the blue light, its breath is invisible, and it is extremely difficult to find. But Lin Moyu used this method to find them abruptly. Killing intent rose in Lin Moyu's eyes. It seems that everyone who came in was attacked. With a soft sigh, the light around him kept beating. Hundreds of skeleton gods came out in response, rushing towards the gold-devouring beast. As Lin Moyu's cultivation continued to improve, the combat power of the skeletons also increased rapidly accordingly. The weakest 3 kinds of skeletons are all comparable to the 8th-order true god. And the skeleton god general formed by their fusion has reached the 2nd rank of god king. The skeleton god will fly up, holding a sharp bone sword, carrying the law of immortality, raising the sword in his hand and dropping it, waving a series of amazing sword energy. The huge sword energy swept across the starry sky, almost cutting the passage to pieces. There were no more than 10 gold-eating beasts that attacked Lin Moyu, and they were all gold-eating beasts of the 1st rank of God King. Facing the skeleton god general who has the 2nd level combat power of the God King, he is not an opponent at all. Plus the quantity differs by a factor of 10. Almost instantly, the 10 gold-devouring beasts were killed by the skeleton god general. After the gold-devouring beast died, its body quickly curled up, and finally turned into a piece of blue metal the size of a fist. Lin Moyu took a piece of blue metal in his hand and used detection. Shuajin, excellent refining material. Using detection techniques outside the coverage of the human emperor's network will reduce the detail of the information obtained, but it is enough for Lin Moyu. Gold devourers feed on Shuajin, and after their death, their corpses will turn into a piece of high-quality Shuajin. Sometimes the collected Shuajin is not pure enough and contains impurities, and needs to be further purified and refined. Often, 100 caddies of Shuajin can be collected, and only 10 caddies can be extracted in the end. After the death of the gold-devouring beast, the condensed gold does not need to be purified again, and the quality is very high. Lin Moyu took it in his hand and weighed it. Shuajin is not heavy, and a piece the size of a fist is only about 5 caddies. From the perspective of mass density alone, he is not even as good as iron. But the laws contained in it make it worth far more than steel. Meng Gang and the others were completely startled by the scene just now. They never imagined that Lin Moyu would kill 10 gold-eating beasts in the God King realm so easily. To be able to reach the 1st rank of God King is already an elite member of the gold-devouring beast. Moreover, the gold-eating beast feeds on Shuajin all the year round, and its defense power is astonishing. It is very difficult for practitioners in the same realm to kill it. Generally, it can only be done by relying on powerful magic weapons. Meng Gang knew that even if he wanted to kill the gold-eating beast of the 1st rank of the God King, it would take some effort. But the skeletons that Lin Moyu summoned just now easily killed the gold-devouring beast. It shows that the combat power of these skeletons is astonishing, probably stronger than themselves. Is this a puppet? Where did such powerful puppets come from, and there are so many of them? Meng Gang thought in his heart, unable to judge. The tension in Yuju's heart subsided a lot. Meimo looked at Lin Moyu. In her eyes, Lin Moyu became more and more mysterious. Lin Moyu put Shuajin away, and said slowly, "Meng Gang, based on your knowledge of gold-eating beasts, will they ambush?" Meng Gang thought for a while, then shook his head. I'm not very clear, but I have never dealt with gold-devouring beasts before. Lin Moyu was a little disappointed. Without more information, he couldn't make a more precise judgment. At this time Yuju suddenly raised her hand and said, Captain, I know. Lin Moyu snorted, say it. Yuju once said that the Yu family she was born in had a very deep cooperative relationship with the military. This shows that the Yu family should be a big family with a long history. This kind of big family will know a lot of information. Yuju said, gold-eating beasts generally act in groups, with varying numbers, as few as 1,000, as many as tens of thousands. Their actions are not fixed, and they will find a large amount of gold to devour each time they act. At the same time, all creatures found by them will be killed by them. However, I have heard that there was an ambush, and I think what happened today is very strange. Lin Moyu nodded. Yuju's words made his guess a bit more likely. Lin Moyu continued to ask, are there any special gold-eating beasts in the information you know? Yuju thought for a while, then shook her head. A special gold-eating beast? It didn't appear in the data. Lin Moyu pondered for a few seconds. His eyes were serious and he said in a low voice, although it has not been confirmed yet, we have reason to suspect that there should be some special changes in Gold Eater Luli. Several people looked at Lin Moyu, wondering what Lin Moyu meant. Lin Moyu continued, I guess, in the group of gold-devouring beasts, a wise gold-devouring beast appeared, and it is very likely that it is the king of gold-devouring beasts. This can explain why the gold-devouring beasts ambushed us. The team that came in before must have also been ambushed, caught off guard, and it is very likely to cause damage. Meng Gang's face changed slightly. No wise beasts, no matter how strong they are not afraid, because their power is dispersed. But once there is wisdom and power twisted together, it becomes terrifying. If the wisdom is stronger and smarter, it will ambush, sneak attack, and think. Thinking of this, Meng Gang shivered all over, realizing the seriousness of the matter. Then should we report it? Lin Moyu shook his head. No way. 0.0 Meng Gang was slightly taken aback, but didn't ask anything. Because he remembers what Lin Moyu said, Lin Moyu's words are orders and must be obeyed unconditionally. Lin Moyu said, first, we have no evidence. Second, you can't go back. Can't go back? Meng Gang's face changed slightly, and he immediately felt it, and his face suddenly became ugly. They are still in the passage, but this passage has become one way for some reason, and they can enter but cannot exit. Meng Gang murmured, it's different from when I came here. Yuju also sensed this, and her beautiful face became ugly. It's not the same as what was recorded in the data. Why is the passage becoming one way? Lin Moyu said, some special things must have happened, and the reason why those teams did not report back is probably related to this. It seems that we have only one way left to go. What Lin Moyu said was that there was only one way left. But the hearts of several people sank. They knew the subtext in Lin Moyu's words that there was no way out. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, the boat will naturally go straight when it reaches the bridge, and I'm worried that it won't solve the problem. According to what was said in advance, Meng Gang protected them well, and left the matter of fighting to me. After all, Meng Gang is a soldier, and he is also a god king. Soon he calmed down, and the breath of a soldier came forth spontaneously. Since you can't go back, go forward bravely. Lin Moyu cleared the way ahead, and everyone continued to move forward. From this moment on, several skeleton generals appeared beside Meng Gang and the others. 10 skeleton gods will protect them as the first line of defense. And Meng Gang is the second line of defense. There are also several skeleton gods in front of Lin Moyu who will lead the way. Thinking about this mission, in fact, Wang Zhenghao and Rong Jie didn't play a big role here, but they had a reason to come here. Their cultivation base has reached the 9th level of true gods, only one step away from the God King. Perhaps one experience is enough for them to complete the promotion. Their potential cannot be compared with geniuses like Qian Huang, so the difficulty of upgrading will be much lower. And they can get a lot of military merit through this mission. It can be regarded as a way for the military to train soldiers. It doesn't have to be useful to come out to perform tasks. The military has too many people, so it must use the method of casting a wide net. Besides, there is another reason that Lin Moyu can think of. That is, the military wants to see his ability. Adding 2 unnecessary burdens has no effect, but actually increases the difficulty of the task. It is also understandable that the military will be stricter on the holders of the title of honor. Lin Moyu can understand the above 2 reasons, so he is not surprised. It's just that the addition of Yuju made him a little confused. What is the purpose of this woman from the Yu family who said she was completing the task of promotion? Lin Moyu can't believe it. Her purpose is pure. But no matter what, since the team has been formed, as long as she is obedient, I will lead her to continue the task. Lin Moyu's eyes were full of thoughts, and he had already summed up the cause and effect of the past. All in all, the military did not think that it would succeed in this mission, or it was just an attempt. Among the 4 elders in Fortress Number 6, except for Li Yuanbai, the other 3 have already arrived here. In other words, there are already 3 gods sitting at the gate of the area 6 to 99. According to Li Yuanbai's main production, a stronger army commander is also ready. This is the rhythm of fighting. And it's not a small-scale battle, but a large-scale battle, and it may not just be Fort 6. Letting me come here to save people is not only a test, but also to buy some time so that the military can have more time to prepare. So it doesn't really matter whether my mission is successful or not. The important thing is that I went in, and I went in under the surveillance of other races. There must be something going on in the area. What the hell is it? Lin Moyu felt himself clearing his mind. From the moment he entered the outpost, he felt something was wrong. After arriving here, the feeling is more obvious. If the human race really wants to fight, it must be done in an instant, and it is impossible to notify in advance. It takes time to act secretly, so the result of confrontation and discussion among various ethnic groups is to buy time. There must be a reason for doing so, and the reason is in the area 6 to 99. At the same time, Lin Moyu also considered another possibility, whether the human race did this, and whether other races did the same. Everyone is not stupid. What you can think of, others can think of too. Involuntarily, Lin Moyu felt a sense of urgency, and it seemed that he had to hurry up. No matter what the military really meant, time was running out for him. His mission is to save people. If he has not completed his mission after the war begins, then his promotion mission will fail. At that time, the military merits will be deducted, and the promotion task cannot be performed again within 10 years. And once the war starts, it might die inside. Lin Moyu glanced around, and Shuo Jin lit up the starry sky with a blue light, like a huge cage, enveloping them. Lin Moyu almost had the urge to find the exit and leave immediately. What's wrong with you? Yuju noticed the change of Lin Moyu's breath. Lin Moyu shook his head. Nothing, just thinking about something. Yuju snorted. Is it about the gold-devouring beast? Lin Moyu took advantage of the situation and asked, do you know a lot about King Lu who eats gold? Gold-devouring beast master. Yuju tilted her head, apparently searching for memories in her little head. Lin Moyu looked at him. This beautiful woman has an extraordinary family heritage and knows a lot of information. But this time it was obvious that she didn't know what was going on here, so she followed so recklessly. In the thoughts just now, Lin Moyu probably guessed that Polygonatum is most likely to observe himself. After all, my performance is too special. As a descendant of a big family, it is normal to observe myself. Although Lin Moyu was born in a small world, no matter whether it is a small world or a big world, the structure is similar. It is nothing more than a relationship between a larger scale and a smaller scale. A small world is also a world, and there are families in it. Lin Moyu used to be in a high position and is very familiar with this. Observe geniuses, make friends with geniuses, or absorb geniuses into the family. Marriage is a very good way. Lin Moyu realized that he was thinking too much, and he thought too much. At this time, Yuju also stopped thinking. There are very few records of the gold-devouring beast king. We only know that there are more than 10,000 gold-devouring beast groups that may give birth to the Beast King. The strength of the gold-devouring Beast King is around the 4th level of the God King. Lin Moyu also knew this information, and he was a little disappointed, thinking in his heart, if there are more gold-devouring beasts, it will reach 50,000, or even 100,000. Will a more powerful Beast King be born, or even a wise Beast King? The world is so big, everything is possible. In a special battlefield, there is no need to feel strange about what happens. Just like the appearance of the gold-devouring beast herd, it has always been an unsolved mystery. No one knows how or where they came from. Anyway, every time it appears, it will cause some death damage. After they appeared, they ate a large amount of Shuojin and killed the other creatures next to Shuojin, and then disappeared again. In thinking, everyone completely flew away from the passage. At the moment of leaving the passage and actually entering the area 6 to 99, the light blue light was shrouded by a more intense azure light. It's like seeing a beautiful ocean. The blue light is like waves, rolling over layer upon layer. This is a beautiful starry sky, very beautiful. In the distant starry sky, a little bit of blue light flickered. Every bit of blue light is Shuojin. Shuojin is big and small, and their light is refracted and reflected through layers of space, forming a dreamy blue world. But they didn't have time to appreciate the beautiful picture, and attacks came from all directions. The gold-devouring beast's attack contained extremely strong impact. In the blue beam of attacking light, there are also mottled light spots. It was distorted in the channel space before, and I didn't see it clearly. Now I can see clearly that the blue is the color of Shuojin, and the mottled light spots on it are the color of the associated ore of Shuojin. A color that looks like gold but not gold, silver but not silver. The associated ore of Shuojin is called gold and silver stone, which contains toxins and is constantly released. Gold-devouring beasts are not afraid of this toxin. When they eat Shunjin, they will also eat gold and silver stones. Their subsequent attacks will also contain this toxin, even stronger than the gold and silver stone itself. Before the Jin Jindan appeared, the attack of the gold-devouring beast was very fatal. Even if it can block the attack, the all-pervasive toxin makes practitioners very headache. After the Jinjin pill appeared, the threat of toxins almost disappeared, and it only needed to be able to attack the gold-devouring beast. Meng Gang gave a soft shout, and the domain of laws opened up, covering the 3 of Yuzhu. In the field of law, countless swords of law appeared, forming a sword array in the field. The soul leaped out from the top of his head, holding a shield in his hand. The shield turned into a stream of light, merged into the field of law, and suddenly a shield appeared in the field of law. The combination of sword and shield greatly enhanced the defense of the law domain. Lin Moyu could tell at a glance that the shield in Meng Gang's soul was from the military. He is already a god king, and his soul has already surpassed the true god realm, and his soul has begun to merge with the law field. No longer simply using laws as armor, the soul can already fight in the field of laws. If he hadn't wanted to protect Yuzhu and the others, Meng Gang would have already driven in the law domain by now. In the blue light, the gold-eating beast looms in it. There are their figures in all directions, and their attacks are densely packed. The skeleton gods protecting Meng Gang and the others attacked at the same time, ignoring the attack of the gold-devouring beasts, and swung sword auras one after another. Gold-devouring beasts can hide in the blue light, and neither the naked eye nor the soul can find them. But in the eyes of the undead of the skeleton general, the gold-eating beast is too obvious, and there is nowhere to hide. The sword energy cut through the starry sky, and a gold-eating beast was swallowed by the sword energy. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and more generals appeared around him. At the same time, the attacks that landed on it shattered the bone armor. The skeleton armor triggers the linkage of spells and counterattacks continuously. The gold-devouring beast that is attacking now is not an elite member, nor is it a captain, Bijek, and the realm is between the 8th and 9th ranks of the true god. For Meng Gang, although the number is large, the pressure is much less than the previous round. The domain of law with the double blessing of sword and shield easily blocked the attack. The starry white light burst and flickered, and the bone spears and bone fangs flickered in the starry sky. Those gold-devouring beasts with only 8th ranks were instantly killed by counterattacks linked with spells. The 9th-level gold-eating beast was also injured on the spot and was seriously injured. After the death of the gold-devouring beast, the body will dissipate and turn into extremely high-purity shujin. They don't have blood, and once they are severely injured, they only need to eat some shuajin to recover. In the same way, eating the shuajin that became after the death of the companion can also restore it. Lin Moyu saw clearly that a gold-devouring beast ate the shuajin behind his companion's death and quickly recovered. Lin Moyu released a total of 100 skeleton god generals, and the skeleton god generals rushed into the group of gold-eating beasts at a high speed, beating them to the point where they were powerless to fight back. In the blink of an eye, more than 500 gold-devouring beasts had already been beheaded. At this time, the gold-devouring beast suddenly retreated like a tide as if it had received some order. The gold-devouring beast was so fast that it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Meng Gang whispered, "The gold-eating beast can resonate with shuajin and gold and silver stones. Here, their speed is very fast and it is difficult to chase." Lin Moyu nodded. "According to what you know, do gold-devouring beasts have the habit of running away when they cannot be defeated?" Meng Gang thought for a while and shook his head slightly. Yuzhu also shook her head and said, "According to the records in the family information, most of the time when encountering gold-devouring beasts, there are 2 outcomes. One is to kill them or be killed by them. Running is impossible. The gold-devouring beast is too fast. Kill or be killed." This also shows that the gold-devouring beast will not run away. After all, it is a giant beast that has no wisdom and does not know fear, so how can it be afraid? Without fear there is no possibility of escape. This scene also further confirmed Lin Moyu's previous guess that the same kind with wisdom was really born in the gold-devouring group. And he can command the entire group of gold-devouring beasts, so he should be the king of gold-devouring beasts. Gold-devouring beasts have been around for countless years. Why is wisdom born now? Yuzhu obviously thought of this too, and couldn't help frowning. If there is a commander, the combat power of the gold-devouring beasts can be improved by at least several levels, and their danger will be greatly increased. But Lin Moyu suddenly realized another possibility. Could it be that this intelligent gold-eating beast has always existed? It's just that it didn't wake up before. After all, people who encountered the gold-devouring beast before were basically killed. Occasionally, there were those who escaped and ascended to heaven, or those who turned against the gold-devouring beast, probably didn't realize this. This kind of possibility is not impossible, but it is useless to think too much now. They can only move on. Lin Moyu looked at Meng Gang. "Let's start the tracing board." Meng Gang nodded, took out the person-finding disc and activated it directly. A bright light suddenly bloomed like a person seeking formation, and a few seconds later, several arrows appeared outside the formation. The appearance of the arrow is familiar, and the shell given by Yuchingru. When you find the flashing stars, the arrows displayed are also like this. There are 4 arrows in total, long and short. The person-finding array can find battlefield tokens within tens of millions of kilometers, and the battlefield tokens deal with human cultivators. Meng Gang explained, "The longer the arrow, the longer the distance." Lin Moyu nodded, "Start from the nearest one." Everyone immediately flew towards the nearest direction. Human race practitioners will wear battlefield tokens as long as they are active in the battlefield area. Once killed, the battlefield token will be invalid at the same time, and cannot be found by ordinary people-finding arrays. So they don't have to worry, they just find the battlefield token, but they can't find the person. As long as the person hunting array points in the direction, there must be a cultivator, and he is still alive. After flying 1,000,000 kilometers, they saw a black shadow, sinking and floating in the blue light like waves. "Found it!" A look of surprise appeared on Yuzhu's face. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. He sensed the breath of life on Fong. It looked like he was dead, but the tracing disc pointed to him, indicating that he should be alive. Meng Gang also frowned. He seems to be dead. However, Meng Gang was not very sure about the words. Lin Moyu switched to the perspective of the undead, and finally saw that the other party seemed to be dead, but the soul still existed. As long as the soul is still there, it does not mean death. But this soul is also in a deep sleep state, and its breath is a little weird. Suddenly, Lin Moyu yelled softly, "Defense!" Jin Gang almost instinctively opened the field of law, and at the same time the soul jumped out. At this time, a dark blue attack came like a sharp arrow, easily piercing through his law domain, piercing his soul. The other party seemed to be waiting for Meng Gang's soul to appear. Meng Gang's face changed drastically, and it was too late to hide. Trap! Meng Gang reacted immediately, but it was too late. His soul has just jumped out, the attack has arrived, and the timing is very precise. At the God King realm, the soul manifests into the realm of law completely, and with the protection of the realm of law, there is no longer any problem with the safety of the soul. If you want to attack the soul, you must first break the field of law. It is much more difficult than in the realm of true gods. But the reality of the fragile soul has not changed. Once the soul is damaged, it can be severely injured, even to the foundation. If it is heavy, it will fall directly. This attack was like a broken bamboo, easily piercing through Meng Gang's law field and coming straight to the soul. Needless to say, if it hits, Meng Gang Xiaoxi will not be safe. Meng Gang's soul complexion changed drastically, and he felt that he was locked in, and there was no way to avoid it. The attack came so fast and hastily that Yu Zhu and the others didn't react at all. Their realm is not enough, and they really can't react. Just when Meng Gang was desperate, a white shadow appeared in front of the soul, between the soul and the attack. The skeleton god will hold the shield, because Meng Gang blocked the attack. The skeleton god will keep retreating during the attack, but immediately after that, more skeleton gods will rush over, and the tight Meng Gang protects him. Meng Gang had the feeling of escaping death. He looked at Lin Moyu, and found that Lin Moyu didn't look at himself at all, but looked forward. This attack was made by the human cultivator who seemed to be a dead body. From the perspective of the undead of the skeleton, Lin Moyu saw a gold-eating beast jumping out of the body of a human cultivator. This gold-devouring beast is very small, only the size of a palm, and it exudes blue light all over its body. Soul, the soul of the gold-devouring beast. Recognized at a glance, this guy is the soul of the gold-devouring beast. After it left the body of the human cultivator, the aura of the human cultivator completely disappeared. Even the arrows on the tracing board disappeared. He was dead, really dead. After the soul of the gold-devouring beast glanced at Meng Gang, its body gradually blurred and disappeared. The starry sky is cold, and there is no starlight to bring warmth here. The surrounding atmosphere fell into an inexplicable weirdness. Yu Zhu swallowed. This is a trap. It turned out to be a trap. She now fully believes that Lin Moyu's previous judgment was not wrong. The group of gold-devouring beasts really gave birth to wisdom, and the wisdom is not low, even using corpses to set traps. Lin Moyu asked the skeleton god to look through the corpse, and asked at the same time, do other races have something similar to the person finding a ray? Meng Gang was still in shock at this moment. He had just narrowly escaped death, and he hadn't fully recovered yet. But after all, he is a soldier. Hearing Lin Moyu's words, he replied instinctively, yes, all races have similar methods. Lin Moyu nodded, be careful next. Meng Gang took a deep breath and saluted Lin Moyu, thank you. If it wasn't for Lin Moyu just now, I would have died. Lin Moyu shook his head, you are my team member, so I should save you. Meng Gang hummed and didn't say any more nonsense. The skeleton god will carefully look through the corpse and make sure it is safe. Lin Moyu ordered the skeleton god to bring the body back, and found that there were several wounds on the body, one of which directly penetrated the forehead, which was a fatal wound. Looking at the wound, Lin Moyu felt a little strange. The wound was too small, only the thickness of a finger. It doesn't look like a bite from a gold-devouring beast, nor does it seem like an attack from a gold-devouring beast. It's a bit like the wounds caused by arrow magic weapons of other races, so it's hard to judge for a while. Originally, Lin Moyu wanted to use resurrection, but it was useless after thinking about it. This technique is too weird, beyond the understanding of many people. And he will not reveal his secret easily. Furthermore, he believed that the information about this corpse would not be too much. Apart from being able to tell myself how he died, there is no other use. Lin Moyu handed the body to Meng Gang. Take it and take it back. With the battlefield token, you can find the original owner's information, and the fallen leaves will return to their roots, so that they will not die in the starry sky. Meng Gang took a brand new storage ring and put away the corpse. Continue. Lin Moyu let out a soft cry, and everyone moved towards the next goal. The second target is about 3 million kilometers away, not very far away, and it takes less than 3 minutes to fly there. But in the middle of their flight, the target suddenly disappeared. Meng Gang whispered, "Dead." There is only one possibility for the target to disappear, and that is to die. Go and have a look. Lin Moyu's face darkened slightly and he continued to move forward. His face was slightly gloomy, and he thought to himself, how could it be such a coincidence? The other party will die soon. Faintly, he felt something was wrong. Habits cultivated in the small world, Lin Moyu is vigilant about everything. Especially in the battlefield, not vigilant means death. Ask for flowers. Soon, they saw the corpse. There seemed to be aura left by the war around the corpse, and they could clearly feel the residual aura of the law. Obviously, the owner of the corpse had resisted before his death. Just died, the breath has not completely dissipated, but the gold-devouring beast has disappeared. Lin Moyu stopped suddenly. No. Yu Zhu, Wang Jinghao, and Rong Jia were all here for the first time, and they couldn't see anything wrong. Meng Gang also said, there is indeed a problem. How could the gold-devouring beast leave behind its corpse? The gold-devouring beast has always eaten all other living beings, leaving no residue behind. How could there be a corpse left behind? It was like that before, and it's like this now. Lin Moyu was connected to the perspective of the undead, and he saw the little gold-devouring beast soul again. It was standing on the head of the corpse, and it had obviously spotted Lin Moyu and others, and its small eyes showed vigilance. In the next second, it jumped into the void, and disappeared under the shroud of blue light. Lin Moyu thought in his heart, could it be the tea? There was no one else around, and after much deliberation, there was only the soul of that little gold-devouring beast. But it was very alert, and ran away as soon as it saw Lin Moyu and others. Lin Moyu didn't chase after it and let it go. Meng Gang also saw the other party, and whispered, did it kill him? Lin Moyu whispered, it should be. It seems that the group of gold-eating beasts this time is more troublesome than expected. There may be more than one gold-eating beast with wisdom. Meng Gang looked solemn, realizing that things were getting more and more troublesome. The task this time gave him the feeling that it was almost the same as sending him to death. If it weren't for Lin Moyu, if they were replaced by other god kings, they would have been wiped out when they passed through the passage. Lin Moyu asked the skeleton god to bring back the corpse, and there was also only a wound between the eyebrows. But it is still not certain that it was killed by the soul of the little gold-devouring beast just now. Continue to find the next target. After several minutes, the third target was finally found. This time it was a living person, but he was seriously injured and had fallen into a coma. Not only is the body in a coma, but the soul is also in a coma. Gold and silver stone toxins have entered the body, destroying vitality. Lin Moyu used the power of life to heal him. The power of life can heal, but it takes time. There is no time at present. Just to maintain his state, let Rong Jia take him, and continue to move forward. The person seeking a raid continuously pointed out the direction, but it was strange that Lin Moyu and others took a step slower every time. When they arrived, people must have died. Lin Moyu saw the soul of the little gold-devouring beast several times in a row. The moment the soul saw Lin Moyu and others, it would run away quickly. But it didn't happen every time. A few times they encountered the gold-devouring herd. Lin Moyu killed a lot of gold-eating beasts, but people still couldn't save them. Before they arrived, people were already dead. There were a few more corpses in Ming Gang's storage ring, and 2 of them were already fragmented. Everyone felt a little heavy, and now they only rescued 1. A blue light appeared in the distance. After entering Area 6 to 99, he flew around for a long time in order to save people, and finally arrived at Shuojin's area. The closer to the central point, the more Shuojin there will be. These blue light spots look like stars 680 from a distance, but they are all visual errors caused by the refraction of light. In fact, Shuojin is not very big. Pieces of Shuojin are hung in the starry sky like stones, flying around. The small ones are only as big as an adult's head, and the larger ones are no more than 10 meters in diameter. The really big one is the associated ore of Shuojin, gold and silver stone that contains toxins. Gold and silver stones are very large, generally more than 100 meters in diameter, and even as large as 10,000 meters, really like stars. Shuojin seems to grow on gold and silver stones. After its blue light passes through gold and silver stones, it becomes more intense and can be irradiated to farther places. Gold and silver stones look very strange. They are obviously gold and silver in color, and they have different colors when viewed from different angles. But its own light is not strong, but it can strongly reflect Shuojin's light. Lin Moyu also had to sigh. There are all kinds of wonders in the big world. Normally, Shuojin should be an associated mine of gold and silver stone. But some people have seen the whole process of the birth of Shuojin. It is true that Shuojin appeared 1 step earlier, and after the birth of Shuojin, gold and silver stones grew. Moreover, gold and silver stone has no effect, so gold and silver stone is defined as the associated ore of Shuojin. Hey, what's wrong with him? Yuju's voice suddenly sounded. Yuju looked at the people Rongjia was leading in surprise. The guy who was rescued by them, whose whole body was corroded by gold and silver stone poison, has been unconscious all the time. At this time, a lot of gold and silver colors appeared strangely on his body, which looked like gold and silver stones. Lin Moyu felt heart palpitations, and shouted anxiously, "Let go!" Rongjia was startled, and let go of his hand on the spot. Lin Moyu sipped again, back. Now Lin Moyu's prestige was already very high, and everyone retreated quickly without any hesitation. Withdrawing from 10,000 meters in an instant, Lin Moyu's heart palpitations not only did not weaken, but became more intense. "Continue to retreat, hurry up!" Lin Moyu yelled, speeding up and away again. The weakest ones here are the 9th rank of true gods. Once the speed is unfolded, it is ridiculously fast. In the blink of an eye, it is thousands of kilometers. At this time, Lin Moyu's heart palpitations rose to the extreme, and then under his gaze, the corpse exploded. In its body, countless light spots burst out, which are gold and silver stone powder. The powder of gold and silver stone, combined with the blue light of Shuojin, became extremely dazzling. As if a chain reaction had been formed, as the corpse exploded, the nearby gold and silverstone mines also exploded. In an instant, the dense powder covered the starry sky like mist. The diffusion speed of the powder is very fast, far exceeding the flying speed of Lin Moyu et al. Passing by like a storm, Ming Gang almost instinctively opened the field of law. The domain of law, which could have covered a large area of starry sky, seemed to be suppressed by external forces, and it could not expand even if it covered a radius of 1 kilometer. The powder was swept away like a storm, and the field of laws was under tremendous pressure, and it was still shrinking. Ming Gang's face changed drastically, his soul leaped out, and he integrated the shield in his hand into the field of law to enhance the defense of the field of law. The field of law finally stabilized, but only a second later, it began to collapse again. The sword and shield of law and the field of law are constantly collapsing, and the range is rapidly shrinking. Although Ming Gang's sharp gold law is not good at defense, the defense power of the soul law domain of the God King realm is not too bad. But now, the speed of the collapse is somewhat unexpected. As the master of the field of law, Ming Gang is very clear about the situation in his field of law. He knew that within half a minute, his law field would collapse. Meng Gang seemed to have remembered something, and his face became extremely ugly. It's troublesome. This is a poison explosion. Lin Moyu has seen some information about the 6 to 99 area, but there is no information about the poison explosion. Yuju's face changed drastically when she heard Meng Gang's words. How could I encounter a poison explosion? Wang Zhenghao and Rong Jie obviously didn't know what a poison explosion was, and they asked anxiously, what is a poison explosion? Yuju explained with a bitter face, usually the toxicity of gold and silver stones is released slowly. The toxicity is not strong, it just accumulates, and you can be safe with Jingjing Dan. When the toxic explosion occurs, the toxicity of gold and silver stone will explode in an instant. Think about it. What would happen if the toxicity that could have been released for 10,000 years or even longer erupted in an instant? Then there is no need to think, it must be the extinction of all things. Zenjindan has no effect. Rong Jie's face became extremely ugly. So, we are not dead? Wang Zhenghao asked, can't the law field stop it? Meng Gang shook his head, look for yourself. His law field is collapsing, and Wang Zhenghao is also frightened, otherwise he shouldn't be asking such a question. The two looked gloomy and kept muttering, I'm sure I'm dead this time. The spreading speed of the powder is too fast, and it has covered a star field of tens of millions of kilometers in a blink of an eye. With his speed, it is impossible to escape before the law field collapses. Yuju and Meng Gang looked at Lin Moyu incessantly. If anyone can save them now, maybe only Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's eyes flickered slightly, and the Tower of the King of War was fast enough to take them away. But he wasn't sure whether the Battle King Tower could survive the poisonous gold and silver stone powder. In case the Tower of the King of War is damaged, he can't bear it. He has not yet reached the God King realm, and he can still fully exert the power of the Battle King Tower. He can't be like the God of Punishment Fortress, which is finished before it is used. What's more, it is not yet desperate. Lin Moyu doesn't look worried at all. Even 0.8 can be said to be neither happy nor sad, and he is still calm. He didn't feel the power of the law in these gold and silver stone powders. Gold and silver stones are pure poison, which can obliterate the poison of the law. But as long as the law is not involved, it will not cause any harm to oneself. Similarly, it will not cause any harm to its own law field. Lin Moyu did not disappoint Yuju and Meng Gang, and started his own law field. A strange black and white star rose from Lin Moyu's back, which was extremely dazzling in the starry sky. His law domain quickly occupied the starry sky, pushing away all the poisonous powder caused by the poisonous explosion. The highly poisonous powder enough to obliterate the law has no effect on Lin Moyu's law field. It was the first time for Meng Gang to see Lin Moyu's rules. Even when introducing himself, Lin Moyu also said his own rules. At this moment, he stared. What kind of law is this?